The story opens with a tragic scene where a white-haired master is dying on the cold ground, surrounded by three treacherous disciples. The arrogant purple-robed disciple declares he has seized the master's treasure, while the white-robed disciple feigns persuasion, but his eyes are full of contempt. In this critical moment, a pink-haired maiden, his only loyal servant, rushes to the side of her dying master. The girl cries out in anger, scolding the ungrateful disciples, while the master sadly realizes that despite her loyalty, she is too weak, only able to serve as a punching bag for their enemies. Immediately, a traitor swings his hand, delivering a cruel blow, causing the maiden to spit blood, and he contemptuously calls them both worthless trash. With his last breath, the master gives her a glowing pill, declaring her his disciple, and this his final gift. The maiden kneels respectfully before the bed, bows her head in gratitude, and formally acknowledges him as her master. Suddenly, a strange system appears before the master's eyes, announcing that the disciple return system has been officially activated, which greatly surprises him. The system explains that if he bestows a low-quality elixir, he will receive a limitless golden core 1,000 times more valuable in return. Not only that, the system also allows him to recover manifold cultivation and skill comprehension from his disciples, helping him break through realms in an instant. Thanks to the power of the system, the white-haired master immediately erupts with dazzling golden light, completely surpassing his previous level and directly breaking through to the golden core realm. With new earth-shattering power, he stood up straight, his eyes blazing as he declared he would not only punish the traitorous disciples, but also go even further. The white-haired powerhouse, surrounded by countless golden sword chi, coldly declared, "I must kill you! No one can stop me!" Without hesitation, he swung his sword down, finishing off one of the traitorous disciples, ending all grievances. After the battle, the master secretly thought about taking in more beautiful female disciples, while the system displayed information about Zai Nu, his first disciple, possessing the astonishing heavenly sword physique. Finally, the master's grand goals were revealed: unifying the heavenly realms, causing chaos, and overthrowing the immortal heavenly emperor. In a surprisingly humorous moment, the white-haired master appeared with a modern golden gun, winking mischievously as a stylish farewell. The white-haired master lay motionless on the bed, appearing to be at death's door, while Zai Nu knelt beside him in distress. The loyal disciple tightly grasped Xiao Xuan's hand, her red-rimmed eyes filled with tears as she choked out her master's name. Ye Guhan anxiously asked Li Zhan about their senior brother's critical condition, but he merely smirked, uttering sarcastic remarks about finding an elder or fulfilling his needs. Wu Feng scornfully disparaged the master's weakness, while Lin Haoran unhesitatingly boasted about how he had harmed him, leaving him on the verge of death. Meng Zheng clearly showed joy at the elder's impending death, while Ye Guhan had finished his calculations, promising a new future for the traitors. Unable to bear it any longer, Zai Nu sprang from the bed, her eyes burning with fury, cursing the ungrateful traitors in a low voice. The pink-haired disciple screamed, reminding the traitors that it was their master who had given them the opportunity to cultivate, but now they heartlessly abandoned him to die. Lin Haoran, the burly man, charged to attack, while the girl continued to scream, calling them ungrateful beasts. A devastating punch from the traitor sent Zai Nu flying, her small figure collapsing onto the floor. As the girl fell, one of them even scoffed, demanding that she show some respect to them. Lin Haoran glared, his eyes burning with murderous intent, asking Zai Nu in a low voice who she thought she was to speak to him with such an attitude. Li Zhan turned to Wu Feng, advising him not to waste words on a loser like Zai Nu, and to just leave the girl if she wanted to stay. Meanwhile, a carefully bandaged hand held a mysterious vial of medicine, as if preparing for some plan. The traitorous disciples unhesitatingly ransacked the room, bursting into laughter as they mocked Zai Nu and the old master as a perfect pair of uselessness. Zai Nu lay curled up on the floor, her entire body aching, with only the hateful echo of traitor ringing in her head. The pink-haired disciple looked up, her face bruised but her eyes still burning with hatred, uttering a final curse before a traitor contemptuously called her a young maidservant. Zai Nu knelt by the bed, her eyes red-rimmed with worry, gently inquiring about her dying master Xiao. Xiao, with his eyes closed, wondered to himself if she resented him for never officially accepting her as a disciple or imparting any cultivation technique. Zai Nu choked back tears, wiping them away, and affirmed that she held no resentment, for she understood her own cultivation potential was lacking, and would forever be grateful to the elder who had saved her from the slave traders. Xiao still lay there, his eyes weary but full of melancholy. He only hated the injustice of heaven and earth and the traitors, silently thinking that good people often met tragic ends. His hands trembled as he tried to push himself up, a weak but determined effort. Xiao suddenly coughed violently, fresh blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, causing Zai Nu to panic and quickly support her master. Looking out the window, Xiao saw the fiery red sunset, his hand clutching a handful of dirt, realizing he was close to death. His fist clenched tightly, showing his extreme indignation at his cruel fate and his own helplessness. Zai Nu knelt on the floor, bowing deeply, pleading with Xiao to accept her as a disciple so she could avenge him, vowing not to raise her head until accepted. Xiao looked up at his loyal disciple, his eyes revealing a mix of surprise and sorrow. He let out a soft sigh, a sigh full of helplessness and bitterness. Xiao gently helped Zai Nu up, his voice weak but resolute. Though I am gravely ill, I am not foolish. Accepting you as a disciple now would only be pushing you to your death, wouldn't it? Zai Nu tremblingly offered Xiao a blue pill, the last essence condensing pill she possessed. Though not a top-grade item, it represented her entire heart. Xiao looked at the pink-haired girl, reassuring her not to worry about him and to lie down and rest, as he wouldn't die anytime soon. But before he could finish speaking, Xiao suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood. The pill in his hand fell, and his body emitted a strange blue light, causing Zai Nu to cry out in horror. The pill flew away, falling to the floor, leaving Zai Nu stunned by the unbelievable sight that had just occurred. The pill hit the floor and exploded, countless blue and yellow fragments scattering in a dazzling burst of light. In Xiao's mind, his vision gradually blurred, but in his ears, Zai Nu's tearful pleas still echoed. Master, please don't be angry. Your disciple was wrong. I won't bother you anymore. Please, wake up. He felt death approaching, but couldn't help but grumble inwardly. So this is what death feels like. Hey, little girl, why are you crying so loudly? My ears are about to burst. A surge of anger flared in Xiao's heart, but he didn't understand what he was truly angry about. Finally, Xiao closed his eyes, his face covered in blood, yet strangely calm, as if he had accepted everything. Suddenly, Xiao found himself floating in a mystical blue digitized space with countless lines of code running around him, and a large notification appeared. Disciple reversal system officially activated, he exclaimed in surprise. A system? A maid with emerald green hair and sparkling eyes suddenly appeared, carrying a plate of food, inviting viewers to visit Discord. Xiao suddenly found himself rejuvenated, with a robust body, his entire being radiating a brilliant golden light, holding a shimmering elixir in his hand. He realized in astonishment. I can't believe it! This is the limitless golden elixir! This limitless golden elixir contains the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, its power equivalent to 10,000 primordial elixirs, capable of helping the user break through realms and heal all injuries. Memories flooded back. Xiao remembered transmigrating to this world 20 years ago, and now, the golden opportunity he had long awaited had finally arrived, as precious as his own eyes. 20 years ago, a car accident brought him to this world, where he once thought he would be the protagonist of a legendary tale. Born into a prestigious family and breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm before the age of 10. But life was not as he dreamed. After 15 years of joining the Hong sect, his cultivation remained stagnant, making no progress, turning Xiao into a laughingstock for all. Fortunately, heaven had eyes and granted Xiao a chance to start over, his eyes burning red with determination. Xiao immediately asked the system about the specific mechanism of disciple reimbursement. The system explained, if the master bestows any item upon a disciple in the capacity of a master, they will receive a random multiplied reward in return. He continued to wonder if imparting knowledge and cultivation techniques to disciples would count. The system confirmed, yes. Under the master's guidance, if a disciple's cultivation advances or they gain an insight, the master will receive a reward of double value. The system further clarified. If the master imparts 200 days of cultivation to a disciple, the master will receive a multiplied amount of that cultivation in return. And if the disciple comprehends one layer of sword technique, the master will be reimbursed N times, directly understanding N corresponding layers of sword technique. Xiao continued to wonder if he would receive N times the reimbursement if he gave a golden core to a disciple. The system immediately responded that items received from reimbursement would not be reimbursed again if given away. But if the master imparts cultivation techniques and the disciple comprehends them, the master will receive a second reimbursement. Understanding the rules, Xiao did not hesitate, swallowing the golden core and breaking through to the golden core realm in a single breath, his power erupting with earth-shattering force. Meanwhile, Zai Nu was still grieving by her master's sickbed, sobbing and begging him to wake up, vowing never to take another master or seek revenge. Just then, Xiao's hand gently rested on the girl's head, his eyes opening, a majestic light flashing within them. Xiao coldly declared, Foolish Zai Nu, remember the first thing I taught you when you became my disciple. If we bear a grudge, we must exact cruel revenge, and it must be double. A memory suddenly flooded back, of Wu Feng kneeling before Elder Wang, begging to be accepted as a disciple. The scene shifted to the Hongmeng sect, the sixth peak, where all the martial arts techniques of 7 peaks Shaoshuan were stored. Wu Feng respectfully offered a scroll of martial arts techniques, treating it as a token of his sincerity. The scroll in his hand emitted a brilliant light, as if containing extraordinary power. Elder Wang took the scroll, his sharp gaze fixed on Wu Feng, remarking that Xiao Xuan had produced an excellent disciple. And though Wu Feng was not the top genius of the Hongmeng sect, he now held a respectable position. The elder continued, saying that if Wu Feng wanted to become his disciple, he then threw out a brilliant golden ruler, explaining that this was the spiritual root-measuring ruler exclusive to the law enforcement hall, capable of analyzing a person's innate talent. Elder Wang set a condition. If you can analyze Xiao Xuan's spiritual root, I will immediately accept you as my personal disciple. Wu Feng gripped the ruler tightly. He had been warned to hold it firmly, because once the ruler absorbed blood, it would be very difficult to remove without using a secret art. Wu Feng knelt prostrate, his eyes burning with fervor, assuring Elder Wang that he would never fail in this mission. A brilliant golden energy stream tore through the air, plummeting down and creating a deep crack in the ground. Wu Feng screamed in horror as the terrifying surge of power engulfed him, making his body feel as if it would shatter. He gradually turned to stone, his body stiff within a gray shell. But the energy continued to attack, piercing through every inch of his flesh. From within, a cracked hand struggled to reach out, painful coughs echoing as if to tear apart the space. Wu Feng gritted his teeth, channeling all his strength to break free from the confining shell, fragments of stone crumbling at his feet. His eyes widened, sweat pouring down like rain, and a horrifying truth suddenly dawned on him. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted from his chest, transforming into a fiery symbol, and the young man tightly gripped a glowing red object. He roared, declaring firmly, "No! I cannot die here. My path to immortality has only just begun." From a distant place, Xiao Xuan looked up at the sky, his eyes full of astonishment as he exclaimed, "Who is that?" Xiao Xuan and his first disciple Zai Nu stood tall on a giant sword suspended amidst the clouds. He questioned Elder Wang. "Elder Wang, why didn't you come yourself if you covet my spirit root?" A girl with long blue hair, dressed in a maid outfit, was smiling and carrying a plate of incredibly appetizing food. The master repeated the question, his gaze sharp as he looked at his opponent, awaiting a satisfactory explanation. Elder Wang, with a surprised expression, hastily said that he was only joking with Xiao Xuan's disciple, but inwardly he was secretly astonished by his opponent's extraordinary power. Xiao Xuan subtly smirked, his gaze as sharp as a razor, and replied cryptically, "Oh, is that so?" But he didn't finish his sentence. Instead, a series of brilliant golden swords suddenly appeared around him, and Xiao Xuan coldly declared, "I have never joked with Elder Wang." Elder Wang was utterly stunned, his eyes wide as he realized, Kanglang's sword art? Elder Wang was immersed in memories of the day he and Xiao Xuan joined the Hongmeng sect. Recalling how Xiao Xuan had created the Kanglang sword art and quickly gained the favor of the sect master along with countless cultivation resources, the old man bitterly recalled that he had fortunately broken through to the second layer of the Golden Core realm before Xiao Xuan, while the other was still considered a failure. In the present, Xiao Xuan was still unleashing countless brilliant golden sword chi to surround his opponent, confidently declaring that Elder Wang should not act recklessly because he had already reached the second layer of the Golden Core realm, and fighting would only lead to defeat. Elder Wang gritted his teeth, channeling all his strength to shatter the surrounding purple sword chi, trying to regain a fragile advantage. The old man's face changed color, revealing extreme astonishment and fury at his opponent's unimaginable power. Xiao Xuan smirked disdainfully, his eyes full of sarcasm as he looked at Elder Wang, retorting, "Elder Wang, are you only at the second layer of the Golden Core realm?" Elder Wang roared in pain, his entire body trembling as Xiao Xuan's sword chi pierced through him. Realizing that the enemy's power had reached at least the third layer of the Golden Core realm, or even higher, the old man painfully clutched his hand, which was being ravaged by sword chi, crying out miserably. Xiao Xuan attacked relentlessly, countless sword chi continuously assailing Elder Wang, causing the old man to furiously shout, warning that if Xiao Xuan dared to kill him, the sect would never let it go. Xiao Xuan smirked, retorting, "Is that so?" He feigned curiosity, wanting to see how the sect would deal with him if he insisted on taking action. The brilliant golden sword chi continued to relentlessly attack Elder Wang, forming an unceasing storm of energy, pushing him into a completely passive state. Elder Wang gritted his teeth, his eyes full of hatred as he looked at Xiao Xuan. Then he pulled out a sparkling purple jade, deciding he had to use his ultimate move. The purple jade immediately emitted a dazzling light, enveloping Elder Wang and forming a powerful defensive barrier, fending off the relentless attacks. The old man gritted his teeth, secretly cursing that this was a high-grade mystical treasure, usable only 3 times, and this was the last. He had originally intended to use it to resist the heavenly tribulation when breaking through to the nascent soul realm. Xiao Xuan sneered, his eyes cold as he looked at Elder Wang. He praised his opponent for having hidden quite a few treasures over the years, then challenged, "Well then, let's see how effective this move of yours is." The power from the purple jade exploded, creating a massive surge of energy that repelled Xiao Xuan's sword chi, but he remained standing firm, facing Elder Wang's final counterattack. Elder Wang's eyes widened in horror, and he roared furiously, "Xiao Xuan! How dare you do that?" Xiao Xuan smirked disdainfully, his hand emitting a brilliant light as he coldly retorted, "Why wouldn't I dare?" A dark energy violently erupted, tearing through space and causing the ground to crack into pieces, creating a terrifying earthquake. Elder Wang's eyes constricted in extreme fear, and he desperately cried out, "No!" The destructive power swirled, sweeping away everything in sight, creating a terrifying shockwave that completely overwhelmed all resistance. When the dust settled, Xiao Xuan still stood tall amidst the ruins, a brilliant golden energy radiating from his body, like a god of war. Elder Wang lay gasping amidst the desolation, coughing painfully, his body tattered. He frantically reached out to stop Xiao Xuan, begging him not to come any closer. But Xiao Xuan calmly advanced, sarcastically remarking on his opponent's shield, "This shield is at least a high-grade, profound-tier treasure, isn't it?" Xiao Xuan continued to meticulously explain the treasure grading system in this world, from human tier, profound tier, earth tier, heaven tier, to immortal tier, with each tier further divided into initial, middle, high, and peak grade. The purple shield Elder Wang was using was indeed a high-grade, profound-tier treasure, an artifact that even an ordinary sect would covet. And Xiao Xuan hadn't expected him to have hidden such a thing for so long. His eyes suddenly flashed brilliant red, and he summoned a radiant golden energy sword, ready to end the battle. Xiao Xuan struck a fatal blow directly at his opponent, coldly declaring, "Everything ends here." Elder Wang braced himself to endure the terrifying blow, while a voice echoed from afar, begging Xiao Xuan to show mercy. A blue-haired girl in a waitress uniform appeared, carrying an enticing plate of food, as if inviting the viewer to something. The plea, "Elder Xiao Xuan, please show mercy," echoed once more, but he did not falter. With cold and resolute eyes, Xiao Xuan looked down, determined to end everything. Sectmaster Zhang Hao appeared on the back of a crane, trying to dissuade Xiao Xuan, reminding him that harming fellow disciples was against the rules and would lead to expulsion. But Xiao Xuan paid no mind. He waved his hand, retracting his power, causing Elder Wang's protective shield to shatter into pieces amidst the old man's miserable cries. Elder Wang lay struggling amidst the ruins, desperately begging Sectmaster Zhang Hao for help, while another disciple whispered hopefully about the Sectmaster's appearance. Without mercy, Xiao Xuan unleashed a fatal blow, an extremely powerful surge of energy striking Elder Wang directly, causing him extreme pain. Sectmaster Zhang Hao, with an angry expression, questioned Elder Wang, asking if he wanted to go with him to the Hall of Justice to see who truly deserved to be expelled from the sect. Elder Wang was utterly terrified, clutching his head with both hands, repeatedly muttering number no as he was pressed against the cliff face. Sectmaster Zhang Hao, riding a white crane, congratulated Xiao Xuan on breaking through to the Golden Core Realm after much hardship, while Elder Wang lay prostrate on the ground, weakly thanking the Sectmaster for his help. Elder Wang tried to explain that everything was just a misunderstanding, admitting his mistakes and begging Xiao Xuan for forgiveness. Xiao Xuan coldly replied that out of respect for the Sectmaster, he could temporarily spare Elder Wang's life. But as for Wu Feng, the one who betrayed his master and ancestors, his cultivation must be crippled, and he must be expelled from the sect. Elder Wang desperately crawled amidst the ruins, crying miserably as Xiao Xuan declared that from now on, he was forbidden from setting foot in the Hongmeng sect. Sectmaster Zhang Hao sighed, his eyes full of helplessness at Elder Wang's pleas, finally allowing Xiao Xuan to handle it himself. Immediately, Zai Nu swooped down from above, her voice full of confidence. "Leave it to your disciple, master." Elder Wang, despite being heavily injured, still roared furiously as Zai Nu unleashed a blue energy stream to attack him. "You piece of trash! How dare you attack me!" Zai Nu concentrated her power, her entire body emitting a dazzling blue light, while Xiao Xuan also prepared another attack, his hand glowing with a brilliant red light. The pink-haired girl charged directly at Elder Wang, unleashing brilliant sword chi like a blue lightning bolt, decisively finishing off her opponent. Elder Wang lay slumped in a pool of blood, his eyes full of horror and disbelief. He muttered about Wu Feng and wondered when Zai Nu had learned the Kanglang sword art. Xiao Xuan closed his eyes, recalling the sarcastic question, "Is she trash?" 3 days ago, a pink-haired girl named Zai Nu was tied up on the grass, and above her head, a system information panel appeared, confirming her as trash in every aspect. Xiao Xuan appeared, looking at her searchingly before asking directly, "So, you possess the extremely rare innate sword physique?" She innocently asked him about that concept. He subtly smirked, using an exaggerated expression to hide the truth, saying that he merely felt she had a talent for sword cultivation. Xiao Xuan began to impart the Kanglang sword art to Zai Nu, while secretly vowing to find Wu Feng to seek justice. She quickly grasped it, causing Xiao Xuan's system to continuously report rewards. He accidentally blurted something out, then hastily corrected himself, saying she did very well. Xiao Xuan realized that Zai Nu was truly a priceless treasure, completely different from what the system had initially displayed. Back in the present, Zai Nu coldly stepped on a trembling, defeated foe, declaring, "With Master's guidance, you will never understand." She decisively crushed Tung Cheo's dantian, causing him to scream in extreme pain. Zai Nu turned back to report to Xiao Xuan that she had successfully crippled the cultivation of the traitorous master, and he simply replied, "Well done." Zhang Hao, riding a white crane, approached Xiao Xuan, offering to take the injured Elder Wang away. Xiao Xuan glanced at the elder, smirking as he asked, "When did I say everything was over?" Zhang Hao angrily pointed at him, reminding him, "You promised to spare his life? What more do you want?" Xiao Xuan subtly closed his eyes, acknowledging his promise. But immediately, he opened his brilliant red eyes, pointing directly at Zhang Hao, declaring, "I only said I would spare his life, not that I would let him off so easily." He looked up at the sky, his tone full of hidden meaning. "As for how satisfied I will be, it all depends on Elder Wang's sincerity." Wang An gave a wry smile, reluctantly accepting the opponent's conditions. He held up a cloth bag embroidered with a yin-yang symbol, trembling as he offered it, hoping Xiao Xuan would not disdain it. Xiao Xuan took the bag, smiled faintly, with a hidden meaning, and praised Wang An as intelligent and sensible. He waved his hand to signal the end, then turned decisively, calling Zai Nu to leave with him. Zai Nu gleefully praised her master for being incredibly cool, while Xiao Xuan merely instructed her to rest, promising to officially guide her cultivation tomorrow. Zhang Hao rode a crane soaring into the sky, bowing his head to bid farewell to Wang An. Wang An gnashed his teeth, his eyes spitting fire, vowing to see what Xiao Xuan could accomplish. The next morning, the brilliant dawn enveloped 7 peaks, bringing with it a new beginning. Xiao Xuan opened the cloth bag, revealing countless sparkling, brilliant treasures inside. He sat down, examining each item, noting that most were low-grade elixirs, of ordinary quality but usable for now. He held 2 ancient cultivation scrolls, muttering about cultivation levels, then decided to choose a mid-grade primordial art for Zai Nu to lay her foundation. Xiao Xuan thoughtfully gazed at the mid-grade Earth Tier 5-element sword, concluding it was the most valuable item among Wang An's possessions, but useless to him. He decided to give it all to Zai Nu, secretly thinking that the rewards from the system were the true treasure. A smug smile spread across Xiao Xuan's lips, his eyes glowing with a brilliant red, surrounded by an enchanting aura. The rest of the bag was filled with high-grade spirit stones, astonishing Xiao Xuan that a low-level elder like Wang An possessed hundreds of them. He secretly thought this old man was definitely an opportunist, never missing a chance to hoard. With the enormous wealth he had just acquired, Xiao Xuan sat cross-legged, contemplating, humorously thinking of buying a small villa to enjoy his old age. Just then, Zai Nu appeared at the door, asking if she could enter to begin her cultivation as promised by her master. Xiao Xuan calmly replied, "Come in." Xiao Xuan calmly called Zai Nu to sit beside him, and the obedient disciple complied with her master. The cultivation system was clearly explained, from Shantian, innate, Hutian, postnatal, to Qi refinement, with each realm divided into 10 minor realms. Each of those minor realms was further divided into 10 more sub-realms, demonstrating the complexity and vastness of the cultivation path. In the Xiantian realm, a cultivator's power and definition were elevated to a new level, far surpassing mortals. Xiao Xuan began imparting the cultivation art, meticulously explaining the primordial chaos art, and instructing Zai Nu to listen attentively. The disciple immediately sat down, closed her eyes in meditation, and began to sense and circulate qi within her body according to her master's guidance. However, Xiao Xuan fell into deep thought, asking the system about the average root bone level of ordinary people, as Zai Nu's root bone was only a mere 15. The system immediately responded, stating the average level was 5060, making him suddenly realize his disciple's problem. Noticing that Zai Nu comprehended the cultivation art extremely quickly, but her cultivation progressed slowly, Xiao Xuan decided he must forcibly impart knowledge and cleanse her marrow. Xiao Xuan's hand suddenly burst into brilliant light, and he gently placed it on the girl's head. Surging energy flowed from the master into the disciple, enveloping Zai Nu in a golden aura. The disciple's eyes suddenly flew open, shining brightly with a powerful and unusual gaze. In just a blink, Zai Nu's power erupted, reaching the 10th stage Heavenly Tao Awakening realm, making observers marvel at her master's overwhelming skill. Zai Nu asked Xiao Xuan in surprise how he could directly impart knowledge without being harmed, as she knew this was extremely dangerous and could weaken one's cultivation foundation. Xiao Xuan merely smiled to reassure her, and immediately, the system reported a massive reward for him. 100 days of the disciple's cultivation multiplied by 5, totaling 500 days of cultivation. He handed Zai Nu a bag of items, explaining that it was a late initiation gift because he had been too poor to give anything before. Leaving the disciple stunned to receive countless precious items, Zai Nu worriedly asked her master if he was all right after expending cultivation to impart the art to her. Xiao Xuan smiled reassuringly, affirming that he was perfectly fine and confidently declared he would break through to the 5th layer of the nascent soul realm after 3 days of secluded cultivation. The disciple immediately showed her determination to protect the sect, declaring that no one dared to approach. Xiao Xuan chuckled at this, reminding the girl not to be too tense and to focus on her cultivation. Zai Nu obeyed, not wanting to bother her master further. After Zai Nu left, Xiao Xuan stood in the empty room, his sharp gaze fixed on the system screen, ready to check the pending rewards. A sparkling 4th-grade Great Rejuvenation pill appeared, making him exclaim in admiration. Xiao Xuan secretly thought that this type of elixir was extremely rare. Only cultivators at the nascent soul realm or above were capable of refining it. A brilliant golden aura enveloped Xiao Xuan as he gazed at the pill, realizing its astonishing value. He knew that finding enough ingredients for even 5 of these Great Rejuvenation pills would be impossible, even with the wealth of the Hongmeng sect. However, what truly excited Xiao Xuan was an ancient secret scroll, the limitless 10,000-mile sword art. He recognized it as a heaven-tier ultimate technique representing the pinnacle of swordsmanship. A glowing green sword contained astonishing power, and Xiao Xuan believed that by combining this sword art with the earth-tier ultimate technique, Shadowless Soft Sword, he would become an invincible existence under heaven. Without hesitation, Xiao Xuan immediately swung his sword, and a brilliant golden energy burst forth, tearing through the air with earth-shattering power. His terrifying slash plunged straight down, cracking the ground, sending shattered rocks flying like fireworks, a testament to the destructive power of the move. Xiao Xuan stood on the balcony with self-satisfaction, thinking the limitless 10,000-mile sword art was the pinnacle of swordsmanship, and with stronger swords defeating enemies would be easy, then decided to absorb the system's cultivation reward. Xiao Xuan's crimson eyes flashed with extreme determination. He was confident that, with what he had received, he would surely successfully break through to the 5th layer of the nascent soul realm this time. The scene shifted to the bustling Hongmeng market, where islands suspended in mid-air created a magnificent spectacle. On the ground, a constant stream of people moved back and forth, forming a vibrant picture of the cultivation world. Amidst the crowd, 2 men were whispering. One with red hair excitedly recounted that Elder Shao of the 7th Peak had broken through to the nascent soul realm, and had even soundly defeated Elder Wang from the 6th Peak. 2 other girls also continuously gasped in admiration for Elder Shao. They discussed how he had sacrificed his cultivation to impart his art to his disciple, and also praised the handsome appearance of this master. A man with a scar on his face overheard the conversation, his eyes suddenly flashing with surprise. He secretly wondered who Elder Shao had imparted his art to, and if it was Zai Nu. In another corner, 2 girls were chatting, one leaning on the other's shoulder. They mentioned junior brother Wang and junior brother Li, who once belonged to the 7th Peak, and wondered what reason caused them to leave. Wang An, with his fiery red hair, smugly declared to a girl that Elder Shao was stingy with his disciples, which was why he and Li Shan had to leave. The blonde girl held a small vial, her eyes full of doubt as she listened to the rumors about Elder Shao. She suddenly flinched, her eyes widening when she heard that Elder Shao had broken through to the Golden Core realm, and had even imparted his art to his disciple. Without hesitation, the blonde girl immediately burst with energy, transforming into a streak of light and shooting off to verify it herself. She quickly arrived before the gate of the 7th Peak, where Xiao Xuan and Zai Nu were standing, respectfully greeting the elder. A man with long black hair, Zhang He, appeared and conveyed a message from the sect master about the sect assembly that would take place in the next 100 days. However, Zhang He suddenly stopped, his sharp eyes flashing with disdain. He turned to look at Zai Nu, scoffing that Xiao Xuan had been too lenient in accepting such an untalented disciple as her, and would surely suffer a crushing defeat in the assembly. Xiao Xuan subtly smirked, took a step forward, placed his hand on Zai Nu's shoulder, and coldly retorted to Zhang that he was being too biased. Zhang. He was completely stunned, unable to believe his ears at Xiao Xuan's words. Xiao Xuan maintained his confident smile, revealing that his disciple, a mortal with no cultivation 3 days ago, had now reached the 10th layer of the Hutian realm. He challenged Zhang, asking if his disciple could achieve such terrifying cultivation speed. Zhang. His face paled, cold sweat pouring out, unable to believe what he had just heard. 3 days? 10th layer of the Hutian realm? Are you kidding me? Xiao Xuan smiled, lightly fanned himself, then ordered Zai Nu to demonstrate her power, and the girl immediately burst into a blaze of energy. Zhang. He witnessed the terrifying sight. his eyes wide as Zai Nu truly erupted with the power of the 10th layer of the Hutian realm, leaving him speechless. Even the blonde girl couldn't help but be terrified, her eyes wide open, completely stunned by Zai Nu's unimaginable power. Zai Nu playfully stuck out her tongue, making a face at the still-shocked Zhang He, while her master confidently declared, "Anything is possible." Junior brother Zhang, Wang An, with a face full of disdain, whispered that the good-for-nothing had reached the 10th layer of the Hutian realm. But it was certainly thanks to Xiao Xuan imparting his art. He continued to speculate, thinking that Elder Xiao had been severely weakened by imparting his art, and this was a golden opportunity for them to act. The scene shifted to the grand hall of the Third Peak, where a majestic elder presided on a throne. Elder Meng Yu of the Third Peak, with a pensive expression, listened to the report that Xiao Xuan had seized Wang An's assets and imparted his art to his disciple, wondering, "Can we take advantage of his weakened state to make a big profit?" Wang An respectfully reported, praising Elder Meng Yu's wisdom, and emphasized that Xiao Xuan is merely wasting precious resources. Elder Meng Yu, with sharp eyes, decisively ordered, "If that's the case, proceed with the handling." He gave a meaningful smile, promising, "If this succeeds, I will accept you as my personal disciple," causing Wang An to immediately bow in gratitude. In a quiet cultivation room, Xiao Xuan sat opposite Zai Nu, gently asking, "Are you ready? Today, I will help you break through to the Xiantian realm and cleanse your meridians." Zai Nu resolutely declared, "I am ready," her eyes burning with determination as she thought to herself, "Damn it, how dare Yi Chen look down on me? When I become stronger, I will definitely make you see me in a different light." Xiao Xuan smiled with satisfaction, secretly thinking, although Yi Chen has spoiled Zai Nu, seeing her enthusiastic spirit now isn't bad. This is the perfect time for her to break through to a higher realm and cleanse her meridians. He took out a bag of 4th-grade marrow cleansing pills that he had obtained from Wang An, thinking with satisfaction, "Now they will come into play." Xiao Xuan did not hesitate, immediately began the process, and decisively ordered, "Then let's begin." Powerful energy surged from the master's hand into Zai Nu's body, making the girl grit her teeth to endure the bone-piercing pain. Zai Nu felt this pain was even more terrifying than when she had received the imparted art, but she still endured it resolutely. After undergoing the marrow cleansing process, her entire body glowed with a blue light, and a feeling of lightness and purity spread throughout her body. Xiao Xuan received a notification from the system. 200 days of cultivation transferred to his disciple had been returned twofold, along with the earth. Tier skill Autumn Water Sword Art. He declared with satisfaction that everything was complete. A triumphant smile bloomed on the master's lips. The feeling of getting something for free was truly exhilarating. His cultivation realm had soared to the 6th level of the Golden Core stage, a remarkable leap forward. Zai Nu blinked slightly, her face clearly showing surprise. The girl's entire body glowed brilliantly. She wondered if this was the legendary marrow, cleansing, and meridian, purifying cultivation technique. Now, having reached the 1st level of the innate stage, she believed she was strong enough to confront Yi Chen. Xiao Xuan looked at his disciple. The system's information clearly displayed her astonishing talent and potential. He resolutely encouraged her, "Just be bold and defeat him." Zai Nu still had some doubts, wondering if she could do it. Urgent knocking echoed, and a panicked voice from outside called out, reporting that one of Zhao Lao's disciples was severely injured while gathering herbs and was in critical condition, needing his immediate treatment. The master frowned slightly, his eyes filled with suspicion. Zai Nu turned her head, surprised, and wondered, "Does master have other disciples besides me?" Xiao Xuan said nothing, simply reaching out to open the heavy wooden door. Zai Nu looked out in shock, exclaiming in surprise upon seeing Lin Haoran lying there. "Lin Haoran, what happened to you?" Lin Haoran lay slumped on the ground, his once robust body now covered in injuries, fresh blood oozing from a fatal wound on his chest. He weakly whispered, "Master," while others stood around him. With his last bit of strength, Lin Haoran tremblingly offered Xiao Xuan a vibrant red dragon-shaped herb, his voice broken. "This unworthy disciple only managed to obtain one blood dragon life-saving herb. Please, master, use it." Zai Nu exploded in anger, growling at Lin Haoran. "Didn't this shameless traitor swear allegiance to the Third Peak? Why are you back here?" Standing beside her, Xiao Xuan maintained a cold, inscrutable expression. Lin Haoran coughed, struggling to sit up and explain. "Zai Nu, you've misunderstood. I joined the Third Peak, only to ask for their help, to obtain this blood dragon life-saving herb, for master." 2 other disciples stood beside Lin Haoran, their faces full of indignation, loudly defending him. "Senior brother Lin almost lost his life for this herb. What are you talking about?" Another chimed in, exasperated. "Exactly. If you're not grateful, fine. But why use such venomous words?" Suddenly, Elder Meng appeared, his face solemn, and slowly said, "Indeed, Elder Xiao's disciple knelt before me for 3 days and 3 nights, begging for help. I was even moved by his action. Xiao Xuan and Zai Nu stood on the stairs, looking down at Lin Haoren lying on the ground. One of his 2 disciples loudly retorted, claiming that Xiao Lao was lying and distorting the truth about Lin Haoren's betrayal of the sect. He looked down, his eyes sharp, questioning Lin Haoren why he had sworn allegiance to the third peak and was now back here. The elder gave a half smile, asking him directly if he truly wanted to return to his side. A long-haired, blue-haired girl in a cute maid outfit suddenly appeared with a bright smile, holding a colorful plate of food, as if inviting someone. Lin Haoren knelt, his body covered in injuries, admitting that he had committed the grave sin of betraying his master and was no longer worthy of being his disciple. Then tried to offer a strange herb to Xiao Xuan, pleading, "Please, master, accept this dragon blood herb." One of his friends spoke up, pointing out that Xiao Lao looked very healthy, with abundant qi and blood, showing no signs of illness, so he probably didn't need this dragon blood herb. Another friend continued, expressing worry that senior brother Lin's spiritual root had been severely damaged, and without a 4th-grade elixir, his future cultivation would be extremely difficult. He turned to Xiao Xuan, questioning, "Elder Xiao, can't you produce a 4th-grade elixir? Junior brother Lin was injured because of you." The blonde-haired man standing beside him sneered, his face full of sarcasm, and uttered, "You two are talking too much." Xiao Xuan merely chuckled, his crimson eyes flashing with a mischievous glint. He suddenly clutched his chest, feigning a weak cough, and loudly lamented, "Who said I don't need it? I'm very weak right now. I need the dragon blood herb to nourish my body." Xiao Lao even winked at Zai Nu. She quickly understood, hurriedly chiming in, "Yes, yes, Master has been very weak lately." Lin Haoren and his 2 friends froze, their faces bewildered, not understanding what was happening. The blonde-haired man angrily clenched his fist, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Since when did this old dog become so shameless?" He told himself that this dragon blood herb wasn't worth much anyway, and it wouldn't be a loss if it could be exchanged for a 4th-grade elixir. Lin Haoren, with a resigned expression, said that his life was cheap, it didn't matter, and pleaded with his master to accept and use this dragon blood herb. Xiao Xuan immediately smiled brightly, swiftly taking the dragon blood herb from Lin Haoren's hand, and happily said, "Thanks." He turned to Zai Nu, instructing, "Quickly put it away. We'll make nourishing chicken soup tonight." She was so surprised her mouth hung open. "Dragon blood herb chicken soup!" A system notification appeared, confirming that the elder had given a human-grade dragon blood herb to his disciple and received a 5-fold reward, meaning 5 Earth-grade dragon blood herbs. Lin Haoren and his 2 friends were still coughing and trying to explain that senior brother Lin had sacrificed himself to save his master, but his master refused to save him. Elder Meng appeared, his face stern, questioning Xiao Xuan. "Elder Xiao, a life is in danger. As a role model, how can we refuse to help?" He continued, warning that if this matter spread, would the 7th peak still be able to recruit disciples? Xiao Xuan stood high above, looking down at Lin Haoren and his 2 friends kneeling, his expression calm, as if nothing was happening. He bent down, feigning pain, and said that due to their past master-disciple relationship, he couldn't use a 4th-grade pill to save Lin Haoren. The elder of the 3rd peak stood there, secretly thinking that Xiao Xuan was truly passionate about nurturing talent, and the rumors about him transferring cultivation to his disciples were probably true. Lin Haoren lay on the ground, his eyes panicked, muttering that if Xiao Xuan could obtain such good spiritual herbs for him, then this was nothing. The blonde-haired young man writhed in agony, his body emitting brilliant golden light. He screamed that how could he refuse? Lin Haoren's face contorted in extreme pain, pitiful groans escaping his throat. Lin Haoren's 2 friends stood beside Meng Yu, astonished at the scene, wondering if this was a cultivation transfer, given how terribly junior brother Lin was screaming. Xiao Xuan flashed a sinister smile, a terrifying surge of power from his hand directly transferring into Lin Haoren, causing the blonde-haired young man to scream in agony and despair, feeling his muscles being destroyed and his cultivation shattered. Lin Haoren's eyes welled with tears, trying to call for Meng Yu's help, but he couldn't form words, only managing to stammer. The blonde-haired young man collapsed to the ground, his entire body convulsing violently, foam at his mouth, completely unconscious. Xiao Xuan stood upright, his face nonchalant, explaining to Meng Yu that he had used a more forceful method to eliminate the illness with medicine. He turned to Zai Nu, feigning a tired expression, saying that he needed to rest to recover his strength and would not go out during this time. Meng Yu nodded repeatedly, his face full of contemplation, seemingly convinced by Xiao Xuan's explanation. The elder secretly thought that, although he didn't see how Xiao Xuan transferred his cultivation, his aura had indeed weakened considerably, so he could seize this opportunity. Meng Yu, with sharp eyes, suddenly launched a powerful attack towards Xiao Xuan, accompanied by a warning. "Take good care of yourself." Xiao Xuan smiled faintly and mysteriously, his eyes flashing with cunning, as if he had anticipated everything. 2 powerful energy currents, one blue and one brilliant gold, clashed fiercely between Xiao Xuan and Meng Yu, creating an earth-shattering battle. Xiao Xuan sneered contemptuously, his crimson eyes seemingly piercing through his opponent, and sarcastically said, "Elder Meng, you are a role model for others. How can you act so cruelly towards a weak, useless person like me, who has just transferred cultivation to his disciple?" Meng Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, a fiery aura surrounding him, unable to believe the power his opponent had just displayed, wondering how his spiritual power could be so strong after transferring cultivation. A hand clenched tightly, brilliant golden energy erupting fiercely, as if concentrating all its power into a decisive strike. Meng Yu was forcefully repelled, his body soaring into the air amidst red smoke, while Xiao Xuan stood firm as a rock, his entire body radiating brilliant golden light. The blonde-haired man charged forward, unleashing a powerful attack with a swirling purple energy current. Growling, "We cannot let him rise again." Xiao Xuan maintained a terrifyingly calm expression, his long white hair fluttering in the chaotic winds of battle. Meng Yu collapsed to the ground, creating a spreading wave of dark purple energy, while the blonde-haired man and a green-haired man rushed forward in panic, simultaneously shouting, "Elder!" Xiao Xuan turned to Zai Nu, a mischievous smile on his face, pointing towards Meng Yu and the fallen figures, as if everything was settled. "Xiao Nu, let's go back for chicken stew." The young girl happily replied, "Okay." Meng Yu, despite being injured, still struggled to get up, angrily looking at those around him, shouting, "What are you all still standing there for?" The green-haired man said in a deep voice to the reddish-brown-haired man, his eyes full of determination, "Swallow it." The reddish-brown-haired man held a mysterious weapon in his hand, sharp purple claws glowing eerily. This was a hidden weapon Elder Meng had acquired on previous journeys, controlled by a special technique. He charged forward with terrifying speed, the purple claws emitting a deadly energy current, ready to pierce through any defense, for this weapon could dissolve into the air, invisible and odorless, and to this day, no one had been able to stop it. The reddish-brown-haired man unleashed a fatal blow, the entire space enveloped by violent purple energy, growling, "We cannot let him rise again." A dense, dark purple energy current, carrying terrifying killing intent, shot straight toward Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan still stood there, his crimson eyes unblinking, calmly facing the incoming fatal attack. 3 sharp purple energy currents plunged into the wooden floor, creating deep cracks and a cloud of dust. Before they could react, the purple spikes from earlier deformed, transforming into strange, white, melted candle-like masses, clinging tightly to the floor. Xiao Xuan still stood tall amidst the purple spikes, his face calm but his eyes sharp. He secretly noted something unusual. Fortunately, thanks to his boundless golden core, his senses had been significantly enhanced. The master subtly turned his face, his eyes revealing a dangerous glint as he sensed the clear killing intent. Xiao Xuan secretly thought, otherwise, today would surely have been his great calamity. 2 strangers, one with reddish-brown hair and one with green hair, suddenly charged to attack Xiao Xuan with an extremely powerful coordinated strike, creating a dazzling white light. He sneered, seemingly challenging them. Xiao Xuan turned to Zai Nu, ordering her to use the Azure Wolf sword art and aim for the back right. Despite being surprised, his disciple immediately responded. Without hesitation, Zai Nu immediately acted. A green Tai Chi-shaped energy burst from her hand, ready to strike. She unleashed a series of brilliant golden sword chi, powerfully piercing through the incoming purple spikes, creating continuous small explosions. Zai Nu stood proudly in the middle of the floor, surrounded by the shattered remnants of the neutralized purple spikes. Behind her, her master stood, his eyes filled with pride. Immediately, the system displayed a notification that Zai Nu had comprehended the Azure Wolf sword intent and received the reward of a mid-grade Earth-tier Spirit Dragon armor. Xiao Xuan secretly praised the girl, truly worthy of her innate sword physique. The 2 attackers were utterly astonished, unable to believe that Zai Nu could comprehend sword intent after only a few short days. They roared, questioning who she was to possess such terrifying power. Lin Haoran, who was lying flat on the ground, looked at Zai Nu in panic and screamed that they needed to flee immediately. Zai Nu turned to look at Lin Haoran with eyes as sharp as knives. She accused him of betraying his master, disgracing his ancestors, and now even daring to harm his benefactor. Lin Haoran's face changed color, filled with extreme fear and terror. Zai Nu charged straight at Lin Haoran. He raised his hands to shield himself, screaming in despair, "Don't come closer!" Zai Nu's brilliant golden sword chi struck down. Lin Haoran took the full force of the attack, his face contorted in extreme pain and terror. Lin Ji's azure dragon-shaped sword dripped with foul-smelling blood, signaling an irreversible end. Lin Haoran lay motionless at her feet, fresh blood gushing from the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide with horror. He gasped, "Number impossible." Lin Haoran's blonde-haired companion warned not to come closer, or the Sectmaster wouldn't spare them. The green-haired man boasted they had 2 foundation establishment and 1 golden core cultivator against an innate, but the reddish-brown-haired man snapped that he lacked foresight. Suddenly, a voice filled with rage rang out. "Can't you see who's standing behind her?" Xiao Xuan revealed his true form, a colossal black shadow with blazing red eyes, an aura of destruction engulfing the entire space. Lin Ji turned her head, her fiery eyes looking at her master. She firmly said, "Master, don't dirty your hands. Your disciple will handle them myself." Xiao Xuan subtly smirked, his profound gaze replying, "My disciple, let me teach you something. Sometimes," he flashed an evil, charming smile, his blazing red eyes seemingly wanting to devour everything, and uttered only one cold word: death. The 2 remaining men, a blonde-haired man tremblingly asked, "You, what are you going to do?" The green-haired man screamed in despair, Don't come closer." In the enemy's panicked eyes, Xiao Xuan's image clearly appeared. He reached out like a god of death, a blazing red aura signaling the end. A cold voice echoed, "Scared now? It's too late." Xiao Xuan turned to look at Lin Ji, his gaze firm and full of affection. He declared, "Even if the sky falls, I will be here to support you." She looked up at her master, her eyes red-rimmed, hot tears streaming down her cheeks, her expression utterly moved. Lin Ji suddenly knelt before Xiao Xuan. She painfully asked, "What are you doing?" In another scene, a white-haired woman with her hair in a high bun, wearing a red fox mask, was sitting in a captivating black kimono, her eyes full of enchantment. The scene shifted to an ancient majestic sect, nestled amidst towering mountains, its grand architecture appearing before their eyes. A peaceful lotus pond with vibrant pink lotus flowers and a flock of pure white cranes leisurely strolling, creating a serene scene. Xiao Xuan and Lin Ji stepped onto the tiled bridge together, heading straight towards the sect master sitting majestically on the throne. He began to explain. Reporting to the sect master, "The matter is that Meng Yu colluded with a traitor within the sect, provoking us without cause." He bowed, continuing his report. "In self-defense, your disciple and Lin Ji killed Lin Haoren and crippled the cultivation bases of 2 other disciples. We believe the sect master will understand the righteousness of this action and not punish us." The majestic sect master sat on the throne, his sharp gaze sweeping over Xiao Xuan and Lin Ji, maintaining a heavy silence. He finally spoke, his tone calm and steady. "Elder Xiao, although the traitor is dead, there are still remnants, and repeated violations of sect rules cannot be overlooked time and again." Xiao Xuan bowed, his expression calm as he replied, "Yes, Xiao Xuan respectfully obeys the sect master's instructions." Suddenly, Meng Yu knelt on the ground, shouting in protest, "Sect master, why are you so biased towards Xiao Xuan? He is clearly twisting right and wrong, speaking nonsense." The old elder continued to accuse, "I came with good intentions, but he killed my disciple. Violating sect rules, he must be expelled as punishment." Xiao Xuan turned his head, his blazing red eyes flashing with a cold glint, questioning Meng Yu. "Visiting? You accepted Lin Haoran as your disciple, so you must be responsible for his life and death. What was your purpose in bringing him to my 7th peak?" The white-haired young man continued to press. "Furthermore, what kind of visit requires such thorough preparation? Do you think the sect master is a fool? Do you think you can easily deceive me?" Meng Yu panicked, stammering denials. The sect master slammed his hand on the table, shouting loudly, "Enough!" He said it was rare to see an elder intend to violate sect rules, then suggested Meng Yu voluntarily cripple his cultivation base to set an example. Meng Yu was utterly horrified, desperately calling out the sect master's name. The sect master decisively declared, "This matter ends here. Elder Meng's reckless behavior will be punished with 3 months of facing the cliff and 1 month of repentance. No further discussion is needed." Xiao Xuan stood there, calmly watching 2 other men, one blonde-haired, one reddish-brown-haired, approach. One of them said the sect master was wise. Then they began to drag Meng Yu away. Xiao Xuan's gaze was sharp and cold as he watched Meng Yu, while the old elder turned his head, his eyes filled with hatred. Meng Yu struggled in the hands of the 2 men, shouting that he would take revenge on Xiao Xuan, an aura of furious anger erupting around him. Meanwhile, in the cultivation room of the 7th peak, Lin Ji was meditating, her entire body radiating fiery energy, her aura soaring to the heavens. Xiao Xuan entered, asking, "Lin Ji, how is your cultivation progressing?" The disciple was startled, hastily calling out to her master. 2 clones of Lin Ji embraced Xiao Xuan, anxiously asking if the sect master had caused him any trouble. The real Lin Ji seriously said she had acted impulsively and was ready to bear all responsibility. Xiao Xuan gently looked at Lin Ji, his voice full of protectiveness. "My silly girl, how could I blame you?" He affirmed that he would protect her, no one could harm her. The disciple listened, her face flushed. Her master continued to instruct, From now on, no matter who it is, from a petty traitor to gods and Buddhas, emperors or prime ministers, if they dare to offend, he will retaliate to the very end. Xiao Xuan's eyes were sharp and cold, his promise firm as a nail. Even if the sky falls, I will be there to support you. The disciple's eyes welled up with tears. She softly called, Master. Xiao Xuan looked down at the girl kneeling on the ground, asking what she was doing. He told her to speak if there was anything she wanted to express. The pink-haired girl then replied that there were things she shouldn't hide from her master. The disciple revealed her true name was Lin Ji, daughter of the Lin family, rulers of the southwest region. Xiao Xuan was surprised to hear of the Lin family, a renowned martial arts clan in the southwest. Lin Ji sadly recounted 10 years ago, the Lin family discovered a massive spirit stone mine within their territory. That mine was so rich, it was enough for a small sect to rise to a top sect overnight. Her father, the Lin family patriarch, decided to keep it a secret to avoid disaster, but unexpectedly, her own uncle, out of greed, betrayed the family. He even cruelly said that it was better for everyone to die than to share resources with her father. To seize the spirit stone mine and offer it to the Luoyan sect, Lin Ji's uncle massacred over 100 members of the Lin family. Only she miraculously survived, thanks to her father's protection. Afterward, while fleeing, the young girl encountered human traffickers in the mountains, who robbed her of all her money and sold her into slavery. Fortunately, she met her master. Lin Ji said that if not for Xiao Xuan, she wouldn't know where she would be now. Xiao Xuan unexpectedly appeared, lending a helping hand. He asked his beautiful disciple, hadn't he told her not to act recklessly before she was strong enough? He was angry and heartbroken, not expecting his disciple's life to be so tragic. Xiao Xuan wondered why she hadn't told him sooner, then suddenly understood why she hated traitors so much. Xiao Xuan took her hand, declaring he would take her down the mountain. Lin Ji asked in surprise, where to? He explained, since she had begged him to be her master, she must be grateful and take revenge on those who wronged her. Xiao Xuan smiled confidently, asking if it was the Luoyun sect. He said that as her master, he would go with her to take revenge with his own hands. Lin Ji burst into tears, sobbing, her tear-filled eyes calling out her master's name in despair. Xiao Xuan embraced his disciple, comforting her as she sobbed that she only wished her master a peaceful life, willing to kneel her entire life to accompany him. He gently reassured her, telling her not to speak such pessimistic words, that they would both reach the peak together with limitless futures. After his spirited encouragement, Xiao Xuan smiled brightly, suggesting they set off together. Lin Ji also happily replied, ready for the new journey. The scene shifted to a dense forest outside Luoyun City, where the morning sun pierced through the canopy, creating a scene both majestic and poetic. Amidst that scene, a powerful foot stepped on the corpses of the fallen, revealing a fierce battle that had just taken place. Bai Luori and Li Qingxuan stood facing each other, surrounded by lifeless bodies. Bai Luori angrily questioned Li Qingxuan, accusing her of sacrificing her subordinates for wealth, causing both sides to lose vital energy. He asserted that only she could do such a cruel thing. Suddenly, an old white-haired man wearing a tall hat, introducing himself as Zhang Yi of the Sun Moon Ghost sect, appeared with a sinister smile. He sarcastically remarked that she was indeed worthy of being Fairy Zhou's disciple, having killed quite a few of his subordinates, acknowledging that the Azure Twin Sword art truly lived up to its name. Without further ado, Zhang Yi roared, declaring that everything would end here, then charged straight forward, his eyes wild and filled with killing intent. Bai Luori and Li Qingxuan simultaneously raised their swords into a defensive stance, their gazes firm as they faced the charging enemy. A brilliant pink energy suddenly flashed past, so powerful it shattered Zhang Yi's attack, creating a dazzling spatial rift. Zhang Yi retreated in horror, his face paling in shock. He growled, asking, "Which bastard did that?" Bai Luori and Li Qingxuan were also stunned, staring at the spatial rift, unable to believe what had just happened. A pair of small pink shoes appeared from the dust cloud. Their owner casually commented, "Tesk, it's off." Xiao Xuan and Lin Ji calmly walked out of the smoke. Xiao Xuan fanned himself, gently chiding his disciple for being too impetuous, while Lin Ji stood beside him, her hand still lingering with pink light, her face slightly pouting. Zhang Yi turned his head, his gaze fixed on Lin Ji. He exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, so it's a little beauty." The old man Zhang Yi crudely licked his lips, pointing at Lin Ji, asking how she would compensate him for disturbing him, then teasingly said, "Beauty to..." Lin Ji charged forward, her sword sweeping out a brilliant purple light, angrily shouting, "Madman! Your words are too vulgar! Die!" Zhang Yi quickly dodged her attack. His eyes flashing with disdain, he sneered, "Little beauty, didn't your master teach you not to act recklessly if you're not strong enough?" Bai Luori and Li Qingxuan stood behind, their faces pale with fright, shouting in unison, "Young lady, be careful!" Linji maintained a resolute expression. A surge of purplish-pink energy erupted from her finger. She coldly retorted, "My master only taught me how to deal with scum like you." A dazzling purple light exploded. Zhang Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to react in time to the sudden attack. The old man, Zhang Yi, was sent flying straight into the sky, his body convulsing violently in the purple energy, spitting out a large mouthful of blood, screaming in pain. "Don't be soft-hearted." After the fatal blow, Zhang Yi vanished from sight, leaving only the clear blue sky with birds soaring, as if nothing had ever happened. Lin Ji held a spatial bag, turning to Xiao Xuan, saying that inside there were only a few spirit stones and spirit medicines, nothing valuable. Her master simply replied, "Just keep it." Bai Luori and Li Qingxuan approached, bowing their heads to thank Xiao Xuan and his disciple, then introduced themselves as disciples of Elder Zhou Xuan of the Hongmen sect and asked for their names. Xiao Xuan smiled, introducing himself as Xiao Xuan of the Seventh Peak and his disciple as Lin Ji. The two Hongmen sect disciples immediately bowed. "So it's Elder Xiao." "Greetings, Elder Xiao." Xiao Xuan waved his hand, telling them not to be so formal. Then he curiously asked why they were in such a remote place and involved in trouble with the Sun Moon Ghost sect. Li Qingxuan explained that the Sun Moon Ghost sect always had enmity with the Hongmen sect. Some even took pleasure in killing Hongmen disciples. He added that this danger was due to a type of medicinal plant. Li Qingxuan carefully opened a wooden box. Inside was a glowing green spirit herb. He introduced it as a low-grade, thousand-year heartless grass. Xiao Xuan narrowed his eyes, his blazing red eyes flashing with danger, a powerful aura erupting from his body. A contemptuous voice rang out, mocking, "Just a first-level golden core, yet daring to be so arrogant." A black-haired woman appeared unexpectedly. She charged straight at Xiao Xuan, holding a chained weapon, coldly declaring, "You dared to kill my beloved disciple, and coincidentally, you're nearby. It's time for you to die." A woman with long brown hair, wearing a tight black dress, revealed an expression of extreme astonishment. The thousand-year-old heartless grass, a supreme item used to refine Foundation establishment pills, was emitting an ethereal blue light, making everyone exclaim, "How lucky!" Li Qingxuan recalled the arduous journey of searching for this precious herb, but unexpectedly, the information was leaked, leading to Zhang Yi of the Sun Moon Ghost sect relentlessly pursuing them. Bai Luori and Li Qingxuan unanimously offered the heartless grass to Xiao Xuan, expressing deep gratitude for him saving their lives from the Sun Moon Ghost sect. The two disciples firmly stated that their master had taught them to be grateful and to seek revenge, so they absolutely had to offer this item to Elder Xiao. Xiao Xuan accepted, praising them as worthy disciples of junior sister Zhou, and promised to share the pills after refining them. He smirked meaningfully, declaring that it was too early to thank him now, as it was time to teach the three of them a lesson. In an instant, Xiao Xuan unleashed an earth-shattering attack. A gigantic blue energy blade from his fan tore through the air and struck the ground. Bai Yanzi and Qing Yanzi, the two who had just appeared, now lay prostrate on the ground, their bodies tightly bound by chains, their faces filled with terror. Bai Luori and Li Qingxuan's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe when these two enemies had hidden here. Bai Yanzi slowly stood up, her eyes full of disdain, taunting Xiao Xuan for daring to be arrogant despite only being at the first level of the Golden Core realm. She and Qing Yanzi, who were revealed to be at the third and fourth levels of the Golden Core realm, roared in fury, declaring that if Xiao Xuan dared to kill their disciples, he must pay the price. Xiao Xuan calmly faced the formidable duo. He had heard of these two elders of the Sun Moon Ghost sect, known by the moniker Yin-Yang deities, possessing unparalleled soul-snatching skills. He flashed a confident smirk, revealing that he had deliberately concealed his aura to lure these two short-sighted individuals into showing themselves. Qing Yanzi let out an angry roar. The iron chains on his body shattered, and he charged straight toward Xiao Xuan, wanting to show him what true power was. Xiao Xuan remained unusually calm, leisurely using his fan to neatly block Qing Yanzi's chain attack, his eyes sharp enough to pierce through his opponent. Xiao Xuan maintained a calm expression, his red eyes gleaming with confidence as he parried his opponent's lightning-fast attack. Qing Yanzi roared smugly. "My iron chains are forged from the blood and resentment of thousands of people, powerful enough to turn a nascent soul cultivator into white bones with just one touch." Xiao Xuan smirked, muttering to himself that his bragging was ridiculous. As long as he didn't touch it, it would be fine. Suddenly, Xiao Xuan's eyes widened in surprise, as if something unexpected had occurred. From behind, Bai Yanzi suddenly appeared, launching a coordinated attack with Qing Yanzi, summoning countless skeletal ghost souls to surround Xiao Xuan. She cackled maniacally, explaining, "My cudgel is used to sacrifice and refine the souls of thousands of people. Once you're in here, you won't be alone anymore." Xiao Xuan chuckled softly, his eyes full of interest as he realized the two enemies could even coordinate their attacks. Not bad, Bai Yanzi roared madly, her face contorted with murderous intent. Die! A gruesome death! At the same time, Qing Yanzi and Bai Yanzi simultaneously unleashed their attacks. Iron chains and ghost souls enveloped Xiaoshuan, forming a inescapable death trap. From afar, Lin Ji, along with Bai Luori and Li Qingxuan, were utterly terrified, simultaneously crying out in worry for Elder Xiao. Xiaoshuan gently closed his eyes, a mysterious smile gracing his lips, and his entire body suddenly erupted with an astonishingly brilliant golden energy. He waved his hand, and tens of thousands of brilliant golden swords appeared from thin air, swirling around Xiaoshuan like a destructive vortex. With a resounding roar, Xiaoshuan shot straight into the air, controlling countless sword chi to plunge downwards, tearing apart the encirclement of the two enemies. Bai Yanzi cried out in panic, "You're only at the chi condensation realm, yet you can withstand our demonic energy?" Qing Yanzi watched in horror as the golden swords pierced through his iron chain encirclement, unable to utter a word. A brilliant golden sword plunged straight into Qing Yanzi, making him scream in pain as fresh blood splattered everywhere. Bai Yanzi was utterly terrified, her eyes wide as she stared at the destructive sword, Qi, wondering how a soul sword could possess such terrifying power. From behind, Lin Ji cried out in alarm, warning her master that someone was trying to escape. It was none other than Bai Yanzi, fleeing in a panic, but a cold, menacing voice rang out, asking if she wanted to run away. Xiaoshuan smiled brightly, holding up a violet spirit stone in his hand. In his mind, he was calculating the immense value of these 2,000 supreme-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 2 billion low-grade spirit stones. He joyfully reached his hand towards the sky, surrounded by countless glittering violet spirit stones, exclaiming that this was truly getting rich overnight. In an instant, Xiaoshuan regained his cold expression, his red eyes blazing. He raised his hand to summon a brilliant golden sword Qi, declaring that no one could escape. The gigantic sword Qi descended from above, aimed directly at Bai Yanzi, who was attempting to flee. Xiaoshuan coldly declared, "You should die." Bai Yanzi gritted her teeth, hastily summoning countless blue ghost souls to envelop herself, ordering them to block the attack. Xiaoshuan's brilliant golden sword Qi plunged straight into the vortex of ghost souls, creating an earth-shattering clash of power. In that moment, Xiaoshuan unexpectedly declared to the ghost souls that once the formation was broken, they would all be free. The ghost souls, in the form of blue skulls, suddenly stopped, their eyes showing surprise and confusion. Bai Yanzi was stunned to see the very ghost souls she had summoned turn their backs on her. She screamed, asking what they were doing, that the enemy was Xiaoshuan, not her. Lin Ji watched in horror as Bai Yanzi was attacked by her own ghost souls. She desperately screamed, "Let me go!" Countless blue ghost souls surrounded Bai Yanzi, forming a fierce vortex that engulfed her in despair. After completing their task, the ghost souls gradually vanished into the air, flying freely amidst the deep green forest. Xiaoshuan calmly watched the ghost souls disappear, coldly declaring, "Go reincarnate." Behind him, Bai Luori and Li Qingxuan were also observed. Bai Luori and Li Qingxuan gasped in astonishment, unable to believe that the two elders of the Sun Moon Ghost sect had been defeated by Xiaoshuan in just 2 moves. Immediately, Lin Ji appeared with a radiant smile, holding a Chengkun bag and her weapon, showing her master that she had collected all the treasures. Xiaoshuan smiled contentedly, praising his obedient disciple for becoming increasingly skilled at collecting spoils, then generously gifted her Zhang Yi's Changkun bag. Witnessing that scene, Bai Luori and Li Qingxuan were once again stunned, not expecting Elder Xiao to give all the wealth of the 2 elders to his disciple. Lin Ji was equally astonished. She widened her eyes at the enormous quantity of spirit stones and pills, confusedly asking her master how she could possibly use them all. Xiaoshuan merely smirked confidently, waved his hand telling her to keep them, then turned to focus on his own rewards. The return system immediately activated, displaying a series of massive rewards, including a 4th-grade soul nurturing pill, a large-capacity Changkun ring, a 5000-year-old spirit herb, and especially 2,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. Xiaoshuan smiled radiantly, his eyes lighting up as he calculated the value, realizing that 2,000 supreme-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 2 billion low-grade spirit stones. He couldn't suppress his excitement, raising both hands and cheering amidst countless glittering violet spirit stones, exclaiming that getting rich overnight was truly just like this. Afterwards, Lin Ji turned back, humbly telling Xiaoshuan that she already had a better Changkun ring. She smiled brightly, her cheeks flushed, offering to give the 2 Changkun bags that her master had just bestowed to Bai Luori and Li Qingxuan. The 2 junior disciples were startled, hastily waving their hands in refusal, shyly saying that they dared not accept their senior sister's gift. Xiaoshuan looked at Lin Ji with affection, patted her head, and affirmed, "If I've given it to you, then it's yours. You can do whatever you want with it. Finally, Lin Ji happily gave the gifts to the other two, making Bai Luori and Li Qingxuan also smile brightly, praising Xiao Xuan and their senior sister for being so kind. As Xiao Xuan and Lin Ji walked away, Bai Luori and Li Qingxuan watched them with eyes full of admiration and a hint of envy, secretly wishing they could also join the seventh peak. The scene transitioned. Xiao Xuan and Lin Ji appeared together before a large city gate, clearly marked Luoyun City, Pill Refining Chamber. Xiao Xuan and Lin Ji entered Luoyun City's Pill Refining Chamber, where other cultivators were diligently working beside gigantic cauldrons, making Lin Ji curiously ask her master what they were doing there. The white-haired young man smiled confidently, explaining that they would refine foundation establishment pills from the 1,000-year herb they had just obtained, and then they would go to the Luoyun sect. A beautiful blonde girl, Su Mohan, was holding a small medicine bottle, her eyes surprised upon hearing the powerful name Foundation Establishment Pill. She secretly pondered that, to refine this type of pill, one must at least reach the golden core realm. Then she was astonished, wondering if that young man was already a golden core cultivator. Su Mohan continued to observe Xiao Xuan and his disciple preparing to refine pills, her eyes unable to hide her admiration. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion rang out. Xiao Xuan's cauldron violently exploded, terrifying Lin Ji and Su Mohan to the extreme, the pink-haired girl screaming loudly. Xiao Xuan awkwardly covered his face with his fan, admitting it had been a long time since he refined foundation establishment pills, while Lin Ji pouted, doubting her master's abilities. Su Mohan smiled faintly with good intentions, seemingly having a sudden idea. The girl approached Xiao Xuan and Lin Ji, offering to help refine the foundation establishment pill, making Lin Ji exclaim in surprise. Huh? Su Mohan explained that Xiao Xuan only needed to personally infuse spiritual energy into the final step. The surrounding crowd began to whisper, admiring her kindness. Xiao Xuan looked at Su Mohan in astonishment, wondering if this young girl was already a second-grade alchemist. Xiao Xuan politely thanked her and promised to compensate her at double the market price. Su Mohan smiled, beginning to cast her pill-refining art with vibrant blue spiritual energy radiating outward. She concentrated all the essence of the herbs into the cauldron, and the vibrant blue spiritual energy surged powerfully, gradually transforming into the shape of a pill. Su Mohan continued to concentrate intensely, brilliant golden spiritual energy erupting from the cauldron, enveloping the entire space with astonishing power. Finally, a perfect pill flew up from the cauldron. Su Mohan smiled contentedly, declaring that she had succeeded perfectly. Xiao Xuan offered the reward to Su Mohan, but she merely smiled and refused, saying it was just a small help. A blonde woman stood stunned amidst the bustling crowd, listening for news about a rare earth sword soon to be auctioned. She hastily waved her hand, refusing the offer of compensation, seemingly in a hurry to leave. Xiao Xuan and Lin Ji appeared. The old man's eyes suddenly lit up with the thought of the auction, realizing his disciple was lacking a worthy weapon. He smiled meaningfully, declaring he would buy all the treasures for his disciple to make a fortune, which Lin Ji happily agreed to. The atmosphere on the second floor of the secret heavenly mechanism tower became lively as the auctioneer introduced the Millennium Ironwood Whip with a starting bid of 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Before anyone could react, Lin Ji excitedly shouted a bid of 100,000, causing Xiao Xuan beside her to smile contentedly. Other participants began to murmur complaints, frustrated that this master-disciple pair had swept up over a dozen treasures at exorbitant prices from the very beginning. The blonde woman stood there, her expression astonished by the pair's wealth and extravagance. The auctioneer didn't let the atmosphere settle, immediately introducing the next item, a blazing high-grade fire lotus magma. After inspection, the fire lotus was deemed a supreme treasure with a cool starting bid of 1 million low-grade spirit stones. The blonde woman gripped her bidding paddle tightly, her eyes flashing with determination, vowing to herself that she must win the fire lotus this time. But in an instant, Lin Ji roared excitedly, decisively shouting a bid of 2 million. The immense shock completely devastated the blonde woman. She burst into sobs, and her bidding paddle fell from her hand. The auctioneer loudly called out, 2 million, going once! While the crowd below could only sigh in resignation at the tycoon no one dared to contend with. The decisive sound of the gavel confirmed the successful transaction at 2 million spirit stone. Xiao Xuan smirked smugly, holding a bag of spirit stones, exclaiming that the feeling of being broke after splurging was truly exhilarating. The auction manager respectfully handed the Icefire Magma Lotus to Xiao Xuan, congratulating the guest on winning the treasure. Lin Ji beside him cheered delightedly, her eyes sparkling at the brilliant beauty of the fire lotus. From another corner, a strange man sipped his tea, his gaze scrutinizing the pair. He wondered if those two intended to snatch up all the treasures at this auction. Su Muhang, the blonde girl, was deep in thought, her eyes revealing worry. She wondered if they would agree if she went to ask for the fire lotus that had just been successfully auctioned. Su Muhang hesitated, approaching. Just as she was about to speak, Xiao Xuan recognized her. He smiled and asked, "Isn't this the young lady who helped me refine pills before?" Without hesitation, Su Muhang immediately knelt before Xiao Xuan, pleading, "I am Su Muhang. My father is suffering qi deviation while cultivating, and needs the ice-fire magma lotus to save his life. Please, young master, sell it to me." She resolutely declared that she was willing to do anything to repay the kindness if help. Lin Ji looked at her master in surprise, seemingly wanting to ask for his opinion. Xiao Xuan smiled and gave the fire lotus to Lin Ji. The system announced the return of 5 times the level 5 ice-fire magma lotus, and Lin Ji, understanding her master's intent, was about to speak with Su Muhang. A sudden "wait" rang out, and at the same time, a leather whip lashed down fiercely, making Lin Ji jump and spin around. She quickly drew her sword, swinging a dazzling arc to block the sudden attack. Lin Ji's ruby-red eyes blazed, and she growled at the attacker. "Who's there?" Throughout the hall, the crowd began to murmur and gossip, some even cheering gleefully at the unfolding drama. An arrogant voice rang out, calling Lin Ji a commoner. The whip-wielder, a subordinate, held his head high and declared that his young master was willing to pay 3 million spirit stones for the fire lotus. The surrounding crowd once again buzzed with astonishment at the astronomical price, far exceeding the value of a human-grade elixir. Wang Rong, the son of the Luoyun city lord, smirked smugly. He taunted, 3 million spirit stones are nothing compared to young Lady Su's beauty. Su Muhang looked at Wang Rong with a mix of surprise and annoyance, muttering, "It's him again." Xiao Xuan beside her merely let out a soft "oh," his eyes full of interest as he observed the unfolding events. The surrounding crowd began to murmur, worried for Su Muhang as young city lord Wang Rong had been constantly harassing her since she became the family head. A man with a whip pointed directly at Xiao Xuan, loudly demanding why he hadn't offered the fire lotus heart to young master Wang Rong. Lin Ji angrily pointed at the man, declaring decisively, "Just because you say you want to buy it means we'll sell it? Dream on! We're not selling!" Xiao Xuan beside her slowly stood up, a trace of blood still at the corner of his mouth. Su Muhang frantically pulled Lin Ji back, begging her not to be impulsive as they couldn't afford to offend that man. Xiao Xuan still stood there, calmly observing. Xiao Xuan turned to Su Muhang, gently asking if she had any connection to the person who had just spoken. Su Muhang explained that Wang Rong was the son of the Luoyun city lord, a notorious bully. She recounted how he had once proposed to her, but she refused, and since then, Wang Rong had continuously harassed her everywhere. She bowed her head, apologizing to Xiao Xuan and Lin Ji for causing trouble, then offered 50,000 spirit stones as compensation and said she would leave immediately. Xiao Xuan looked at Su Muhang thoughtfully, silently evaluating the girl. For her father, she was willing to do anything, facing challenges without fear, and was even a level 2 pill refiner at such a young age. He thought she could absolutely become his disciple. Xiao Xuan suddenly called Su Muhang back, offering to help her obtain the fire lotus heart and completely resolve her troubles with the young city lord, but with one condition. Su Muhang was startled, hastily asking what that condition was. Xiao Xuan smiled confidently, his red eyes glowing as he declared the condition. "Become my disciple." Without hesitation, Su Muhang immediately accepted, affirming that she was willing to do anything just to save her father. Su Muhang knelt down to pay respects to her master, begging Xiao Xuan to accept a bow from his disciple. He smiled contentedly, declaring her officially his second true disciple, then told her to stand up. The system congratulated Xiao Xuan on taking a disciple, revealed Su Muhang had the Heart of Alchemy boosting pill success by 70% and granting double refund, gave him a copy, and showed her details with low talent but human-grade Heart of Alchemy, making Xiao Xuan suspect she chose the wrong path after Medea's inheritance. Xiao Xuan turned and called Lin Ji, and the pink-haired girl immediately raised her hand, eagerly responding. Lin Ji shot off like a pink gust of wind, her eyes blazing with determination, boldly declaring that she would annihilate all these dogs for master and affirmed that she would obey all commands. The whip wielder angrily roared arrogant, then swung his sharp leather whip towards the girl. But in an instant, a devastating kick from Lin Ji landed squarely on his face, making him widen his eyes, his tongue lolling out in pain, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Without stopping, Lin Ji unleashed another blow that created a dazzling explosion, causing Wang Rong and the girl beside him to recoil in terror. She growled, declaring that she hated such scoundrels the most. Holding her gleaming sword, Lin Ji advanced, her eyes as sharp as blades, seemingly wanting to pierce through Wang Rong. He clutched the girl beside him, stammering, You dare to hit my people? Do you know who my father is?" Lin Ji didn't care, her eyes blazing with fury. She declared bluntly, "I don't care who your father is. I'll beat you until even your father doesn't recognize you anymore." Wang Rong was utterly terrified. Snot streaming down his face, he shrieked a name. "Wu Ming! Wu Ming, come out now!" and threatened that if anything happened to him, his father would spare no one. Just then, a masked figure suddenly appeared, using a sword to block Lin Ji's fatal attack, creating a powerful shockwave. The terrifying impact shook the air, but the mysterious man stood firm, protecting Wang Rong. Lin Ji was slightly startled, her eyes full of vigilance as she stared at the newcomer. The masked man stood in front of Wang Rong, his eyes as sharp as knives. Wang Rong, still trembling, immediately questioned, "Wu Ming! Wu Ming! What do you want to do?" Meanwhile, from a distance, Xiao Xuan smiled with great interest, observing everything. Regaining his composure, Wang Rong revealed a sinister expression. He ordered Wu Ming, "Aren't you very violent? Keep going crazy. Wu Ming, quickly help me beat this little girl to a pulp." And that brat standing behind her too. Lin Ji frowned in annoyance at Wang Rong's arrogance, while the masked man held his ground, his gaze unwavering. But Wu Ming coldly replied to the young master, "Young city lord, I am only ordered to protect you. I will not interfere in your private disputes with others." Wang Rong angrily retorted, "You!" Suddenly, another man, likely the auction host, angrily slammed his gavel onto the table, roaring, "Too arrogant! Where do you think this is?" The auction host, his face flushed, roared a warning to everyone. "Fighting in the Heavenly Mechanism Tower will result in execution by law. If you don't want to die, get out now. This place does not welcome arrogant fools." Wang Rong, despite the warning, remained unfazed. He arrogantly declared that he would spare his opponents this time, but warned them not to let him see them again in Luoyun City. Lin Ji was so angry that she gnashed her teeth, unable to accept the young master's contempt. The blonde girl beside her hastily advised Lin Ji not to bother with people like that young master, while Wu Ming merely observed in silence. One of Wang Rong's subordinates wondered if they would truly let their opponents go so easily, but the young master of Luoyun City smirked, retorting, "Do you think I only bark and don't bite?" He explained that they would make their move as soon as they left the Heavenly Mechanism Tower, thus neither breaking the tower's rules nor allowing their opponents to save face. Wang Rong burst into a disgusting laugh, declaring he would kill that annoying brat, strip him naked, and hang him on the city gates. And as for the two girls, he left the sentence hanging with a meaningful smile. A moment later, Wang Rong's whip-wielding subordinate stood outside the Heavenly Mechanism Tower, surprised that their opponents had not yet appeared. Suddenly, Xiao Xuan appeared, flashing a mysterious smile, signaling Lin Ji and their companions to prepare. Wu Ming, with terrifying speed, unleashed a stream of azure sword chi that seemed to tear through space. One of Wang Rong's subordinates, caught off guard, was struck by the masked man's sword chi and sent flying. Wang Rong screamed in horror, "Master!" when he saw the whip-wielding subordinate attacked by Wu Ming. The masked man coldly stood over the fallen subordinate's body, declaring that he had waited for the opponents to leave the tower before making his move, thus violating no rules. Xiao Xuan calmly clasped his hands, smiling as he watched Wang Rong's subordinate angrily roaring, affirming that he had made no baseless accusations. The whip-wielding subordinate, though still muttering curses at his opponents, calling them foolish and arrogant, was struck down by the masked man in the blink of an eye. The masked man revealed a determined expression, affirming that even if he didn't like his employer, having accepted payment meant he had to be loyal. He gestured, coldly declaring that if Xiao Xuan dared to kill the person he was protecting, he would have to bring the opponent's head back as a report. Otherwise, the Wang family would hunt him to the ends of the earth. Wu Ming subtly curled his lips, a smile containing smugness and challenge. Xiao Xuan stood calmly amidst a flurry of golden swords, casually asking his opponent in return, "Your sword is already broken, yet you still wish to fight me?" Wu Ming said little, his arm instantly transforming, covered in green scales and sharp claws. He confidently declared, "I carry the bloodline of a fierce beast. This body is even tougher than a sword. Using a sword is merely a convenience." Xiao Xuan narrowed his eyes, his crimson gaze flashing with amusement. He softly asked, "Is that so?" Xiao Xuan didn't hesitate, immediately unleashing countless brilliant golden sword chi, forming a storm of swords that surged straight towards his opponent. Wu Ming dodged amidst the sword flurry, his transformed arm firmly gripping a green sword. He arrogantly retorted, "But it seems you've run out of tricks." Xiao Xuan remained calm, admitting his opponent was right that it would be difficult to do anything to him with just finger-controlled sword arts. But ordinary spiritual flying swords were too weak. Xiao Xuan suddenly summoned a blazing red fire lotus, explaining that this was the fire lotus lava, which absorbed the purest fire elemental essence in the world, making it extremely suitable for refining artifacts. Xiao Xuan smiled excitedly, deciding to seize this opportunity to upgrade his weapon right on the spot. When the new blazing sword took shape, he happily named it Joy of Fire. Xiao Xuan immediately waved his hand, ordering the new sword, Joy of Fire, and the other sword, Qi, to charge forward, not forgetting to instruct. Go! Joy of Fire! Have fun playing with this brother. Wuming was startled, his face showing extreme astonishment as he was directly attacked by the blazing golden fire sword, exclaiming a surprised, "What?" Wuming felt the terrifying heat from the flames. His transformed arm began to smoke. He realized in panic, what kind of pure fire element is this? This isn't good. Wuming hastily created a blue energy shield, but it quickly cracked under the onslaught of numerous sword chi. He desperately realized the shield couldn't hold out much longer. Wuming gritted his teeth, his eyes hidden behind the mask revealing extreme terror as he realized his opponent was completely out of his league. Zhao Xuan, with his usual confident smile, slightly curled his lips and declared, "This isn't over yet." Wuming's transformed arm clung tightly to the green sword, straining to resist the terrifying pressure bearing down. But then, a terrifying cracking sound echoed. Wuming's shield shattered in an instant, causing him to exclaim in panic, "This isn't good." Numerous, blazing sword, Qi rained down like a meteor shower, crushing all hope of resistance from Wuming. In that moment of life and death, he looked up, his voice filled with despair. "It seems I've lost." Wuming gave up, his gaze resolute. He accepted his fate and challenged his opponent. "If you want to kill me, then do it." He repeated the challenge, his face showing no fear, ready to embrace death. Zhao Xuan smiled subtly, raising a finger to signal, a gentle yet authoritative gesture. Suddenly, all the blazing sword Qi in the sky vanished without a trace, leaving Wuming utterly astonished. Zhao Xuan stood tall, his sharp gaze looking down at his opponent. He declared that he would spare Wuming's life because Wuming knew when to admit defeat, and then commented, "Though he's a bit petty, he's quite resilient." He turned and walked away, introducing himself as Zhao Xuan and arrogantly stating, "If you wish for revenge, you may come at any time." Zhao Xuan turned his head back, a smile still on his lips but his eyes full of warning. "However, if you can't protect yourself, others will come to settle scores. You'll need luck to survive." Wuming stood frozen in place, his face stunned, unable to utter a word after the recent admonishment. Zhao Xuan, Linji, and Bai Luori departed. He ordered the two girls to go save Su Mahong's father, while Linji and Bai Luori happily admired and praised their master for being too handsome. Wuming turned his head to look at Zhao Xuan and the two girls, secretly marveling at the extraordinary abilities of the young elder Xiao. Wuming quickly darted away, blood still oozing from the wound on his arm. He told himself that if he survived the pursuit by the Wang family, he would definitely have a chance to meet that senior again. In the distance, the Su Manor appeared majestic under the morning sun, green leaves gently fluttering in the wind, signaling a new day that would be far from peaceful. Zhao Xuan, Lin Ji, and Bai Luori crossed the stone bridge in the Su Manor. He joked that Ji Nu must come from a wealthy family. Lin Ji immediately explained that the Su family was once very prosperous under her father's time, but ever since she temporarily took over as family head, everything had rapidly declined. Bai Luori then spoke up to warn that Zhao Xuan killing Wang Rong was not simple, because his father was Wang Wencheng, who was not only the city lord of Luoyang but also an elder of the Luoyang sect. She also revealed that Wang Wencheng was rumored to have an extremely close relationship with the sect master of Luoyun sect, so Elder Xiao provoking him would definitely cause big trouble in the future. However, Lin Ji appeared resolute, her fiery eyes declaring, "If they dare to come, we will make sure they can't leave. The Luoyun sect was always our target anyway." Bai Luori smiled, leading the other two, and said, "Please come this way." Inside the main hall, Su Hongtian, Su Muhong's second uncle, was sitting in the main seat, his face scowling with anger. He slammed his fist onto the table, growling Su Muhong's name, his eyes spitting fire. Zhao Xuan, Lin Ji, and Bai Luori entered, facing Su Hongtian and the family elders. The second uncle angrily scolded Su Muhong as an unfilial wretch, daring to show his face here. Bai Luori looked at Su Hongtian in surprise, exclaiming, "Second uncle?" The yellow-haired girl continued to look at the people around her, then asked further, "And the family elders, too?" She confusedly asked, "Why is everyone here?" Zhao Xuan thoughtfully concluded that those who came here had ill intentions. Immediately, Su Ruoyu, Su Muhong's third aunt, pointed directly at him, angrily accusing Su Muhong of selling off the Su family's assets, taking advantage of his elder brother's injury to seize property and indulge in the heavenly secret tower. Bai Luori explained that she sold the assets not for enjoyment, but to buy a fire lotus heart to save her father. Immediately, a voice rang out, questioning her. "Where is the fire lotus heart?" The yellow-haired girl held out her hand, revealing a blazing flower shining in her palm, and explained that she had carefully preserved it, fearing damage. Without waiting for her to finish, Su Hongtian, Su Muhong's second uncle, suddenly erupted with imposing aura, reaching out aggressively and ordering, "Give it to me!" Bai Luori recoiled in fright, clutching the precious flower tightly. She hadn't expected her own relatives to act so cruelly. She continued to step back, her eyes clearly showing panic under the pressure from the elder. Just at the critical moment, Xiao Xuan appeared like a deity, standing in front of her. He smiled defiantly, unleashing countless brilliant golden sword chi. Let's see who dares to touch her. Su Hongtian was stunned, realizing the opponent's terrifying power. He knew he was no match for the white-haired man. Without hesitation, he turned and fled for his life, muttering, "Run first." A streak of brilliant golden sword chi tore through the air, piercing directly into Su Hongtian's shoulder, making him cry out in pain. Successive sword chi rained down, pinning the elder's body tightly. Su Hongtian collapsed to the ground, his body pierced by countless golden sword chi. He could only let out a cry of surprise mixed with pain. Su Ruoyu, Su Mahong's third aunt, appeared, glaring angrily at Su Hongtian, seemingly scolding him for his weakness. She turned to Xiao Xuan, sharply questioning, "Su Mahong, what the hell are you doing? Now you're even bringing outsiders to deal with your own family." Xiao Xuan slightly curled his lips, indifferently telling Bai Luori and Lin Ji not to waste words on those people, while Su Mahong, standing behind, could only stammer out excuses. Xiao Xuan stood confidently in the middle of the room, facing the scowling Su family members. He curled his lips in a challenge. "What? Still itching for a fight? Then come on, kill me!" Before he could finish speaking, a gigantic golden sword suddenly descended from the sky, plunging right in front of Su Hongtian, making him recoil in shock, his face drained of all color. Xiao Xuan coldly looked at the Su family members, flicking his finger. Numerous brilliant golden sword spirits appeared behind him, ready to strike at any moment, and he declared, "My sword spirits have no eyes. Who dares to take another step?" Su Hongtian, though frightened, still tried to brace himself. He glared and loudly declared that no matter how impulsive Su Muhong, Su Hongtian, and Su Ruyue were, they were still family, blood relatives, and could not be bullied by outsiders. Hearing the words, family, Bai Luori, standing next to Xiao Xuan, suddenly froze, her eyes briefly showing disbelief and pain. Su Ruoyue immediately pointed at Bai Luori, scolding her as an ungrateful wretch who had been raised by the Su family for 20 years, only to now turn her back and betray them. Bai Luori's eyes welled up with tears, her blue eyes flashing with indignation. She pointed directly at Su Ruoyue's face and growled, "Heartless wretch! What right do you have to come here and accuse me?" She continued to vent her anger, explaining that her father had gone mad, but no one in the Su family cared. All of them only knew how to take advantage of his mental decline to divide up his assets. Bai Luori was furious to the extreme, her eyes bloodshot, veins bulging. She shouted that they were merely waiting for her father to die. Lin Ji hastily embraced the sobbing Bai Luori. She turned to the Su family members, angrily scolding them as people worse than beasts, lowly and disgusting. Xiao Xuan gently placed a hand on Bai Luori's shoulder, comforting her and saying that it was time to teach Su Muhong his first lesson since joining his ranks. He looked directly at the trembling Su family crowd, grandly declaring that when facing those who throw stones down a well, kick someone when they're down, only strength can speak. Xiao Xuan turned to Su Muhong, asking for his opinion on whether he wanted to suppress these people, even suggesting, "Should we wipe out this entire family?" Xiao Xuan's words were like a clap of thunder, causing Su Hongtian, Su Ruoyu, and the other Su family elders to fall to the ground in horror, their faces drained of all color. Bai Luori looked at Xiao Xuan, her eyes still tearful but now showing confusion, as if she was struggling with herself over his ruthless suggestion. Su Hongtian knelt before Xiao Xuan, earnestly begging the master to suppress the entire Su family, but only wished for him to strip them of their cultivation, not their lives. Xiao Xuan slightly curled his lips, calmly holding the fan in his hand, then decisively agreed, ordering Su Muhong to quickly go save his father while he would handle this area. Bai Luori bowed her head in gratitude to her master, while Lin Ji hastily grabbed her hand, urging them both to leave quickly. Standing in the wide courtyard, Xiao Xuan remained as towering as a mountain, his gaze following the figures of the two girls. Bai Luori suddenly turned her head, her cheeks flushed, and softly called out, "Master!" with lingering affection. His hand gently tightened around a small wooden block, his eyes flashing with an inscrutable light. Xiao Xuan flashed a sinister smile, his gaze sweeping over the trembling individuals. Then he asked challengingly, "So, who should we start with?" He repeated the question, his face unable to hide his amusement as he watched the terrified Su family members. The wooden block in Xiao Xuan's hand suddenly burst into brilliant flames. He sneered, pointing directly at the one who had just begged, "Why don't we start with you first?" Su Hongtian, who had just been kneeling, was now surrounded by countless dazzling golden swords. He lay prostrate on the ground in horror. The Su family elder's eyes widened, his face contorted with fear, and he cried out miserably, "No, I don't want to!" Not just him, but many other Su family members were also screaming in terror, falling prostrate as brilliant golden sword chi rained down. Xiao Xuan stood calmly amidst the golden sword formation, looked at someone who had fallen unconscious, then casually asked, "Next, who wants to go first?" Su Hongtian and the Su family members were in extreme panic, scattering in all directions, running for their lives and shouting, "Run, run like the wind!" Xiao Xuan just stood there, his cold eyes following those struggling to escape, as if he were watching a humorous play. Xiao Xuan, with his fiery red eyes and a sneer, coldly declared, "Don't even think about escaping, not a single one of you!" Immediately, a brilliant golden sword qi erupted from him, sweeping away the fleeing Su family members, sending Su Hongtian, Su Ruoyue, and the other elders flying in panic. In a moment of silence, Bai Luori's eyes gleamed with red light, and she mused, "No one has ever helped me so selflessly, without seeking anything in return." Lin Ji held her friend's hand, smiling as she called out, "Hey, junior sister," while Luori resolutely affirmed that she would redouble her efforts to save her father. Soon, the scene shifted to Su Jiwan's room, where Bai Luori was kneeling by the bed, her eyes filled with worry as she looked at her father. She could only remain silent, her blue eyes welling up with tears, her face clearly showing helplessness and sorrow. Xiao Xuan and Lin Ji appeared, and the girl recounted her situation. "My master abolished all of my cultivation, and now I'm imprisoned in a damp dungeon." Luori gently raised her head, her voice weak but full of gratitude. "All right. Thank you, everyone." Lin Ji anxiously inquired about Bai Luori's father's condition, and the blonde girl sadly replied that Su Jiwan was still unconscious after swallowing the fire lotus heart. Xiao Xuan stood there, his sharp eyes narrowing slightly, an inscrutable smile playing on his lips. He stepped closer, looked directly at Bai Luori, and gently offered, "Let me take a look." Xiao Xuan placed his hand on Su Jiwan's wrist. A brilliant golden energy enveloped it, and he immediately diagnosed, "Your father's injury is not due to qi deviation, but rather damaged meridians." He continued to analyze, his expression serious. "The attacker was ruthless. If not for your father's powerful medicinal strength, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to keep his life." Bai Luori exclaimed in horror, "What the hell happened?" But Xiao Xuan reassured her, saying that the current situation was relatively stable. Elder Xiao confidently extended his hand, and the golden energy surged powerfully again, declaring that he would regenerate Su Jiwan's meridians, making him as good as new. Xiao Xuan, with his fiery red eyes and a determined expression, declared that after mastering swordsmanship and cultivating the Qianli Jianfa, his ability to control spiritual power had reached new heights. Elder Xiao confidently asserted that even the complex task of restoring meridians was a minor matter for him, as a brilliant golden spiritual energy enveloped his body. In the room, Su Jiwan began to cough, causing Bai Luori and Lin Ji to cry out in alarm, "Father! And wake up!" Filled with worry, Su Jiwan opened his eyes, vaguely calling out Mu Hong, seemingly not yet fully conscious. The old man was still a bit dazed, his eyes slightly open as he looked around, repeating the name Mu Hong as if searching for something. Bai Luori hurriedly asked her father how he felt, while Su Jiwan rubbed his temples, reassuring her that he was just a little dizzy. As soon as he became more alert, Su Jiwan immediately frowned, anxiously asking about Su Muhang and his second uncle, fearing they had caused trouble. Bai Luori replied that Su Muhang was fine, but a bad premonition arose in her heart, wondering why her father suddenly mentioned his second uncle. Su Jiwan mused and explained that in recent years, he had dedicated all his efforts to improving the Huosheng Dan formula, and just a few days ago, he had achieved a breakthrough. The old man continued, saying that the new formula significantly reduced the requirements for medicinal ingredients but demanded an extremely high level of alchemy from the alchemist. In a flashback, Su Jiwan recounted how he had sought out Su Hongtian for help because his own cultivation was insufficient. But unexpectedly, the second uncle took this opportunity to poison him during the alchemy process, growling, "Embrace death!" Elder Su painfully concluded that there was no inherent grudge between him and Su Hongtian, but the latter harbored deep hatred, perhaps because their father had chosen him as family head instead of his elder brother. Bai Luori clenched her fists, her face filled with indignation as she listened to her father recount the horrifying truth. She angrily exclaimed, "So it was him!" Xiao Xuan looked at Su Jiwan, thoughtfully asking about the Shendan, and musing to himself that wasn't this a Danfang level 3, perfect for upgrading Su Mahong's Dandao Ji Xin. Xiao Xuan smiled, looking at Su Jiwan lying on the bed, and asked to borrow something, which made the old man exclaim in surprise, "Who are you?" Su Jiwan immediately sat up, introduced Xiao Xuan as an elder of Hongming Pavilion and his daughter Bai Luori's new master, and expressed gratitude that it was thanks to him that his daughter was able to save his life. The old man stared thoughtfully at the wall, as if contemplating something. Suddenly, Su Jiwan opened a secret compartment in the wall, revealing a scroll inside, which made Bai Luori ask in surprise, "Father, when did you install this in the bedroom?" The old man chuckled, Originally, it was for hiding my private money. Su Jiwan solemnly handed the scroll to Xiao Xuan, saying, "You saved my life! As long as it's the Su family's secret formula, you can take it, if you wish." Xiao Xuan held the scroll, his expression thoughtful, then asked, regarding this formula, have you made any progress in improving it? Su Jiwan sighed, explaining that he was just a little short of improving the formula but was interrupted by that scoundrel Su Hongtian, while Xiao Xuan reassured him, "Don't worry, this formula isn't greatly affected. It just lacks a bit of heavenly emperor grass." Bai Luori was startled, her blue eyes wide with surprise. Heavenly emperor grass? She bowed her head, her hands clasped tightly, as if enlightened. That's right. Golden staff grass. Oh my God, why didn't I think of it? At the same time, Xiao Xuan received a surprising system notification stating that his formula comprehension rate had soared by 30%, making him exclaim in astonishment, "No wonder my mind is suddenly filled with ideas about many formulas I've learned before." Bai Luori anxiously placed her hand on her father's wrist, saying, "Father, you've managed the Su family alone for so long, it must have been very difficult." Su Ziwan replied heartbroken, "That's what I should do. It's just that my incompetent daughter, to earn money for my treatment, mortgaged all of the family's pharmacies. The Su family is probably on the verge of collapse." Su Ziyuan looked at his daughter with determined eyes, declaring, "I have a bold idea." Xiao Xuan held a money bag, a confident smirk on his face as he outlined the plan. "We can reclaim all the elixir shops, and then we'll recruit some alchemy apprentices. Sign lifetime contracts with them, ensuring they don't reveal our secret formulas. And at the same time, they will dedicate themselves to our art of alchemy." He continued to explain the harsh terms. "If the apprentices quit midway, we will make them sign a non-compete agreement. Once they leave here, they cannot practice the techniques we taught them. Otherwise," which shocked Bai Luori, Su Jiwan, and Linji profoundly, with the blonde girl exclaiming, "Tonight, the evil alchemist." Xiao Xuan smirked cunningly, his red eyes flashing with self-satisfaction. "Hehe, they will soon discover our formidable power." Without further hesitation, Xiao Xuan turned and walked away, ordering Su Muhan and senior sister Bai Luori to go practice alchemy first, while he would personally deal with that scoundrel Su Hongtian. As Linji hastily bid farewell to her senior sister, Bai Luori couldn't help but marvel at her master's unique personality, and Xiao Xuan confidently confirmed it. Meanwhile, Su Ziyuan was chained to the ground, in extreme panic, not knowing what the opponent was planning. Linji, with a determined expression, urged her little warrior to master the art of 10,000 sword chi today. And old Zhao calmly agreed. Thousands of brilliant sword chi erupted, their numbers soaring to an astonishing degree, from hundreds to thousands, then reaching 10,000. Finally, a massive surge of sword chi enveloped the entire space, and Linji cheered joyfully. "We did it," she excitedly declared. "Excellent. The next step is to merge with all things. Keep going. I believe in my disciple." Linji closed her eyes, her finger on her lips, concentrating intensely, confidently, asserting, "I believe in that too." Linji soared into the air, her entire body erupting with brilliant pink-purple energy, resolutely declaring, "I will definitely do it." The surging energy converged, crystallizing into a massive, sharp block of sword chi. With a decisive motion, Linji transformed that block of energy into a colossal, awe-inspiring sword. She joyfully announced to her master, "Master, I did it. I succeeded." Xiao Xuan praised her without reservation. "Not bad. Mastering this move is more than enough to deal with the fallen sect." "Excellent." Su Jiwan, his eyes wide with fury, muttered, "You, all of you." He screamed in despair. "What are you doing? No, please don't." As the terrifying pink-purple energy surged down, Xiao Xuan coldly reminded Su Jiwan, "Don't you remember when you tried to eliminate Su Jiwan? Did you ever think of this moment?" He ordered Linji, "Linji, make your move, my dear." And she immediately obeyed. "Yes." A powerful surge of sword chi struck down, and Su Jiwan screamed in pain. "Ah, someone's being killed! Help!" But it was all too late. Linji pouted regretfully. "Ugh, missed the target." While Xiao Xuan calmly reminded her, "Aim carefully before striking. Don't rush. Just take your time." Su Jiwan screamed miserably as a powerful surge of energy struck him directly, while Xiao Xuan smirked, casually remarking that the hit missed the target again and demanded to play again. Immediately after, the system unexpectedly announced massive rewards for comprehending boundless sword art and myriad transformations, specifically highlighting a rare earth-grade masterpiece. Xiao Xuan and Lin Ji stood there, looking down at the target flattened on the ground. Old Zhao smirked, declaring that they now had two exquisite swords in hand, along with the power of myriad transformations. He thought to himself, with this little game, everything would be fine. Lin Ji coldly ordered the one on the ground to get up. Xiao Xuan flashed a self-satisfied smile, his red eyes burning like fire, questioning the other person if this method wasn't easier than self-cultivation and comprehension. Lin Ji turned around, instructing Xiao Xuan to go see if Mikan needed help. Then she hastily called for her master to wait for her. The scene shifted to the magnificent and imposing Luoyun City Lord's mansion, where a tragedy was unfolding. Inside the grand hall, 3 men in brown robes knelt on the ground. A body covered with a white cloth lay on a stretcher, while Su Ziwan was chained, cruelly punished with fire, frantically begging not to be killed. A hand clenched tightly, slamming hard onto the ground, and an angry roar echoed, "That bastard!" Wang Wencheng, the Luoyun City Lord, father of Wang Rong, erupted in fury, his entire body enveloped by a crimson energy surge, roaring a threat not to spare anyone if the culprit wasn't caught. 2 subordinates knelt on the ground, trembling, their faces drained of color. A subordinate stammered, reporting that the culprit was Xiao Xuan, an elder of the Hongmeng sect, who had defeated Wu Ming in just a few moves. He desperately admitted they were completely helpless. Wang Wencheng roared in anger, calling his subordinates a bunch of useless good-for-nothings, as dark red energy swirled around him. He unleashed his power, and crimson energy strands shot forth, making the subordinates scream in terror, begging for their lives. A subordinate was tightly gripped by the energy surge. He painfully thought about his own strength, but then had to admit that Xiao Xuan had defeated Wu Ming with just a few moves, proving that old Xiao's true power far exceeded his ability to contend with. Wang Wencheng angrily kicked a subordinate away, shouting for him to get lost, then thoughtfully realized that to avenge Wang Rong, he had no choice but to seek help from the Luoyun sect. He turned his back, ordering his subordinates to prepare for the trip to the Luoyun sect, and at the same time, sent banquet invitations to all the noble families in the city, including the Su family. Wang Wencheng, his eyes burning red and his face contorted with rage, roared, vowing to tear Xiao Xuan's body into 1,000 pieces to avenge his son's murder. Meanwhile, the vast scene of the Su family appeared, along with a formal invitation card, subtly hinting at a major event about to unfold. Lin Ji and a blonde girl were sitting at a banquet table. She coldly remarked that this party was clearly a trap, no different from the legendary infamous Hongmen banquet. Lin Ji abruptly stood up, decisively ordering Xiao Xuan that they must leave the city immediately to go to the Luoyun sect, as she was eager to see what other tricks Wang Wencheng had up his sleeve. Xiao Xuan calmly ate grapes, wondering how he could refuse such a generous invitation, and declared he would go. Lin Ji, with her small stature, surprisingly called out, "Master?" The disciple hastily leaned close to Xiao Xuan, whispering a shocking piece of news. "Master, I just heard an earth-shattering rumor. Lin Yuncheng will also attend this grand banquet." He asked back, his voice full of hidden meaning, if his disciple wanted revenge. Lin Ji's eyes suddenly turned crimson. She roared with indignation upon hearing the name Lin Yuncheng. The blonde girl sitting opposite also exclaimed in surprise, "That damned traitor is here too?" Lin Ji, meanwhile, was so angry that her aura erupted. A paper fan opened, obscuring part of the scene, as a sign that a plan was being put into motion. Xiao Xuan, with sharp eyes, remarked that Lin Yuncheng now relied on the power of the Luoyun sect, a force not to be underestimated, so capturing him would not be easy. He stood up, turned his back, and asked his talented disciple for her opinion. Xiao Xuan flashed a self-satisfied smile, questioning Lin Ji if they should together create a grand spectacle at this banquet, and even more over-the-top version of the Hongmen banquet. The disciple immediately obeyed, affirming she would follow her master's word. The blonde girl suddenly broke into a mischievous smile, thinking to herself that it seemed someone was about to be in big trouble. Xiao Xuan calmly asked the blonde girl about the situation of the elixir shop. The girl happily replied, announcing that they had successfully reclaimed all 17 of the Su family's old medicinal shops. She continued to report, stating that they were still recruiting alchemy apprentices and would soon launch divine-grade recovery elixirs for trial sale. The girl excitedly boasted that they had sold 55 bottles, earning 50,000 low-grade spirit stone. Xiao Xuan frowned, remarking that 50 bottles was a bit few, and asked the blonde girl if she had analyzed the reasons. The girl immediately nodded, affirming that she had found several reasons. The blonde girl began to explain in detail the effects of the recovery elixir, emphasizing its ability to purify the mind, enhance concentration, and regulate internal energy. She affirmed its versatile effects were extraordinary, while happily revealing that today was also the first day of its trial sale. A hand wearing a black glove reached out, swiftly taking something with lightning speed. Xiao Xuan smiled smugly, holding a stack of papers, which he handed to the blonde girl. He ordered her to study these exquisite third-grade alchemy formulas, and after testing them, to return and report the sales results. The blonde girl exclaimed in surprise, her eyes sparkling like stars, happily asking if all of them were hers. She excitedly held the papers, boasting about this small, improved golden elixir. The girl affirmed that its healing efficacy was at least 10 times stronger than traditional methods, powerful enough to save cultivators' lives, and would definitely sell like hotcake. Xiao Xuan flashed a cunning smile, fanning himself, while the blonde girl beside him smiled radiantly, clutching the formulas tightly. He thought to himself that the joy of making money without doing anything was truly supreme. The scene shifted to the Lord's mansion at night, with shimmering lanterns and many people gathered. At a corner of the balcony, Luoyun City Lord Wang Wenqing, along with a red-haired man and a long-bearded man in yellow robes, were receiving Xiao Xuan and Lin Ji. Wang Wenqing hastily greeted them, expressing his delight at having such distinguished guests visit. The red-haired man expressed concern upon hearing that old Xiao had been ill recently. He hadn't expected that after Xiao Xuan recovered, the reputation of the elixir pharmacy would skyrocket. It was truly an unexpected stroke of luck. Xiao Xuan smiled in response, thanking City Lord Wang Wenqing for his concern. The man in yellow robes exclaimed in admiration, recognizing Xiao Xuan as the legendary figure who helped the Su family revive. He also praised Xiao Xuan for taking on an apprentice, helping her break through to a third-grade alchemist and achieve the title of Grand Master Alchemist. Xiao Xuan merely chuckled, thinking that Wang Wenqing had overstated his praise. The red-haired man suddenly blurted out Xiao Xuan's name, then turned to question City Lord Wang Wenqing. He wanted to know if Wang Wenqing was behind today's lavish banquet, entertaining distinguished guests. He continued to explain that Wang Wenqing had invited 30 supreme Jinyun sect elders to attend. Everyone had already donned their finest attire and was eagerly waiting in the banquet hall. With just an order from City Lord Wang Wenqing, they could unleash deadly skills and surround the enemy. Wang Wenqing stared at Lin Ji with an expression of extreme surprise, while Xiao Xuan and the blonde girl stood nearby, calmly observing. The City Lord muttered, seemingly realizing something about it. Lin Ji stood next to a brown-haired girl. Both stared at Wang Wenqing. The brown-haired girl muttered that Lin Ji truly resembled the young lady from back then. The red-haired man roared in anger, unable to believe this. He asserted that he had personally witnessed Lin Gu take the young Lin Ji and fall off the cliff, so how could this be possible? The banquet was ready, and a man in yellow urged everyone to hurry, as Xiao Xuan and Mansu were waiting to start the feast. In a magnificent hall, the distinguished guests had gathered around the banquet table, whispering about Xiao Xuan. Wang Wenqing, the Luoyun City Lord, raised his cup and laughed, praising Xiao Xuan profusely, saying that despite his young age, he was already a 5th-level Golden Core Master with 2 outstanding disciples, promising a bright future. The other guests also praised him endlessly, affirming that the white-haired young master was indeed a rare genius. Xiao Xuan burst into hearty laughter, fanning himself with a fan, and replied to Wang Wenqing's compliments with smugness. "Ha ha ha, Wang Qing, you are truly amazing, amazing." The white-haired young man tilted his head back and drained his wine cup, an expression of extreme enjoyment on his face. He humbly explained that everyone had misunderstood, as he was only at the 3rd-level Golden Core. But Lin Ji, standing nearby, quickly interjected, calling out worriedly, "Master." Xiao Xuan ignored his disciple, proudly showing off his brilliantly glowing green sword. "Thanks to this amazing sword, this is an extraordinary treasure I stumbled upon. Its power is truly special." Lin Ji and the long-haired blonde girl standing behind Xiao Xuan both looked terrified as he continued to boast. "If not for this sword, with my power, how would I dare descend the mountain?" Lin Ji immediately shouted, reminding her master. "One should not flaunt their possessions. What are you doing?" Wang Wenqing, with a face full of indignation, growled an order to his attendant. "Someone, come here." He secretly thought he had fallen into a trap, believing Xiao Xuan to be some mysterious figure. But it turned out he was just a mere errand boy for his sect. A yellow-robed attendant hastily brought a large chest, while Xiao Xuan looked on in surprise. And Lin Ji was utterly shocked. The attendant opened the chest, revealing it to be filled with sparkling azure spirit stones, and respectfully said, "I have long admired young Master Xiao, and today I have prepared a special generous gift to befriend him." Xiao Xuan immediately transformed into a money-eyed version, shouting with joy upon seeing the countless spirit stones. "Spirit stones! So many spirit stones!" Lin Ji, meanwhile, helplessly cried, "Master!" The white-haired young man happily rolled around amidst the pile of spirit stones, cheerfully recounting, "Oh my goodness! I was supposed to descend the mountain to buy some things for the sect and perhaps treat myself a little. But you won't believe it, I spent millions of spirit stones in the blink of an eye. I was worried about how to explain it when I returned, but thanks to you, City Lord Wang, all my worries have vanished." Wang Wenqing looked at Xiao Xuan with extreme disdain, secretly cursing Xiao Xuan as nothing more than a sect's errand boy, no different from a dog. The red-haired man, after witnessing Xiao Xuan's display, suddenly flashed a cunning smile and suggested, "I've heard that young Master Xiao has exceptional talent in teaching disciples. Why don't we let your disciple compete against mine? Let's hold a small, friendly spar to liven up the atmosphere for everyone." Wang Wencheng extended his hand, proposing to use these spirit stones as a wager for the upcoming spar. Xiao Xuan calmly nodded, accepting the challenge and ordering Lin Ji. "No problem, Xiao Ji, it's your turn." The Luo Yun city lord laughed heartily, rubbing his hands together, praising Xiao Xuan for being so refreshing. He immediately opened the chest of spirit stones, declaring he would wager an additional 10 million low-grade spirit stones if Xiao Xuan's disciple won. Xiao Xuan scratched his head, his face slightly flushed, lamenting that he was bankrupt and had nothing left to wager. Suddenly, a light bulb flashed above his head, his fiery red eyes instantly turning into sparkling gold coins as a bold idea had just struck him. He smiled cunningly, pulled out a glowing green sword, and proposed, "How about I wager this precious sword? What do you think?" Wang Wencheng laughed loudly, decisively accepting, affirming that all questions were permitted. A powerful surge of energy enveloped the chest of spirit stones and the sword, sealing them. The Luo Yun city lord stipulated that no one was to touch them until the results were in. Xiao Xuan instructed Lin Ji not to make him lose face, while the blonde girl beside her also worriedly reminded her to be careful. The city lord ordered a burly, black-haired man, nicknamed Xiao He, to enter the arena. "Xiao He, you go first. Test her true strength." Lin Ji looked at her opponent, pondering, "So what's next?" Both opponents, one the black-haired man with a determined expression, the other Lin Ji with fiery eyes, were ready for the opening battle. Without hesitation, Lin Ji charged forward, unleashing brilliant pink energy streams that tore through the air. The black-haired man raised his sword to block the attack, creating a small explosion that shook the ground. He managed to block her attack, but his face clearly showed a mix of surprise and astonishment. The black-haired young man raised his sword high, blocking the incoming pink energy blades, and shouted, "Stop!" His face was beaded with sweat, a cut clearly visible on his cheek. He bowed his head, accepting defeat, and earnestly apologized to the city lord. Xiao Xuan burst into arrogant laughter, mocking his opponent for being unable to withstand a single move from his disciple, while the blonde girl and the man in yellow behind him also joined in with disdain. A black-haired man with a topknot and a brown-haired woman standing nearby showed extreme indignation, scolding the arrogant ones as uncultured, uneducated, and just a pathetic bunch of drunks. The black-haired man gritted his teeth, warning the arrogant blonde brat to enjoy his temporary arrogance, for he had yet to fully grasp the vastness and depth of the world. He flashed a meaningful smirk, secretly vowing to open his opponent's eyes in the blink of an eye. Wang Wencheng, the Luo Yun city lord, laughed loudly to diffuse the situation, stating that this was merely a friendly spar, and winning or losing was common. The Luo Yun city lord continued to laugh heartily, declaring he would wager both his sword and his entire fortune, appearing extremely pleased with the turn of events. Wang Wencheng turned and gestured to a girl in a dark blue robe, calling her name Melody, and telling her to prepare to enter the arena. Lin Ji appeared in the arena, confidently bowing an apology before the match began. Xiao Xuan flashed a smug smile, boasting that his niece, who once cultivated at the renowned Yun sect, possessed unparalleled sword skills and was more than capable of defeating any disciple. Suddenly, Xiao Xuan's eyes widened, revealing his surprise at witnessing something unexpected. In the arena, Lin Ji unleashed a series of brilliant pink energy swords, clashing with the sharp blue light blades from the girl in the dark blue robe. She gathered all her strength, unleashing an enormous pink energy attack, determined to end the match. The girl in the dark blue robe dodged the attack, her body enveloped in a stream of blue energy, her face clearly showing astonishment. She was utterly stunned, unable to believe her eyes as she witnessed her opponent's terrifying power, exclaiming in shock about an infinite fusion of all things. The woman in the dark blue robe, her face contorted with fear, cried out in despair, I surrender." She collapsed to her knees, the blue energy surrounding her body gradually dissipating, accepting complete defeat before her opponent's unimaginable power. Lin Ji, the pink-haired girl, unexpectedly appeared, ready to take her place, coldly declaring, "Let me handle this." Xiao Xuan, in chibi form, laughed gleefully amidst the sparkling spirit stones, challenging, "It's useless. Even if gods descended today, it would be futile. Ha ha ha! Come at me!" Wang Wencheng and the red-haired man standing beside him exclaimed in admiration, "Look, that kid is truly arrogant. To reach such a perfect peak at such a young age, this is truly a miraculous genius, an astonishing achievement for a young prodigy." The Luo Yun city lord narrowed his eyes, his expression suddenly turning serious, and softly uttered, "But..." A mysterious black shadow shot forth like lightning, and Wang Wencheng immediately declared, "And this is where it all ends." The black shadow attacked incredibly fast, startling Lin Ji, her eyes widening in surprise. The black shadow delivered a fatal blow, Lin Ji clutched her chest in a daze, and purple lightning flared around her body. Xiao Xuan narrowed his eyes, his face full of surprise as he recognized the attack. Huh? Isn't this the Luo Yun palm of the Luo Yun sect? The white-haired young man shot forward like a flash, catching the collapsing Lin Ji just in time, their figures sweeping past like a gust of wind. Xiao Xuan embraced Lin Ji, who coughed lightly, weakly apologizing for her failure. But old Xiao only smiled reassuringly. It's all right. Xiao Xuan turned to look at the long-haired blonde woman, a triumphant smile on his face. Finally, I've caught this old man's hidden trump card. A black-haired woman with a top knot, her figure alluring, appeared powerfully, coldly declaring, "You have lost." Xiao Xuan, in chibi form, clutched his head and wailed, tears welling up. This is all my fortune. No way. You can't leave. You've taken everything from me. How am I supposed to explain this to the sect when I return? Xiao Xuan angrily pointed, his eyes blazing as he questioned, Do you want to challenge me again, huh? The red-haired man smirked, taunting Xiao Xuan about having lost all his possessions and now racking his brain to figure out his next move in this fateful wager. Xiao Xuan, with fiery red eyes and a mysterious smile, secretly cursed his luck, but his gaze flashed with an indescribable confidence. The surrounding crowd began to whisper, the two black-haired men with top knots and the man in yellow looking astonished, wondering if they should really participate in this crazy wager. The red-haired man sneered, reminding Xiao Xuan that he himself had declared he wouldn't back down after sobering up, and he was eager to see what tricks Xiao Xuan would pull without that precious sword. Xiao Xuan confidently declared, Don't worry, I've got this, as his hands flared with brilliant golden light, preparing to unleash an earth-shattering move. While the girl in the dark blue robe stood there, the red-haired man continued to warn Xiao Xuan not to renege, as a colossal golden sword chi was gradually taking shape. Xiao Xuan extended his hand, creating brilliant golden runes in mid-air, coldly retorting, I'm afraid you are the ones who dare not take responsibility. He continued to raise the stakes to a new level, declaring that if he won, his opponent would not only have to compensate him for his possessions, but also pay a much higher price. The girl in the dark blue robe's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming that this was truly a once-in-a-lifetime confrontation. Xiao Xuan decisively declared the final condition. You will have to pay with your life for us to break even. Without hesitation, the girl in the dark blue robe immediately drew her sword, charging forward to block Xiao Xuan's brilliant golden sword chi attack, fiercely resisting. However, with just a single strike, her sword was shattered into pieces by Xiao Xuan's golden sword chi, scattering to the ground. The girl in the dark blue robe stood stunned, turning her back, her eyes vacant as she watched her sword shatter in midair. She clutched her head in pain, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, horrified as she wondered how a mere mortal like Xiao Xuan could possess such extraordinary power. The black-haired man with a top knot, his face panicked, explained that the sword was a divine weapon, capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a nascent soul-stage cultivator, yet Xiao Xuan had severed it with just one sword strike. The girl in the dark blue robe was utterly devastated, her eyes lifelessly staring into space, muttering in disbelief. Who exactly is this person? Xiao Xuan, with blazing red eyes, smirked provocatively and retorted, Who the hell are you? He unleashed a devastating kick, creating a brilliant golden energy stream that sent the dark blue-clad girl standing behind him flying into the air, only managing a faint "oh." The man in yellow, witnessing the horrifying scene, widened his eyes, his face contorted in shock and panic, crying out, Junior sister? Xiao Xuan continued his assault, another kick flying straight at a black-haired man, sending him hurtling backward amidst a dazzling golden energy stream. The man in yellow quickly caught the unconscious dark blue-clad girl, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, and anxiously asked, Hey, junior sister, are you all right? He held her tightly, his eyes filled with surprise and anger as he looked toward Xiao Xuan, while others around them buzzed about the appearance of the Luo Yun city lord, a disciple of the Luo Yun sect. Xiao Xuan, with a confident expression, raised his hand, creating a brilliant golden energy stream, making the man in yellow grit his teeth, secretly pondering the power of the Luo Yun palm that Elder Xiao was using. Xiao Xuan sneered, his blazing red eyes filled with killing intent, and cruelly declared, Killing you today, I tell you, is entirely justified. He turned to those around him, his face full of anger, and urgently commanded, What are you waiting for? A man wielding nunchaku, along with others, charged forward to attack, sneering, It's finally our turn to act. Don't worry, Elder Wang, we'll definitely make this brat regret crossing us. Die. Amidst the chaos, the long-haired blonde woman quickly pulled the unconscious Lin Ji back, anxiously calling out, Senior sister, this way! The man in yellow was still supporting the dark blue-clad girl, his face full of worry. Facing the surging crowd of attackers, he merely sneered, casually saying, oh my, what a grand spectacle. He clapped his hands and laughed loudly, his tone full of mockery. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems everyone here is a formidable master, possessing astonishing golden core power. It appears City Lord Wang has prepared for all eventualities. Xiao Xuan's smile vanished, his gaze turning cold, and he confidently declared, "It seems today I'll have to personally sweep away these 30 golden core cultivators." He stomped his foot heavily on the ground, creating a massive tremor, and surging energy erupted. Xiao Xuan soared into the air, surrounded by countless enemies, preparing for an uneven battle. Yet his eyes remained full of disdain and arrogance. The man in yellow widened his eyes, mocking Xiao Xuan's arrogance for daring to confront 30 golden core cultivators. He laughed gleefully, revealing that he had specifically requested senior brother to bring the illusory cloud sword before descending the mountain. The blonde girl stared at the sword, her face showing extreme astonishment. The man in yellow continued to boast, explaining that the illusory cloud sword was a heaven-grade divine weapon, refined with the blood of the Luo Yun sect master, its power far surpassing all ordinary profound iron. And even a mere shadow of it was enough to destroy a nascent soul cultivator. Lin Ji was stunned to realize that the sword was the ancestral sword embryo of the Lin family, which had been stolen by the Luo Yun sect many years ago. The man wielding nunchaku laughed maniacally, declaring that he could still feel the sword's energy flowing in his veins, connected to his bloodline essence, and challenged everyone to go to hell. The blonde girl supported the weak Lin Ji, angrily scolding the Luo Yun sect for shamelessly naming the sword the Luo Yun sword. Xiao Xuan looked at Lin Ji, and the system in his mind displayed information about her Gaia sword physique, making him realize this was the innate talent the system had mentioned. The nunchaku-wielding man arrogantly looked down at Xiao Xuan, declaring that he would use this opportunity to teach the arrogant one a lesson in humility. A series of blazing red energy streams from the illusory cloud sword surged down to attack Xiao Xuan, but he calmly dealt with them. Xiao Xuan sneered, his tone full of confidence. "It seems we have Lord Wang to thank for bringing news of the sword embryo here." The young man deftly dodged the terrifying attack, his eyes unwavering. Xiao Xuan smiled mysteriously, waving his hand to summon a glowing green sword, which spun gently like a dance. The man in yellow was stunned, unable to believe his eyes he had thought he had. The old man in yellow was dazed to see Xiao Xuan not only had one but two other swords, he exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao Xuan confidently explained that the illusory cloud sword possessed extraordinary aura, worthy of being a heaven-grade divine weapon, while the soft sword, though only an earth-grade treasure, could enhance the sword's power through the art of swordsmanship. The illusory cloud sword spun, emitting a brilliant golden light, and Xiao Xuan declared he would show everyone the earth-shattering power of the sword Dao art. The green sword shot forth, dragging a blazing red aura, forming a destructive whirlwind that swept across the battlefield. The energy whirlwind exploded, sweeping away everything in its path, creating an incredibly chaotic scene. The terrifying explosion spread, sending surrounding enemies flying like weightless puppets. The illusory cloud sword flew back, leaving behind a thick cloud of dust and a trail of destruction on the ground. Xiao Xuan gently fanned himself, sneering as he asked if it was all over. The young master still stood there calmly, the green sword hovering beside him, declaring that his fun was not yet over. The old man in yellow hugged the dark blue-clad girl, his face filled with extreme terror. Unable to believe his eyes, he frantically ordered an immediate retreat. Xiao Xuan turned his head, his sharp eyes fixed on the fleeing crowd, and subtly sneered, planning to run away. Without another word, he lightly waved his fan, and instantly countless brilliant golden sword chi erupted from thin air, enveloping the entire area. An enemy's jaw dropped, pupils contracting in horror, as he saw the golden swords rushing towards him, desperately begging for mercy. Miserable screams echoed everywhere, signaling an inevitable massacre. The old man in yellow and the nunchaku-wielding man lay sprawled on the ground, trembling all over, dazed after the terrifying attack. Lord Wang of Wei City, the man in yellow, his eyes bloodshot with fear, cold sweat pouring down. He struggled to get up, pointing at Xiao Xuan and the blonde woman standing nearby, stammering to ask for their identities. She warned the old man in yellow not to come closer, while he prostrated himself, begging for his life, not wanting to die in vain. Xiao Xuan stood tall. Lin Ji sat beside him while the attacked man clutched his leg in pain. Lin Ji coldly declared, "The one who wants to kill you is not me!" He cried out in agony, "My leg!" Lin Ji's power erupted, her entire body radiating brilliant purple energy, her eyes bloodshot with killing intent. She asked with a surprised expression, "Uncle, do you still remember me?" The attacked man's eyes widened, his face filled with extreme panic as he recognized her. He stammered in disbelief. "Uncle? Are you Lin Ji?" "No, it can't be." A sharp purple light pierced through the air, terrifying the attacked man to the extreme, his face contorted in fear. Lin Ji maintained a cold expression, her hand gripping an ancient zither, small purple petals fluttering around her. She retorted, "You have your answer, but unfortunately, there's no reward for you." Xiao Xuan gently placed a hand on Lin Ji's shoulder, smiling contentedly. He instructed, "You did well, But next time when drawing your sword, be more decisive and swift. He continued, when dealing with enemies, don't let them suffer too quickly. Next time, use a blunt knife to cut. That's how it hurts the most. Lin Ji bowed her head, respectfully replying, Disciple, thanks, master. Disciple has learned something new. The long-haired blonde woman looked at Xiao Xuan with suspicious eyes. She asked perplexedly, Is your master really a serious person? Bai Luori scratched his head awkwardly. Unsure how to answer, Xiao Xuan stood on the ancient rooftop, speaking to Bai Luori. He commanded, City Lord Wang has lost all his assets to me. My dear Muhan, help me sort through this treasure. He continued to instruct, I will take you, my junior sister, to meet the famous Luo Yun sect. Bai Luori immediately complied. Disciple obeys. The majestic scenery of the Luo Yun sect unfolded, with rocky mountains suspended in midair and ancient architecture hidden amidst the clouds. Yi Wuchen, the Luo Yun sect master, was channeling all his power to summon a gigantic sword radiating brilliant blue light. He confidently declared, Yi Wuchen, Luo Yun sect master, has awaited this moment for 10 years. Yi Wuchen laughed loudly, his eyes gleaming with blue energy. He smugly said, It's been 10 years, and the last thread of the sword spirit in this Luo Yun sword is finally about to be completely tamed by its true master. The Luo Yun sect master focused all his mind on taming the gigantic sword, energy chains tightening around it. He knew clearly, success or failure depends on this move. The gigantic sword trembled violently, its blue light flaring powerfully, as if trying to break free from its restraint. An extremely powerful energy burst, knocking Yi Wuchen far back. The sword was repelled, leaving a large crack on the ground. Yi Wuchen collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest, his face distraught. He couldn't believe it. Yi Wuchen felt like he was just one step away from completely taming the Luo Yun sword. Why did the sword suddenly reject him? A disciple rushed over, urgently reporting to the Luo Yun sectmaster. He panicked. Oh no, sectmaster, the soul lamps of senior sister Lu Yu and elders Wang Wencheng, Lin Yuncheng have all extinguished. Yi Wuchen was horrified, exclaiming, What? Yi Wuchen stared in astonishment at the gigantic sword emitting dazzling blue light. He exclaimed in shock, What in the world is going on here? The full view of the Luo Yun sect appeared majestic, enveloped by an emerald green energy barrier. Lin Ji confidently explained that the Luo Yun sword was the ancestral sword of the Lin family, forged from the essence of their bloodline, a legendary masterpiece. Xiao Xuan was surprised that she could sense the sword's presence through her bloodline. Xiao Xuan asked about the situation, and Lin Ji happily replied that she had sensed the sword. The pink-haired girl revealed that the Luo Yun sect had not yet tamed it, and she had left her divine sense on the sword, so as long as they found it, they could conquer it. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan smiled contentedly. Excellent. He turned around, declaring to Lin Ji that today they would begin their audacious adventure into the Luo Yun sect. Yi Wuchen gritted his teeth, his face contorted with anger. In the soul lamp hall, countless soul lamps flickered, but a few had extinguished, leaving behind a faint haze. Yi Wuchen listened to the disciple's report. He was furious to learn that Wang Wencheng, that useless fellow, had said his son was killed by a wandering young cultivator. The Luo Yun sect master decided to summon Middle Realm masters and 30 Golden Core Grand Elders to deal with it. Yi Wuchen roared in indignation, blue energy erupting around him. What a ridiculous sight. He questioned the disciple about the truth behind the deaths, but the disciple had not yet found out. He only knew that Elder Wang had hired 30 Golden Core Masters to deal with the enemy, but all of them were completely annihilated. Yi Wuchen angrily slammed his fist on the table, causing blue electricity to spark. The Luo Yun sect master sprang to his feet, roaring, A bunch of good-for-nothings. Over 30 people, with the support of the Luo Yun sword, yet they couldn't deal with one person. He immediately ordered the mountain guarding formation to be raised to its highest level, as the enemy's intentions were unclear, and they could appear at any moment. The disciple hastily obeyed. Outside the Luo Yun sect, Xiao Xuan and Lin Ji had arrived. He looked up, his face full of confidence. Lin Ji asked if they could forcefully break into the sect, but Xiao Xuan shook his head. He said doing so would cause a big commotion, and it was best to act discreetly until they found the ancestral sword hilt. The master revealed he had a better way. Xiao Xuan was eloquently explaining something, while Lin Ji's eyes were wide with surprise, as if she was being enlightened with some truth. Suddenly, a disciple rushed over, his face flustered, reporting urgent news to Xiao Xuan, Lin Ji, and the group of Luo Yun sect disciples waiting. Sect Master Yi Wuchen appeared majestically, his sharp gaze sweeping over the two strangers, directly questioning their identities. Xiao Xuan immediately embraced Lin Ji, introducing her as Lin Yuncheng's illegitimate daughter, and recounted how the city lord was ambushed by a mysterious assailant last night. Yi Wuchen narrowed his eyes suspiciously. A pure blue energy stream shot from his finger straight towards Lin Ji, as if to test something. Without flinching, Lin Ji immediately reacted. A similar blue light erupted from her body, directly countering the sect master's probing attack. An ancient jade pendant, stained with blood, suddenly appeared in midair, carrying a strange aura. Taking the token, Ye Wuchen recognized it as Lin Yuncheng's ancestral token, confirming that Lin Ji indeed had a deep blood connection to the city lord. The Luoyun sect master looked directly at Xiao Xuan and Lin Ji, asking about their true purpose for coming to this mountain. Xiao Xuan then played his hand, fabricating a story about a mysterious figure who single-handedly outclassed 30 Golden Core experts and razed the city lord's mansion, claiming they came here to seek refuge, fearing that person was the city lord's enemy. Lin Ji continued, revealing that Ye Wuchen had suffered a backlash while forging the Lin family's sword embryo, and she was seeking a way to resolve it, while also teasing about her family's generational sword forging techniques. She further asserted that the Lin family had forged swords for generations. Their bloodline carried sword souls, and she herself possessed a miraculous remedy to heal injuries caused by sword spirit backlash. Ye Wuchen listened thoughtfully, a hint of surprise in his eyes as he realized this girl even knew profound secrets about the Lin family's sword forging heritage. A Luoyun sect disciple stepped forward, demanding Lin Ji present the rescue method she spoke of, while also warning her not to play any tricks. Sectmaster Ye Wuchen also nodded in agreement, coldly adding that if Lin Ji had ill intentions, the consequences would be something she could not bear. Lin Ji showed no fear, even confidently challenging Ye Wuchen to try first, and a strange black energy began to erupt from her arm. Sectmaster Ye Wuchen roared, his entire body enveloped by the strange black energy, his face filled with extreme astonishment. The sectmaster's eyes suddenly lit up, and he exclaimed hopefully, "I can feel it!" Crimson energy erupted around Ye Wuchen, and Lin Ji smiled, explaining that the internal injuries from Juyu's backlash were gradually healing. A disciple rushed over, reporting that they had successfully gathered information, which greatly excited Ye Wuchen and the pink-haired girl. The sectmaster turned to the disciple, instructing him to arrange lodging for the two of them, and the disciple immediately complied. Xiao Xuan appeared, a meaningful smirk on his face, his crimson eyes flashing with a hint of calculation, as he secretly thought this was a heaven-sent opportunity. Night fell. A crescent moon hung in the star-filled sky, illuminating the ancient tiled roofs of a magnificent edifice. In a room, Xiao Xuan and Lin Ji sat opposite each other, a burst of golden energy enveloping them, signaling an important ritual in progress. Abundant cultivation energy from Elder Xiao poured into Lin Ji, helping her reach the foundation establishment stage, while the system also displayed a X3 reward for Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan smiled, explaining that with the foundation establishment stage, she had taken her first step on a great path, while Lin Ji revealed that once she obtained the Lin family's sword embryo, her innate sword physique would awaken. Ye Wuchen appeared, his eyes full of suspicion, asking about the innate sword physique Lin Ji had just mentioned. Xiao Xuan chuckled, hastily waving his hand and saying it was nothing significant, then urged everyone to quickly set off. On the rooftop, Lin Ji confidently asserted to Xiao Xuan that she could definitely pinpoint the location of the sword embryo. Without hesitation, the pink-haired girl immediately soared away, and Xiao Xuan quickly followed, darting like the wind. They both landed softly in a corridor where a disciple was dozing off. Xiao Xuan subtly frowned, realizing someone was on guard. Lin Ji reassured Elder Xiao, confidently stating that she had concealed their presence below the soul transformation realm, ensuring no one could detect them. Just as Lin Ji confidently asserted she had concealed their presence, a crackling electrical energy suddenly erupted in the quiet space of the corridor. Suddenly, an ancient sword radiating brilliant blue light appeared, chained to a stone pedestal. Xiao Xuan cheered with delight, recognizing it as what he had been searching for. Both stood silently gazing at the sword, Elder Xiao's eyes gleaming with excitement, as if he had just found a lifelong treasure. Xiao Xuan turned to reassure Lin Ji, instructing her to cultivate with peace of mind, while he would protect her with all his might, and the disciple immediately complied. Without hesitation, Lin Ji closed her eyes, formed hand seals, and began to focus all her energy to refine the sword. Energy surged from her body, enveloping the sword, making it glow more brilliantly than ever. The ancient sword vibrated violently. Blue lightning bolts continuously shot out around it, signaling a momentous event. Xiao Xuan stood firm in defense, while Lin Ji diligently refined the sword, and from the sword, a powerful purple energy erupted. Suddenly, she screamed in horror as she realized the lingering remnant will of the former Luoyun sectmaster was still within the sword. Just then, Ye Wuchen appeared, his eyes blazing with fury, roaring to demand the identities of the two intruders. The Luoyun sectmaster gnashed his teeth, his hand clenching so tightly it crushed the surrounding air, displaying extreme rage. At the same time, a colossal pillar of energy light descended from the sky, piercing straight through the sect's peak, creating a terrifying spectacle. Xiao Xuan subtly smirked, Realizing his hiding the sky and crossing the sea plan had completely fallen apart, he summoned a series of brilliant golden swords around him, declaring he would create a major shock now that the plan had failed. Meanwhile, the entire Luoyan sect was plunged into chaos by the colossal energy stream that had just descended. Yi Wuchen's eyes widened in astonishment. He couldn't believe his Luoyan sword had been touched, then suddenly realized this was an enemy attack. Amidst the chaos engulfing the Luoyun sect, Yi Wuchen appeared, angrily roaring to ask who dared to trespass into his sacred ground. Xiao Xuan, the mastermind, stood on a high rooftop, surrounded by countless sharp energy swords hovering, ready to initiate battle. He smirked smugly, gently fanning himself with a fan, grandly declaring that no one was allowed to set foot here without his permission. With a decisive flick of Xiao Xuan's finger, a torrent of brilliant golden energy swords surged straight towards the Luoyun disciples. The sudden attack created an earth-shattering explosion, engulfing the entire area in a sea of fire and sword qi. A Luoyun disciple, surrounded by an energy shield, angrily roared, scolding the attacker for daring to disrespect the sect's golden core cultivators. Another Luoyun disciple was sent flying, exclaiming in horror as his ancestral magic artifact shattered after just one blow, while another couldn't help but be astonished by that destructive power. Xiao Xuan remained calm, sneering as he recounted his previous feat of slaughtering 30 golden core cultivators, and remarked that the Luoyun sect was nothing formidable. A Luoyun disciple's eyes widened, deeply shocked to hear him single-handedly defeat 30 golden core cultivators, deeming it an unbelievable fantasy. Xiao Xuan hovered in midair, surrounded by a swirling vortex of brilliant golden energy swords, declaring he would make everyone remember his name. Xiao Xuan's crimson eyes gleamed with malevolence. He introduced himself as Xiao Xuan of the Nanli sect and challenged the Luoyun sect, telling them to remember his name for revenge if they survived this night. A Luoyun disciple was stunned, realizing the enemy was the Nanli sect, a sect with strength comparable to Luoyun within a 10-mile radius. Xiao Xuan ordered his subordinates to attack, and the Nanli sect disciples collectively shouted, "Yes!" then surged into battle. He smirked, looking as delighted as a child with a new toy, declaring that today there would be an explosive battle, a real roof-raising party. The Nanli sect disciples eagerly charged into attack, one even shouting to his comrades to save some spoils of war for him, while a Luoyun disciple frantically screamed for them to stay away. Xiao Xuan hovered high above, looking down at the scattered and defeated Luoyun disciples, asking provocatively if this was the time for them to give up. Xiao Xuan smirked smugly, his crimson eyes like fire, grandly declaring that he hadn't even used his full power yet. A new Luoyun disciple angrily roared, warning the opponent that their sectmaster would soon return and tear him to shreds. Xiao Xuan remained calm, laughing loudly and fanning himself with his fan, responding to the threat with a defiant attitude. "I'm ready." Suddenly, a figure descended from above like a meteor. It was Yi Wuchen, the Luoyun sectmaster, wielding a powerful sword, roaring, "Stop your arrogant and reckless actions immediately." Xiao Xuan smirked, the fan in his hand transforming into a brilliant golden sword, and he taunted, "Back so soon? Excellent." He immediately leaped into the air, swinging the brilliant golden sword straight down, directly confronting Yi Wuchen, who was parrying with a blue sword. Two terrifying forces collided, creating a dazzling explosion of light that shook the entire space. Xiao Xuan continued his relentless assault, each sword strike carrying destructive power, sending a Luoyun disciple below flying from the shockwave. Yi Wuchen roared in fury, his hair and beard bristling, his eyes bloodshot. "How dare you act so presumptuously on my Luoyun sect's territory?" Xiao Xuan still sneered. He not only held a golden sword but also had two blue and golden dragons flying behind him, mocking, "Your elders were easily defeated by me, swept away like water. How pathetic." He stood upright, forming hand seals, and countless brilliant golden talismans erupted around him, creating a terrifying energy field. Xiao Xuan unleashed a barrage of brilliant golden talismans, relentlessly attacking Yi Wuchen, taunting, "Why don't you give it a try, old man?" Yi Wuchen braced himself to block the attack, his eyes glowing emerald green, roaring with indignation. "You thief!" The Luoyun sectmaster swung his sword. A burst of blue sword qi erupted, shattering the surrounding golden talismans, and questioned, "Just because you think you're special, you dare to look down on my Luoyun sect?" Xiao Xuan glided effortlessly, the golden sword in his hand flashing, while Yi Wuchen was sent flying, his face contorted in pain. Xiao Xuan smugly said, "I can't help but feel a little self-satisfied." Xiao Xuan's eyes were sharp. He secretly assessed that old man Deng Deng's swordplay was extraordinary. His cultivation had reached the peak of nascent soul. But because the blood sacrifice had damaged the divine sword foundation, the old man couldn't break through, even though his combat power far exceeded that realm. Two dazzling golden swords, carrying countless ancient runes, tore through the wind and plunged straight into the ground. From above, Xiao Xuan clicked his tongue, assessing that things seemed a bit troublesome, and he hoped Lin Ji could quickly subdue that sword. Soon, countless dazzling golden swords, each enveloped by strange runes, appeared simultaneously, forming a blinding forest of swords. Xiao Xuan stood tall amidst the sea of swords, holding a fan, his eyes proudly declaring, "Myriad sword chi!" Ye Wuchen strained to resist, exclaiming in shock, "Myriad sword chi? Can this move even be used on real swords? His sword must possess extraordinary power." Countless sword chi surged from all directions, relentlessly attacking the sectmaster, making him roar. 10,000 exquisite swords of the mortal world, all unleashed at once. This is not merely sword art. From above, Xiao Xuan maintained a smug expression, while Ye Wuchen, surrounded by thousands of sword chi, secretly thought, "It's no exaggeration to say this is an unparalleled, divine technique." The Luoyan sectmaster frowned, sweat beading on his forehead, realizing the situation had become extremely perilous, with no other choice but to... Ye Wuchen gathered all his strength, swinging his blue sword to create a massive surge of energy, like a sturdy defensive wall. The blue energy stream from the old sectmaster's sword shot straight into the sky, forming a colossal barrier that enveloped the entire sect. He immediately ordered, "Activate the Mountain Protection Grand Array at once." From the blue barrier, countless sword chi shot out, directly confronting Xiao Xuan's golden swords. A Luoyun disciple angrily roared, "I am a disciple of the esteemed Luoyun sect. I cannot let insects like you insult me." The two streams of sword chi clashed fiercely, colliding to create an earth-shattering explosion that shook the very space. Xiao Xuan glided gracefully, his sharp gaze fixed on the barrier, secretly assessing. "I heard the Luoyun sect's Mountain Protection Grand Array was left behind by the first-generation sectmaster who reached the peak of God transformation. 100 years have passed, yet its power remains undiminished." He slightly frowned, realizing that the exquisite sword phantoms that had just grazed him had completely dissipated. Xiao Xuan mused, "It seems I need to be a little more careful." The white-haired sectmaster continued to glide, and behind him, a colossal purple energy surge suddenly erupted, signaling a new attack. Xiao Xuan smirked confidently, secretly thinking, "You truly are my excellent disciple, arriving at just the right moment." Simultaneously, the system announced, "Host helped disciple activate the innate sword physique. Earth grade. In return, you will receive a 10-fold reward, granting the innate sword physique. Heaven grade. Talent." The black-haired disciple closed his eyes, his entire body erupting in a brilliant golden aura, clearly feeling the awakening of the innate sword physique and a profound understanding of sword chi. From his position, a massive surge of sword energy, swirling like a tsunami, rushed straight towards Ye Wuchen. The black-haired sectmaster was horrified, sweat beading on his forehead, unable to believe that his disciple had broken through at this critical moment of life and death. Without hesitation, Ye Wuchen immediately formed hand seals, summoning 3 brilliant emerald green magic circles that enveloped him. He strained, pouring all his strength into the counterattack, roaring, "I will crush you to dust right here!" Xiao Xuan, with his excited crimson eyes, smirked smugly, anticipating his disciple's next performance. A colossal emerald green sword chi from Ye Wuchen rushed forward, but Xiao Xuan merely stood there, slightly frowning, seemingly unharmed. Ye Wuchen was stunned to realize that his mountain protection array no longer obeyed his commands. It was automatically resisting him. Xiao Xuan sneered, his cold gaze fixed on Ye Wuchen, mocking that he was unworthy of being a sectmaster. Suddenly, a colossal golden sword, enveloped by dazzling lightning and sword chi, shot up from the ground, piercing through the array. Xiao Xuan looked up at the sword, confirming it was the legendary Luoyan sword embryo, cultivated by the Lin family. The sword emitted a brilliant light, proving it had been nurtured by the essence bloodline of the Lin family. Old Xiao burst into hearty laughter, his crimson eyes gleaming with delight. In his hand, a golden energy orb was spinning. The colossal sword shot straight into the sky, as if pulled from the earth by an invisible force. Xiao Xuan stood tall, the golden sword hovering behind him, as he declared he would seize the Luoyan sword embryo. Then, he pointed directly at Ye Wuchen, his crimson eyes flashing with killing intent, preparing for the finishing blow. Ye Wuchen strained to resist, his eyes wide with horror as he realized the imminent danger, hastily ordering his disciples to retreat. An earth-shattering surge of energy erupted, tearing through space and creating colossal cracks in the ground. The entire Luoyan sect appeared catastrophic. The mountain split in two, and its structures lay in ruins amidst thick smoke and dust. The Luoyan sect disciples stood on the divided cliff, staring in horror at the abyss below, unable to believe their eyes. Xiao Xuan stood tall amidst the brilliant golden sword chi, coldly declaring, "Go avenge the Lin family that was annihilated many years ago." He continued to threaten, Those involved in the Lin family massacre, sever a limb and get out." The white-haired young man smirked smugly, his crimson eyes flashing with killing intent, secretly thinking, "If you dare to provoke me, then the entire Luoyan sect, from top to bottom, shall perish." A short-bearded man, tears streaming down his face, cried out in pain, "My son is still in the sect. I am the one at fault." Another disciple knelt down, trembling as he pleaded, "Please spare my son. I will pay any price." Another man also implored, "I also have loved ones waiting behind these doors. Please spare them." Xiao Xuan coldly looked down at the disciples kneeling amidst the ruins, his gaze unwavering. He raised his head, his crimson eyes gleaming with cruelty, questioning, "When you massacred the loved ones of others, did anyone spare you?" The scene shifts. Lin Ji happily showed off the newly tamed sword embryo to Xiao Xuan, excitedly saying, "Master, look! I've successfully tamed the sword embryo. She even named it Mo Ren." She continued to explain that after taming this sword, her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, feeling like 1,000 flowers blooming in an instant. Xiao Xuan smiled with satisfaction, praising his disciple. "Well done," he secretly thought. "This must be the effect of the legendary heavenly sword art awakening." Lin Ji turned her back to Xiao Xuan, asking about the situation. "We're talking about a big battle, right?" she continued. "The Luoyan sect master has ordered our annihilation." "So, should we just directly seize the Luoyun sect?" Xiao Xuan slightly frowned, telling her to keep her voice down, whispering that he was only sent to collect money. Lin Ji excitedly waved her hand, urging Xiao Xuan forward. "Let's go, master. We need an extraordinary business strategy." Both were gliding through the air on two colossal swords, one dazzling golden, one azure, with an imposing aura. A flashback appears, showing Xiao Xuan leading the Su family to take over the entire Luoyun city. The Wang family, despite their resentment, had no choice but to accept their fate, as everything had fallen into old Xiao's hands. A woman in the crowd wailed, "Oh, old Wang, you've met a tragic end." Under his guidance, Luoyun City rapidly developed by leaps and bounds. The Su family, backed by the resources of the Luoyun sect, firmly consolidated their power, while also implementing a modern carriage transportation system like buses, promoting a prosperous economy. The cheerful cry of the driver echoed throughout the streets. "2 coins a ride! Tour the whole city!" After a period of rest, Xiao Xuan continued to grind by imparting power to Su Muhan and a long-haired blonde girl through a special ritual. All three meditated amidst a fiery energy current, and as a result, the 2 disciples successfully entered the foundation establishment stage. The long-haired blonde woman sat in meditation, her entire body glowing in a sea of spiritual fire, indicating that she had reached the dual foundation establishment realm, a rare achievement. Meanwhile, Su Muhan was no less impressive. He was also meditating, his entire body enveloped in brilliant light, successfully entering Foundation Establishment Stage 1. Xiao Xuan gaped in astonishment. His eyes wide as a juicy bunch of grapes unexpectedly flew straight into his mouth, creating an irresistibly humorous moment. While old Zhao was relaxing, the long-haired blonde girl respectfully reported on the business situation. As soon as the small golden pill was launched, it caused a sensation throughout the town. The demand for cultivation soared, and it constantly sold out. She continued, "Each replenishment sells out in minutes, with projected daily sales reaching 10,000 bottles, a truly bright future." The long-haired blonde girl, with star-shaped sparkling eyes, gaped in astonishment as she envisioned the prospect. She excitedly said, "Imagine earning a stable income of hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones every day from just one product. It's incredibly lucrative." She hadn't even finished listing the other benefits the small golden pill brought. Xiao Xuan lay sprawled on the chair, being diligently fed grapes by Lin Ji, his face beaming with contentment. He joyfully exclaimed, "Wow, I've hit the jackpot. I'm living the best life." He added, "Finally, I can just lie down and enjoy this sweet life." Lin Ji gently sat beside Xiao Xuan, softly calling, "Elder Zhao." Just then, a black-haired man with his hair tied up, elegantly dressed in black and white with golden shoulder armor, entered with a stern expression, breaking the peaceful atmosphere. Xiao Xuan still wore a bright smile, holding a bunch of grapes, and cordially asked the newcomer, "Hey, little Yi, what brings you here to bless us today? How's your master doing lately? Come here and enjoy some of these delicious fruits." Lin Ji and the long-haired blonde girl sitting behind also looked towards. The black-haired man with his hair tied up immediately refused, his tone serious. "No need, old Chow. The sect master has entrusted me with a message for you." The stranger cleared his throat, his expression growing more resolute as he prepared to convey the important information. He leaned in close, whispering a sentence that made Xiao Xuan, who was drinking tea, spit it all out. "I heard Elder Xiao recently took over Luoyun City. Is he planning to establish his own faction?" Old Xiao's expression at this moment was truly mind-blown. Xiao Xuan pouted, his face full of disdain upon hearing the rumor. He flatly declared that his loyalty to the Hongmeng sect was unshakable, and the Luoyun sect was merely a place for him to make some money for fun. The black-haired man confirmed he had clearly received the message, then conveyed the sect master's words that the sect's grand competition would take place in 3 days. He cupped his hands, instructing Xiao Xuan to be present on time if he still wished to remain in the Hongmeng sect. Absolutely not to be late. Xiao Xuan smirked confidently, firmly asserting that he would be there on time. No need to worry. He stood up, raising both hands high, rallying everyone to prepare to return for the grand tournament. Lin Ji turned to the blonde girl, warning her that upon returning to the sect this time, there were some dangerous individuals they needed to be extremely cautious of. She further explained that they were their master's former disciples, traitors who were conspiring against him. The blonde girl excitedly asked Xiao Xuan about the detailed plan, and he replied with a sly wink, promising to tell her on the way. The scene shifted to a magnificent grand hall, where 2 men were approaching a majestic old man seated on a throne. The long-bearded old man spoke, his tone full of hidden meaning as he mentioned the return of the legendary demon Xiao Xuan, then asked the 2 disciples if they were ready. The red-haired disciple immediately questioned, suggesting that the cultivation technique imparted by their master required the essence of demonic beasts, and felt it resembled the dark arts of demonic cultivators. The old man said little, merely unleashing a powerful purple energy surge that directly suppressed the red-haired disciple, forcing him to retreat in pain. He scolded the disciple as an ignorant fool who knew nothing, daring to doubt after only seeing a few techniques of the Hongmeng sect, and questioned how he dared to doubt the cultivation technique he imparted. The red-haired disciple was forced to kneel, but still stubbornly retorted that what he was practicing was not child's play. His face clearly showed pain and defiance, as if enduring immense pressure. The other black-haired disciple reported proudly, boasting that he had fully comprehended his master's cultivation technique and had broken through to the 5th layer of the Foundation establishment realm. The long-bearded elder burst into hearty laughter, patting his disciples back in approval. Excellent! Reaching the 3rd level, you will be the essence of the Hongmeng sect, standing out from the crowd and making everyone envious. His gaze suddenly sharpened, asserting that nothing else mattered as much as the Hongmeng sect grand assembly, where the ultimate reward was the unparalleled Hongmeng purple qi. A mystical image appeared, showing the Hongmeng sect ancestor enveloped by a stream of purple energy, proving the tales of the Hongmeng purple qi, the residual aura of ascended deities. The elder sternly declared, a brilliant purple qi flaring around him, emphasizing that every winner would be rewarded with Hongmeng purple qi, but the ultimate victor would receive the purest source of energy, absolutely forbidden to lose a single round. As he finished speaking, his hand slammed down on the table, shattering it to pieces, asserting that the loser would suffer unimaginable consequences, their fate sealed like the broken table. The black-haired young man bowed his head, rubbing his forehead in disappointment, muttering that if he had known the 6th peak was so treacherous, he would have stayed at the 7th peak to enjoy himself. What an annoying miscalculation. Standing amidst the shattered remains of the table, the disciple gestured for the other 2 to go down first, and they immediately obeyed. In another room, the black-robed man stood opposite the blue-robed elder, seated on a chair, lamenting that even his subordinates were starting to doubt him. The mysterious guest stood tall, his gaze firm, telling himself that he needed to speed up even more. The blue-robed elder growled angrily, questioning that he had spent countless hours deciphering the protective formation, not for him to stand there spewing insults like a child, then asked about the situation of the person he had requested. The black-robed man smirked confidently, reassuring him that everything had been taken care of, and promised that the entire Hongmeng sect would know what it was like to. His eyes flashed with cruelty, uttering a cold word: fear. The scene shifted to majestic mountains, where brown-robed disciples were heading towards a magnificent structure, marveling at the overwhelming beauty of the Hongmeng sect. A brown-robed disciple greeted Wang Lao, who was leading a young blue-haired disciple, asking if he had also come to witness the grand event of the Hongmeng sect. Wang Lao proudly boasted that his grandson had shown cultivation talent this year, so he brought the boy out to broaden his horizons. A solemn black-haired disciple remarked that the plaza at the foot of the mountain was as vast as their heavenly sword sects, while Zhu Xuantian was surprised to recognize her, complimenting her on becoming even more beautiful after a few years. The black-haired elder excitedly announced that it was time for the sect Grand Assembly Finals, while another disciple observed that many guests from other sects had come to watch this year, then wondered which peak would win. Another long-bearded disciple confidently asserted it would definitely be the 1st peak, as they had always dominated in previous years. The blue-robed elder continued, reminding everyone not to forget Elder Qi Feng, a seasoned veteran of the Hongmeng sect, whose reputation was renowned everywhere. A graceful, long-haired blonde woman sat cross-legged, stroking her chin, then unexpectedly interrupted, asking if they had forgotten Elder Zhu Shuangxian of the 2nd peak. The black-haired man with a top knot nodded in confirmation, then continued discussing with the blue-robed elder about Peak Master Zhang He of the main peak and Xiao Xuan of the 7th peak, deeming Xiao Xuan too weak and unworthy of mention. Suddenly, A resounding gong pierced the air. A nimble male disciple stood in the middle of the plaza, raising the gong high, eloquently announcing the rules for the first round of the sect Grand Assembly. The rules were clearly explained. The peaks would compete in a round-robin format. 2 randomly selected peaks would face off, and the loser would be marked and await the next round. The rewards were equally enticing. Winners would be allocated cultivation resources and receive rare Earth-grade treasures. The gong rang out again rapidly. The male disciples shouted loudly, officially opening the first round. 6th peak versus 7th peak! Let the battle begin! A long, red-haired man, clutching a sharp sword, appeared full of arrogance, causing those around him to whisper about Wang Zheng, the beggar who once climbed 7 floors of the tower, now representing the 6th peak. In another corner, silver-haired Wang Lao anxiously asked the black-robed disciple beside him if Xiao Xuan had returned yet. The old man stroked his beard, his face full of contemplation, seemingly very concerned about Xiao Xuan. 2 other male disciples burst into laughter, thinking that the 7th peak had no one, and must have given up. Because who could possibly contend with Wang Zheng? Not even Xiao Xuan was anything. Another black-haired male disciple with a top knot, his face stern, stood in the middle of the arena, declaring that even if the 7th peak had no one to welcome, the battle would still proceed. Just then, a powerful voice rang out. Wait! Xiao Xuan, with his flowing white hair and smug smile, along with 2 other beautiful women, appeared with great presence. Wang Zheng turned his head, his eyes full of disdain as he looked at Xiao Xuan, sneering that the old man hadn't even driven Lin Ji away yet but had already taken on such beautiful new disciples. He chuckled cunningly, imagining old Xiao's face when he trampled on this beautiful junior sister right in front of him. It would surely be a priceless sight. Xiao Xuan smiled, turned to Su Muhuan, and said, Muhuan, why don't you go out there? This is a great opportunity to hone your skills. Practice makes perfect. The blonde woman exclaimed in surprise, calling out Lin Ji's name, asking if it was her. Lin Ji angrily turned to the blonde girl, explaining that the opponent was the traitor who almost killed their master, instructing her junior sister. Later, don't hold back. Just go straight for the kill. The blonde woman looked directly at Wang Zheng, secretly thinking about what her senior sister had just said, not expecting to face the traitor who almost ruined their master so soon after returning to the sect. She took a deep breath, her entire body erupting with brilliant green energy, determined to give her all so as not to disappoint her master. A silver-haired old man in golden robes observed, marveling that the young girl had reached the initial foundation establishment stage at this age, proving that old Zhao had found another talented disciple during his travels. Wang Zheng, the red-haired traitor, smirked provocatively, sneering that this junior sister probably hadn't learned much from Xiao Xuan, then turned to someone and said, Senior brother is too merciful. Let me make the first move. The blonde girl glared, coldly retorting to Wang Zheng, declaring that her master's disciples never tolerated traitors like him, and questioned how he dared to call himself senior brother. Hearing this, Wang Zheng subtly curled his lips, his eyes turning purple with murderous intent as he drew his sword, ready to strike. He roared cruelly, Then don't blame me for being merciless! Then swung his sword repeatedly. A brilliant purple energy tearing through the air and rushing straight towards her. Wang Zheng laughed loudly and smugly, warning the junior sister to be careful, because his spring-rain sword technique had even been praised as excellent by Sword Saint Xiao Xuan. The blonde girl maintained a calm expression, raising her hand to block his attack. The colliding purple energy, creating a resounding clang. Wang Zheng was stunned, unable to believe his eyes, as his powerful attack was easily blocked. The blonde woman looked directly at him, her tone cold as she admitted his sword technique was indeed impressive. Although her protective shield had just shattered, she stood firm, scoffing. You are truly pathetic for someone who calls himself a swordsman. You couldn't even penetrate my defense. What kind of swordsman are you? Wang Zheng stared at the girl, his face utterly bewildered as he realized he had underestimated his opponent. Finally, Wang Zheng swallowed his anger, bowed his head, and sighed, admitting his crushing defeat. Wang Zheng had just declared his surrender, but was immediately stopped by a challenging voice. Wait a moment. The long-haired blonde woman, surrounded by brilliant green energy, coldly declared, Is this all there is to the sect competition? I can't kill you right now, so consider yourself lucky. Not to be outdone, Wang Zheng unleashed an attack with purple energy, countering his opponent's green technique, creating an earth-shattering explosion in the arena. The power from that terrifying collision spread everywhere, causing the entire arena to shake violently, sending bricks and stones flying. Wang Zheng was sent flying far away, his mouth agape in astonishment, his face heavily shocked as he realized his opponent was much stronger than he had imagined. The blonde girl stood as firm as a rock, while Wang Zheng was pushed back into the distance, as small as an ant. He knelt down, his eyes wide with terror, stammering, Wait, you have foundation? Establishment stage cultivation? How can this be? Wang Zheng's face turned crimson with rage. He growled, "Your cultivation is impressive, but why should I seek Xiao Zhuan as my master?" The long-haired blonde woman retracted her hand, the green energy dissipating, proudly boasting, "Just half a month ago, I only reached the first level of qi refinement, and now, I've reached the first level of foundation establishment." She smiled smugly, white energy enveloping her body, continuing to boast. "Thanks to Master Xiaoshuan's guidance, I received a powerful energy transmission. My muscles were refined, my bones purified, and my cultivation efforts became twice as effective. Oh la la. Such things are enough to make those blue-robed fellows envious." Wang Zheng was so furious his teeth gnashed, his face contorted with envy. That old man Xiaoshuan, did he really teach his inner disciples the most advanced skills? Damn him, how absurd, how ridiculous. The elder stood in the middle of the arena, solemnly declaring, "The first match goes to the 7th peak." Just as the long-haired blonde woman was about to leave, a shout rang out, "Wait a moment!" A figure plunged into the arena with terrifying speed, creating a deep crack in the ground. The black-haired man with the top knot raised his head, his gaze firm, and declared loudly, "I want to challenge the 7th peak." The crowd immediately buzzed with discussion. "Wow, did you hear that? Ye Chuan is daring to challenge the 7th peak." It seems there's a rule that if someone initiates a challenge, the other side cannot refuse, but the elder in charge is free to decide which disciple will fight. Amidst the whispers, a long-haired man anxiously asked if anyone was capable of responding to the challenge from the 7th peak. His companion immediately replied, reminding him of Ye Chuan's illustrious past, who was once known as the sect's Little Xiao Xuan. Ye Chuan's gaze was sharp and firm, confident in his 5th-level foundation establishment realm, while a voice rang out, asking Elder Xiao to send a disciple to respond to the challenge, then turned to call out intimately, "Hey, kid!" A pink blur flashed like lightning. Lin Ji darted forward, creating an extremely powerful vortex of wind. She stopped, her gaze firm as she looked forward, declaring loudly, "Your disciple is here, master!" Xiao Xuan smiled faintly, his eyes full of hidden meaning as he instructed her. "Be a little careful later." Yi Chihuan looked down with disdain, his tone full of sarcasm. "What right do the 7th Peak swine and your rabble have to stand on the sect Grand Assembly arena?" He also issued a warning, telling her to be more careful. Xiao Xuan smirked, his red eyes flashing with a hint of danger. Ye Chuan flinched, his eyes wide with surprise as he looked at the pink energy stream rushing towards him. He hastily drew his sword, blocking the surge of power just in the nick of time, creating a resounding clang. Ye Chuan frowned slightly, using his finger to gently wipe the corner of his eye, seemingly having taken a not-so-light blow. Xiao Xuan, in the form of a mischievous spirit image, ordered Lin Ji, "Hey, kid, smash his face for me, right now." Without hesitation, the disciple immediately replied, "Your disciple obeys." Ye Chuan stared in astonishment at the object in his hand, unable to believe his eyes. Lin Ji unleashed a powerful technique. Behind her was the image of a blazing fire phoenix, its power terrifying. Ye Chuan growled, questioning her, "Do you want to die?" A long-bearded, silver-haired elder mused, recalling that Ye Chuan had mastered the Qingya sword technique, promising a spectacular display. Another long-haired, long-bearded man immediately proposed their original plan to use the very sword technique Xiao Xuan had taught to defeat his disciple. Both nodded, imagining Xiao Xuan's face as he witnessed his disciple's crushing defeat. Lin Ji subtly smirked, her eyes revealing confidence and mischief. She swung her sword, creating a brilliant sword qi, which shot straight towards her opponent. Ye Chuan swung his sword, creating a crimson sword qi, and declared grandly, "Such courage is truly admirable." He held his sword firmly, his gaze sharp and full of confidence, with lightning exploding in the air behind him. Lin Ji looked at the scene before her, her expression utterly astonished, and she exclaimed, "What?" The girl still couldn't believe her eyes, wondering, how is this possible? Lin Ji stood upright, her sword still intact but seemingly blocked in an unbelievable way. She questioned her sword technique. "Isn't that the Fei Yan Jian Fa? Is it that difficult?" She continued, saying that by the rules, the opponent's sword was broken and the match should have ended, but she couldn't stand his smug attitude. Yi Chuan stood there, his sword broken in half, the hilt still in his hand, while the blade clattered to the ground. He challenged coldly, "Come at me." The young man sneered, crimson energy erupting from the broken sword hilt, and he said contemptuously, "Aha! This is truly ridiculous." He roared, crimson energy violently exploding around him, questioning Lin Ji. "Who do you think you are?" Ye Chuan growled angrily, asking Lin Ji, "How dare you speak to me like that?" Lin Ji maintained her offensive stance, crimson sword chi slashing across the space, charging straight towards her opponent without hesitation. Ye Chuhuan was severely wounded, fresh blood flowing from his arm, his eyes filled with extreme shock and pain. The young man knelt down, clutching his bleeding arm, crying out in pain, "Ah, my arm!" Lin Ji looked down, her face half hidden in shadow, and asked coldly, "You asked who I was? Do you know now?" She gave a terrifying smile, declaring that Ye Chuhuan was nothing but trash, and even if he practiced for 100 years, 10,000 swords couldn't touch her. Ye Chuhuan roared in anger, his eyes bloodshot, saying that the girl was speaking nonsense. Ye Chuhuan was kneeling on one knee, his injured arm wrapped in blood-stained bandages, his face full of resentment and determination, and he growled a challenge. "Just you try." Lin Ji gave a confident, arrogant smile, holding a bag of gold coins, her gaze sharp as she looked down. She declared provocatively, "In today's match, if you can touch even a single strand of my hair, it would be a miracle if I lost." Two men stood side by side, one with his black hair tied up and one with long hair, their faces astonished as they discussed Earth-grade swords. One exclaimed, "Wait, do you mean all of these are Earth-grade weapons?" The other replied in shock, "Our sect only has senior sister possessing a top-tier human-grade weapon." Wang Lao, the silver-haired, long-bearded elder, couldn't help but be surprised. He whispered, "Did you hear that? Even the sect master only has 5 or 6 Earth-grade artifacts." Another person in the crowd exclaimed, "Tsk, Xiao Lao certainly has a huge fortune." Xiao Xuan sat leisurely with his legs crossed, wearing sunglasses and smoking a cigarette, surrounded by blurry figures. He sighed with boredom. "Ah, the life of the wealthy seems simple and modest. But in reality, it's incredibly dull." Ye Chuhuan suddenly burst into loud laughter, covering one eye with his hand. Countless broken swords scattered around him on the ground. Lin Ji narrowed her eyes, her gaze revealing confusion and curiosity at her opponent's unexpected reaction. Ye Chuhuan stood upright, his back to the onlookers, his entire body ablaze with crimson energy. A voice from the crowd rang out, "I heard that Xiao Xian imparted skills to you. Initially, I didn't believe it, but now it's true. Did he also give you those artifacts?" The entire crowd, including Wang Lao, Su Muhan, a blonde girl, a man with his black hair tied up, Wang Zheng, and a long-haired, long-bearded man, all simultaneously showed extreme astonishment. Xiao Xuan, with a sharp and stern gaze, questioned Ye Chuhuan. "Ye Chuhuan, are you misusing your energy flow? Are you about to be consumed by the raging flames?" Ye Chuhuan roared, clutching the broken sword, crimson energy engulfing him. Another person in the crowd commented disdainfully, "He turned a useless piece of trash into a genius by force. He's really willing to spend a lot of money." Ye Chuhuan, his eyes blood-red, gritted his teeth, his gaze full of fury directed at Lin Ji. He wondered, could it be that he thinks? The young man lunged to attack Lin Ji, his body enveloped by a roaring, crimson, dragon-shaped sword, Qi. Ye Chuhuan shouted, "I only know the Fei Yan Jian Fa that he taught me." Lin Ji calmly parried the attack, her crimson sword Qi fiercely colliding with her opponent's red energy, creating a large explosion on the ground. Someone in the crowd explained, "This sword art is considered a heaven-grade treasure among rank 6 weapons. It was specially imparted to you because you are one of the most talented swordsmen in our sect." Lin Ji smirked, her eyes full of disdain as she looked at Ye Chuhuan, preparing to launch a counterattack. She said, "Oh, please." Lin Ji unleashed a crimson sword Qi, pushing back Ye Chuhuan, scoffing that she had her own sword and mocking him for being pathetic and proud of a heaven-grade sword art, declaring she would show her power. The crowd was shocked she followed Xiao Xian, yet had never touched a sword art above Earth grade. Lin Ji disdainfully uttered a derogatory remark, her tone full of sarcasm. "That heaven-grade sword art you mentioned, it's nothing impressive. It's just a paper tiger until you truly know how to use it. Besides," the pink-haired girl stood proudly, a dazzling fiery phoenix illusion behind her, declaring, "Some people are just lazy and wasteful. Don't blame the sword art for their lack of skill." Ye Chuhuan collapsed to his knees, his sword shattered, his body trembling from the unbelievable defeat. He covered his face in despair, unable to believe it. "I was tricked by Lin Ji again, defeated by that foot-washing maid?" Lin Ji looked down at her opponent, warning coldly, "Comrade, don't blame me for not warning you. If you surrender now, you'll have time to rest and continue. But if you insist on fighting, don't say I didn't warn you. Otherwise you will be consumed by hellfire and I will have to rid our sect of your evil." Ye Chuhuan sneered bitterly. "It seems I've lost again. I lost my precious sword and ended up losing to that foot-washing maid again." The young man suddenly roared in fury. "Impossible! How could I lose?" His entire body erupted with crimson energy, surrounded by broken swords. Wang Lao looked at the scene with extreme worry, a terrifying memory surfacing in his mind. This scene is exactly like the night that person went mad many years ago. The silver-bearded old man looked straight ahead, his face serious, declaring, "Ye Chi Huan is about to lose control. Stop immediately." A man with his black hair tied up, seemingly the referee, hastily struck a resounding gong, loudly ordering, "Time out! Disciples from both sides, leave the arena." Lin Ji looked at Ye Chi Huan, who was enveloped in dark energy, and smirked mockingly. "Consider yourself lucky, you useless piece of trash!" Sumu Han suddenly appeared, looking towards Ye Chi Huan with a worried expression, and asked, "Do you want to fight?" Xiao Xuan stood there, his gaze firm, declaring decisively, "I will not allow it." Lin Ji gave a terrifying smile, her eyes blazing, thinking to herself, "Perfect! Just as I wanted." Ye Chi Huan, with a sinister smile, declared, "I will show you more than the Fei Yan sword art or any other sword technique. Even the art of swordsmanship cannot compare to this." He erupted with power, unleashing a series of dazzling sword chi, each carrying destructive energy. Ye Chi Huan's sword, chi having just erupted, was sent flying backward, a voice full of disdain echoing, "This is not something a useless person like you can achieve." He screamed in despair, his body enveloped by a terrifying purplish-pink energy. Seeing the tense situation, Wang Lao hastily intervened, calling out Lin Ji's name loudly. At the same time, Xiao Xuan calmly held a book, gesturing with one hand, advising the girl, "Hey kid, don't be too impulsive." Lin Ji smiled confidently, raising a finger to reassure her master. "Don't worry, master. I know my limits." Immediately, she demonstrated her limits by unleashing a barrage of purplish-pink sword chi, sending Ye Chi Huan flying backward. A close-up of Ye Chi Huan's face revealed a haunting Wang character-shaped scar, along with small wounds. He checked his body in shock, unable to believe he was still alive. I'm not dead?" The surrounding audience couldn't help but burst into laughter, mercilessly mocking Ye Chi Huan. Ye Chi Huan angrily looked at the crowd, not understanding why they were laughing at him. Lin Ji, with a smug expression, held a small mirror, secretly thinking about her masterpiece. She playfully handed him the mirror, saying curtly, "Here." Ye Chi Huan looked into the mirror, utterly horrified by his reflection. Lin Ji, with a cunning smile, explained the mark she had left on him. She warned Ye Chi Huan not to be too complacent. "Don't be too complacent, Ye Chi Huan. You are just." Ye Chi Huan looked down at his hand in confusion, a section of his hair missing, and he roared, "Then what is it?" The crowd buzzed, discussing Qi Feng's terrifying power, with some wondering if they possessed heaven-grade weapons. Xiao Xuan gave a smug smile, praising his disciple as intelligent, adorable, and worthy of the deepest teaching. The elder sat on his chair, his voice full of nostalgia, asking Chen if he remembered many years ago when he personally expelled a traitor from the sect. Chen replied, recalling that it was Elder Wang An, Elder Wang's brother from Lu Feng, who betrayed the Guizhong to join the Riwei Lianmeng, then wondered if his master was suspecting Lu Feng of colluding with the demonic path. The elder sighed, hoping it was just his overthinking, but still instructed Chen to investigate Wang An further. The gong rang out decisively, signaling an important event about to take place. The referee raised the gong and mallet high, solemnly announcing that the next round would be a decisive battle between Qi Feng and Zhu Feng. Both the elder and Chen were astonished by this sudden announcement. Chen hesitated slightly, but his master immediately ordered the disciple to accept the challenge, warning that Lin Ji had surpassed the elders in swordsmanship and should not be underestimated, while also affirming that the match would benefit him. Chen bowed his head, his gaze firm as he replied, ready to obey his master's command. The referee shouted, "Match start!" as Chen and Lin Ji stood facing each other in the arena. Lin Ji exclaimed in surprise, not expecting to face Senior Ye in the very first round. A delightful surprise. Ye Chi Huan drew his sword, provoking his opponent with a smug tone. "What skills do you have? Come on, junior sister, let me see what you've got." She subtly covered her mouth, her eyes gleaming mischievously with a knowing half-smile. Lin Ji laughed confidently, holding a small mirror, ready for her performance. Lin Ji floated in midair, countless weapons swirling around her, and she smiled, saying, "Thank you for your consideration, Senior Brother Yi, but I won't hold back." Chen's eyes widened, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh my, so many magical artifacts!" The crowd of spectators couldn't help but gape, some even muttering about stealing from the enormous treasure trove. Lin Ji remained suspended, gracefully in midair, countless weapons and glittering gold coins surrounding her, ready for the impending battle. The pink-haired girl flashed a mischievous smile, her eyes full of provocation as she looked at her opponent. "Come on, Senior Brother Yi, let's fight!" Chen recalled his first day entering the sect, when his master gave him his only third-grade treasure, which was also all of his possessions. The young man suddenly changed his mind, boldly declaring, "Dozens of artifacts? This is just child's play." With an extremely angry expression, Chen questioned his master. "Master, are you just going to let this slide?" The long-bearded elder sighed softly, explaining that using spiritual artifacts in the competition was allowed, but Lin Ji's collection was a bit excessive. Lin Ji calmly collected the artifacts into a bag, asking if they were only allowed to use one at a time, then urged her opponent, "Hurry up. Let's finish this match. The food is ready. Let's go eat." Hearing this, Chen's eyes lit up with surprise and delight, and he asked again, "Really?" Ye Chuhuan raised his hand to signal, his eyes firm in response, telling himself he had to quickly finish the match to complete the task his master had assigned. The pink-haired girl flashed a radiant smile, confirming that what she said was true. Lin Ji immediately summoned a brilliant defensive shield, confidently saying, "This shield can withstand a full-force attack from someone with 10 times the innate power. Senior brother, feel free to unleash all your moves." Ye Chuhuan didn't hesitate, swinging his sword directly at the shield. But his powerful attack was bounced back. Lin Ji, enveloped in a mystical purple energy, smirked provocatively. "Senior brother, is that all you've got? You can't pierce my shield with your 10 times innate power? Or are you afraid to come closer?" Ye Chuhuan was so furious, his eyes turned red, and smoke puffed from his nose as he growled, "You! A man cannot say no!" Ye Chuhuan roared in anger, unleashing a powerful sword strike with a brilliant blue electric current, determined to pierce his opponent's defense. The young man's brightly glowing electric sword shot forward, but Lin Ji maintained her smug smile, seemingly unfazed. Surprisingly, the pink-haired girl appeared right behind a giant golden shield, leaving Ye Chuhuan utterly astonished and gaping. Lin Ji smirked, while the black-haired young man gnashed his teeth, his eyes sparking with fury. Ye Chuhuan slumped, his hand still gripping the sword hilt, a large bump swelling on his head, wondering if such a terrifying defense truly existed. The young man roared in frustration, raising his sword high, telling himself that he had already given his all with 2 attacks. Lin Ji still smiled confidently as Ye Chuhuan continued to unleash his 3rd attack, facing the sturdy defensive shield. The pink-haired girl still smirked, while Ye Chuhuan continued to swing his sword, launching a 4th consecutive attack at the impenetrable shield. After a prolonged struggle, he was completely exhausted, collapsing beside his sword, while Lin Ji leisurely lay back, sipping a drink, oblivious to the shattered shields around her. Too exhausted to speak, Ye Chuhuan hung his head, his whole body trembling, trying to utter something. Finally, the young man collapsed onto the arena floor, completely exhausted, and the referee immediately declared, "I cannot continue. The first round of qualifiers goes to Majestic 7 Peaks." 2 men in the crowd whispered, one exclaiming in disbelief that the opponent had defeated their senior brother with dozens of defensive tools. The silver-haired elder laughed heartily, praising Lin Ji for being cunning and sly, saying he liked it very much. Lin Ji turned to Chen, asking if he wanted her to beat up Ye Chuhuan, because she knew he disliked him. Chen suddenly realized and asked Lin Ji if everyone was talking about senior sister bullying others. The pink-haired girl sat perched on a chair, her eyes full of self-satisfaction, declaring that she was no longer the Lin Ji of the past. The silver-bearded elder exclaimed in astonishment at Lin Ji's extraordinary power, never expecting her to progress to such an incredible extent. Meanwhile, Chen, with a smug expression, declared her his top disciple and excitedly ordered everyone to prepare for the 2nd round of the grand competition tomorrow. Yingxing Yue, a girl with long brown hair, remarked that this was a spectacular competition, but also sarcastically added that in the entire Qing realm, this was merely a tiny grain of sand. Beside her, Wei Ju, the blindfolded man, thoughtfully added that holding the competition at the Hongmeng sect proved its respectable origins. The brown-haired girl then revealed to Wei Ju that her spies had discovered the truth. Lin Ji, Xiaoshuan's senior disciple from the Hundun sect, was just an ordinary person with no cultivation at all a few months ago. She continued to talk about Xiaoshuan, who once single-handedly shook Luoyuan Prefecture City and challenged the entire Luoyuan sect on the mountaintop, turning both these lands into his private territory that no one dared to confront. Meanwhile, the man with the fan commented that from what he had just witnessed, Lin Ji had significant influence within the Hongmeng sect and was the kind of talent who could connect forces in the martial arts world that they were looking for. Yingxing Yue turned to ask Wei Ju if he intended to recruit her, and the old man simply nodded in agreement. The brown-haired girl looked up at the sky, her eyes full of calculation as she speculated that if Lin Ji could obtain the highest-grade Hongming Purple Qi this year. Far away, on the majestic 7 Peaks, the man with the fan pointed, introducing this place as the magnificent Hongmeng sect. The blonde-haired girl surprisingly asked about the Hongmeng Purple Qi, and Lin Ji immediately explained that it was a unique characteristic of the Hongmeng sect, distributed annually based on ranking in the Grand Assembly. The man with the fan continued, stating that those who cultivate for a long time in the Hongmeng Purple Qi would receive great blessings, imagining power and energy flowing throughout their bodies. He also revealed that there were rumors that if one secured the #1 position in this year's competition, they would receive the highest grade Hongmeng Purple Chi, and when it descended, the entire mountaintop would transform spectacularly. The blonde-haired girl exclaimed in surprise, never expecting the Hongmeng sect, a sect not very well known, to possess such an extraordinary treasure, wondering if it had been a formidable sect in the past. Chen, with an excited expression, suggested that everyone go explore the enchanting effects of the Hongmeng Purple Chi. The three of them together entered a fantastical scene, where lush green plants and vibrant flowers bloomed under the dazzling sunlight. Lin Ji marveled that the air here was filled with spiritual energy, so dense that she believed cultivating here would definitely be twice as effective. The blonde-haired girl exclaimed in surprise, realizing that the glistening golden fruits were essential ingredients for crafting immortal elixirs, and was even more shocked to see them growing abundantly everywhere. A glistening golden fruit hung from a branch, emitting a brilliant light, making people exclaim how rich and vibrant the Hongmeng spiritual energy was this year. Lin Ji, the blonde-haired girl, and Xiao Xuan stood amidst a dazzling lava lotus pond, surrounded by crimson lotus blossoms. The pink-haired young lady exclaimed in surprise that it was a lava lotus pond, then excitedly suggested they could forge divine swords like their master. Xiao Xuan smiled at Lin Ji, his eyes full of trust, encouraging her to try, believing that she would succeed. An ancient, majestic architectural complex appeared amidst the magnificent mountain scenery, with azure-tiled roofs and exquisitely carved details. The blonde-haired girl looked at the building in surprise, wondering why it had the ability to transform itself. Xiao Xuan stood beside her, slowly explaining that the buildings of the Hongmeng sect were rumored to be formed from the mountains themselves, and now, witnessing it firsthand, he believed the rumors were true. Truly, a magnificent sight. Xiao Xuan turned to instruct the group, telling everyone to return to their rooms to rest and prepare for the next round of competition tomorrow. The pink-haired young lady immediately replied, affirming that she would comply. The next day, a vast, circular arena appeared, surrounded by packed grandstands. In the middle of the arena, two figures were fiercely battling, their sword chi slashing, creating dazzling streaks of light. A girl with long brown hair, styled in two high buns, leaped into the air, swinging her sword to create a brilliant, lightning-like golden sword chi, striking directly down at her opponent. Below, Wang Zheng looked up, raising both hands in a futile attempt to block the attack. The powerful sword chi sent Wang Zheng crashing to the ground, clutching his painful arm, gnashing his teeth in anger. Damn it. The brown-haired girl stood tall in the arena, her eyes full of disdain as she looked at Wang Zheng. She coldly reminded him, I remember you once came to beg my master to let you join, but unfortunately, my master refused your request. The brown-haired girl continued to belittle Wang Zheng, claiming he had no interest in swordsmanship, but only came here to become her master's disciple because he wanted to get close to the female disciples. She even retorted, asking if he thought there were many female disciples on the second peak. The brown-haired girl continued her harsh words. Unfortunately, there are too many female disciples on the second peak. I wouldn't even bother looking at a useless person with a tainted reputation like them. Wang Zheng clenched his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with indignation and humiliation. The brown-haired girl stood up straight, proudly looking down at the kneeling Wang Zheng. She said she had long heard of Elder Xiao's sword techniques and was eager to test them. She also sarcastically remarked that nowadays, no matter how excellent one's swordsmanship, if they lacked qualifications, it amounted to nothing. Wang Zheng's hand trembled, clutching the ground tightly, his knuckles white with resentment. A large sandbag was sent flying by a powerful punch, creating a fierce aerodynamic current, as if all the pent-up rage was unleashed into it. Lin Ji stood in the middle of the arena, witnessing the pathetic sight as a man loudly declared the defeat of the sixth peak. He announced that with 3 consecutive losses, this peak had run out of chances to advance to the next round. Elder Wang sat there, his face full of indignation, growling and calling the losers a bunch of good-for-nothings, while the young man standing behind him remained silent. The elder turned to instruct the man, tasking him with finding Wang Changfeng to relay the news that the sixth peak had lost all hope of promotion. However, he still kindled a spark of hope, ordering them to prepare to raid the mountain and seize the Hongmeng Purple Chi as soon as the results of the Grand Assembly were announced, and the man beside him solemnly replied, affirming that he would obey. The next day, Lin Ji appeared in the arena, the sword in her hand emitting a mystical blue light, ready for a new match, with a large audience already gathered in the stands. Her opponent, a gray-haired young man with a sharp sword, smiled confidently and excitedly said, I truly look forward to experiencing Junior Sister's sword techniques, but I hope you won't use magical treasures to crush me, will you? Lin Ji responded with a radiant smile, her eyes gleaming with confidence. As if all provocations were just fleeting breezes, she exclaimed, Oh, this is wonderful. I couldn't have expected anything less. The gray-haired young man charged straight ahead, moving with lightning speed, while Lin Ji stood still, smiling provocatively. Then, let the real chapter begin. He swung his sword repeatedly, creating sharp currents of air that tore through the atmosphere. But Lin Ji gracefully dodged, her movements as fluid as a dancer. Her eyes suddenly flashed with brilliant light, the sword in her hand seemingly imbued with extra power. Lin Ji had activated her intelligent sword body, ready to counterattack. With her intelligent sword body, Lin Ji unleashed precise attacks, pressuring her opponent, feeling as if she could see through all his weaknesses at any moment. The gray-haired young man was completely stunned. He raised his hands as if to beg, his eyes revealing extreme astonishment at her sudden surge of power. Finally, he bowed his head in defeat, admitting, "Junior Sister Lin's sword techniques are truly remarkable. I humbly concede and must step aside." From the stands, cheers erupted, announcing that the ultimate winner would emerge from the seventh peak. Two young girls exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow! Who would have thought that after many years in seclusion, Elder Xiao could rise so powerfully like a reborn phoenix?" One of them wondered who would catch Elder Xiao's eye. The crowd of spectators buzzed with discussion, praising the recent sword move as truly spectacular and skillful. Another excitedly called out, "Hey! Hey!" Xiao Xuan, Lin Ji, and the blonde-haired girl all turned to look at a long, white-haired, blindfolded woman approaching. The white-haired woman greeted, "Junior Brother Xiao." The white-haired woman smiled, extending her hand as if to shake Xiao Xuan's hand. She also playfully asked about his secret to looking much healthier than their last meeting. "Long time no see," he said, extending his hand in greeting. "I've noticed you look much healthier than before lately. What's your secret?" Xiao Chun smiled, his red eyes full of confidence, responding to Zhu Xuan's greeting. He praised her for looking energetic, and implied that her recent adventure must have yielded many treasures. Zhu Xuan reminisced about her early days joining the Hongming sect with her junior brother Xiao Chun, recalling how their fierce rivalry pushed her to advance rapidly in cultivation. She secretly vowed to surpass him next time. In her memory, Zhu Xuan burst into tears when her cultivation stagnated. Only Xiao Chun treated her as before, sternly reminding her not to become a laughingstock and inviting her to train together. Back in the present, Xiao Chun humbly replied to Zhu Xuan, attributing his healthy appearance to her care. He asked how long she planned to stay in the sect, and she replied for a few more days, explaining that her two disciples, whose lives he saved last time, came along to express their gratitude. Xiao Chun chuckled, telling her not to be so formal. Xiao Chun and Zhu Xuan faced each other. She proudly declared that her junior brother had won first place and obtained the Hongmeng Purple Qi, asserting that his cultivation would surely reach new heights. From another perspective, the crowd of Hongmeng sect disciples laughed and chattered excitedly about their senior sister, thinking she was cool in her own right. Suddenly, Wang Lao, an elder with white hair and beard, let out a cold snort, his face filled with indignation and worry. He rose from his seat, signaling the surrounding disciples to prepare for action, declaring that it was time to make a move. Wang Lao erupted with power, his entire body radiating a brilliant purple energy. Fierce streams of attacking qi surrounded him as he roared, "Annihilate chaos! Seize life force!" At the same time, elsewhere in the sect, two disciples were complaining about being on duty and missing the important competition. One of the two disciples suddenly flinched, his eyes widening in surprise as he sensed something unusual. On the mountain plaza, a group of strangers appeared, led by Wang Changfeng, an elder of the Sun Moon Ghost sect. He was smiling, smugly, surrounded by terrifying black-purple energy. Wang Changfeng, at the first level of the nascent soul stage, smirked provocatively, declaring it was time to show off his power. A long-haired, silver-bearded Hongmeng sect elder, standing next to a disciple, angrily rebuked Wang Changfeng. "Wang Changfeng, you truly are a persistent leech. You relied on the Sun Moon Ghost sect, and now you dare to come back and cause trouble." Wang Changfeng sneered, smugly boasting that he had advanced to the nascent soul stage, while his opponent was still only at the peak of the golden core. He ordered his opponent to kneel and beg for forgiveness, then to tie up Xiao Chun and hand him over. He continued to laugh loudly, his tone full of mockery. "All right, I'll spare the Hongmeng sect. Happy now?" Wang Lao, with white hair and a long beard, stood upright, his hands extended forward. His entire body erupted with a powerful blue aura, his eyes sharp and full of indignation. "Is the Hongmeng sect a place where you can come and go as you please? Absolutely not." Immediately, a colossal green barrier erupted, enveloping the entire mountain. It was the activated Grand Mountain Protection Array, ready to welcome any intruders. Streams of green energy shot out from the barrier like lightning bolts, striking the charging soldiers, sending them flying in all directions, their weapons clattering. Wang Changfeng, with long gray hair holding a sword, stood amidst the purple energy, smiling smugly. "I heard that the founder of the Hongmeng sect was a master of balance, and the power of their Grand Mountain Protection Array is truly astonishing," he continued, his eyes sharp, a cunning smirk on his face. Today, seeing it with my own eyes, you truly live up to your reputation." Then concluded with an ominous remark. "Well, this is the end of the road." Wang Lao, standing midair, suddenly looked up, his face showing surprise mixed with worry as a strange green light erupted behind him. The full view of the Hongmeng sect appeared, but it no longer had its former majesty. Numerous large cracks were spreading across the Grand Mountain Protection Array's barrier, as if a colossal pane of glass was about to shatter. A group of Hongmeng sect disciples, dressed in blue and holding swords, huddled together, their faces terrified. "The Grand Mountain Protection Array has been broken. What the hell is going on?" Wang Lao, with white hair and beard, his eyes wide, his expression completely changed, cried out in horror. "Oh no!" The old man looked towards the highest peak, where a dark energy was engulfing it. "The first peak has been infiltrated by an evil force, and the eye of the Grand Mountain Protection Array is located there. It's very likely that it has been damaged by this dark energy." Wang Lao, his face tense, his eyes red with anger, gritted his teeth and said, "Sun Moon Demonic Gate." The silver-haired elder, riding on the back of a giant white crane, decisively ordered the other elders. "Esteemed elders, I will go to the first peak to eliminate the demonic forces and reactivate the Grand Mountain Protection Array." Then he turned to instruct, "All right, everyone, hold the defensive line here." A resolute voice responded, "Don't worry, master." Zhu Xuan, with long white hair and a blindfold, stood sword in hand amidst a group of fighting disciples. As she acted, she reminisced. "The last time I fought alongside my junior brother, it seems like it was a very long time ago." Xiao Chun smiled mischievously at Zhu Xuan. 10 years ago? Do you mean that time you wanted to sneak down the mountain to watch an English-speaking student try to chat up their Chinese-speaking classmate?" Zhu Xuan asked back, her tone full of nostalgia. Xiao Chun burst out laughing, teasing her. "I see your eloquence hasn't faded at all, my dear junior brother." Zhu Xuan, with her long white hair fluttering, her eyes resolute, soared forward. "Let me go first," she shouted, ready to face the enemy. With a cold expression and sharp eyes, she looked directly at the intruders. "Dare to invade the Hongmeng sect? I suppose you've accepted your inevitable deaths, haven't you?" Zhu Xuan unleashed earth-shattering power, her entire body engulfed in a brilliant purple energy, ready to sweep away all obstacles. An extremely powerful wave of purple energy swept out from her, repelling numerous enemies who were fleeing in panic. Xiao Chun smiled confidently, brilliant golden swords hovering around him. The young man said in a low voice, "It seems senior sister's twin swords of azure and purple have reached their peak. I can't fall behind either." Immediately, Xiao Chun soared up, a fierce golden energy erupting and sending countless enemies flying. At the same time, a girl with brown hair and a high bun and a gray-haired young man also appeared. Both held swords and shouted in unison, "Don't forget about us!" They charged straight into battle, golden and blue sword chi surging, sweeping away the remaining enemies. A pink-haired girl pointed into the distance, excitedly telling the yellow-haired girl holding a bow, "Zhu, do you see those two mountains over there? The one on the right is Twin Sword Peak." Legend has it that only when the red-blue twin swords combine their power is their true strength unleashed. We absolutely must challenge both at the same time. It will be a classic battle for the ages. The yellow-haired girl, with resolute eyes, tightened her grip on her bow and firmly said, "Senior sister, don't worry. Just let me clear the way for you." The pink-haired girl leaped high, her entire body enveloped in a green energy. She confidently replied, "Excellent. Then I'll leave it to you, junior sister." The pink-haired girl, with fiery eyes and a face full of determination, was ready for an explosive battle. She spun in mid-air, creating an extremely powerful purple energy field that sent all surrounding enemies flying. The yellow-haired girl looked at the magical item in her hand in surprise, then confidently declared, "I can still control many more magic artifacts." She stood amidst a swarm of countless flying swords, each emitting a brilliant green light, creating a magnificent spectacle. The gray-haired young man looked at the scene before him in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, so many magic artifacts. Are they all heaven grade?" It seems Seven Peaks didn't even use its full strength in the competition. Zhu Xuan charged forward, surrounded by sharp blue sword chi, while an enemy behind her sneered. The Hongmeng Saintess. Isn't she just relying on the sect master's favoritism?" Xiao Chun looked forward angrily, extending his hand to create a brilliant golden energy circle, while loudly warning, "Senior sister, be careful!" Xiao Chun soared into the air, unleashing a brilliant golden sword chi that seemed to tear through the sky, confronting the opponent's power. A gray-bearded old man, his face contorted into a frown, angrily exclaimed as he recognized the familiar enemy appearing. Zhu Xuan, surrounded by blue energy, tried to catch a falling comrade who was screaming for help in terror. Wang Changfeng, the traitor with long gray hair and red-black attire, smiled arrogantly, continuously unleashing brilliant golden sword chi that swept away all obstacles. He smirked, his eyes full of disdain. telling himself it was time to personally clean up everything here. Wang Changfeng raised his hand to the sky, and a colossal blue summoning flag unfurled, calling forth a giant skeletal creature with glowing eyes. Immediately, a mighty legion of undead, with skeletal warriors wielding sharp weapons, emerged from the spatial gate, ready to sweep through everything. Elder Wang Changfeng stood amidst his demonic legion, his cold eyes signaling them to charge. Zhu Xuan still held her sword resolutely, but the disciples around her were sent flying, scattered in the chaos of battle. She looked directly at the enemy, her voice full of indignation as she asked Wang Changfeng, "After betraying the Hongmeng sect, have you transformed into such a non-human, non-demonic thing?" The gray-bearded old man burst into maniacal laughter, his face full of glee and mockery at the chaotic scene. He stared at Wang Changfeng, unable to hide his astonishment at the opponent's grotesque form, while Xiao Chun stood beside him, also full of vigilance. The gray-haired old man continued to mock, recounting that Wang Changfeng was once willing to do anything for recognition, but was treated as invisible and ridiculed. He further revealed that, in his desire for approval, Wang Changfeng recklessly pushed himself to his limits, ultimately losing all his cultivation and turning to the demonic path. Wang Changfeng, in his gruesome skeletal form, along with his legion of undead, formed a solid steel wall, ready to crush everything. Zhu Xuan did not flinch. She swung her sword, striking directly at a skeletal warrior, determined to halt the advance of the evil army. Xiao Chun smiled meaningfully, warning Zhu Xuan that these golden core level demons were not to be trifled with, and if they couldn't be handled, the consequences would be unpredictable. The Hongmeng Saintess, wielding her sword mid-air, responded with a helpless but determined, "Oh, please!" Amidst the wave of undead attacks, Xiao Xuan swung her sword, creating brilliant sword streaks, while a gray-haired young man behind her issued a warning. Old Wei Ju, with a pensive expression, asked if they should help the Hongmeng sect in this critical situation. Wei Ju, with his eyes blindfolded, coldly remarked that the Hongmeng sect leaders were worthless, only knowing how to spread fear whenever they raised their banners. The old man only highly regarded two young individuals, a male and a female, among them. Xiao Chun maintained his confident demeanor, while Wei Ju continued his analysis, stating that the two young individuals had not yet reached the golden core stage and could not compare to Wang Changfeng, leader of the Yin-Yang ghost sect. The old man concluded that the Hongmeng sect would find it difficult to escape this calamity. Zhu Xuan charged into the battlefield, unleashing sweeping blue sword chi that repelled countless skeletal warriors. The surrounding crowd was sent flying by her terrifying power, fleeing in panic. Xiao Xuan faced the giant skeletal monster and the legion of undead, steadfastly declaring that if the Hongmeng sect could not survive, then she herself would hardly escape. Xiao Xuan's eyes flashed with determination. She secretly thought that Xiao Chun and Zhu Xuan possessed outstanding talent, worthy of being recruited into her team. Xiao Chun calmly ordered Wei Ju to observe the situation, while Xiao Xuan anxiously instructed the old man to help if Xiao Chun and Zhu Xuan were in danger. Xiao Chun then decisively reiterated the order to Wei Ju. Zhu Xuan concentrated her energy, her fingers glowing in a mystical purple aura, and she softly uttered the words, "Sword Intent." The Saintess decisively gave an order, and a blue energy erupted from her body, sending the surrounding skeletal warriors flying. Wei Ju, observing Zhu Xuan fighting, revealed that the Hongmeng sect possessed a heaven-grade twin sword technique, and even partial mastery was enough for astonishing power. The old man affirmed that Zhu Xuan had reached its peak, and no one below the nascent soul stage could contend with her. Suddenly, a ghastly green skeletal hand shot out, grabbing Zhu Xuan's leg tightly, startling her. Zhu Xuan realized in horror that the skeletal hand was poisoned, paralyzing her body and making her unable to move. Immediately, brilliant blue chains appeared from nowhere, tightly wrapping around Zhu Xuan, pulling her towards the surrounding skeletal warriors. Zhu Xuan struggled in vain, desperately exclaiming that she could not escape the wicked chains. Finally, the Saintess was tightly bound, standing helplessly before a giant skull with glowing blue eyes, signaling a perilous outcome. Bound tightly by poisonous chains, Zhu Xuan stared ahead in horror, unable to believe what was happening. Before her was a colossal bone monster, along with countless other skeletal warriors, all enveloped in a brilliant blue light, ready to devour the Saintess. Xiao Xuan, with a smug expression, taunted, "Our Hongmeng Saintess has truly matured. She blossoms like a radiant flower." He continued to sneer, his tone cold. "What a pity. Everything ends here." Elsewhere, Wei Ju and a gray-haired man were observing the situation. The gray-haired man urged, "Hey Wei, it's time to show them what we've got." Instantly, Xiao Xuan appeared like a whirlwind, brandishing a brilliant golden sword, and shouted, "Release my senior sister!" A powerful burst of sword energy erupted, sweeping away the skeletal warriors surrounding Zhu Xuan, creating a hopeful opening. Wei Ju witnessed the scene, his eyes full of astonishment, exclaiming, "Well, look at that." Xiao Xuan maintained his arrogant demeanor, holding the brilliant golden sword, and disdainfully said, "Isn't it just a nascent soul? Who hasn't killed a few nascent soul cultivators in their life?" Sword Saint Xiao Xuan continued to explain his power, stating that with the blessing of the innate sword physique, he had comprehended the myriad transformations' divine art, with each transformation unlocking a new ability. The gray-haired man grew angry, a blue light flashing in his eyes, and growled, "Brat, you are truly arrogant to the extreme." He immediately summoned countless more skeletal warriors, surrounding Xiao Xuan and declaring he would teach the girl a lesson she'd never forget. Xiao Xuan was overwhelmed by the number of monsters. She struggled to dodge the relentless attacks from the dry bones. Xiao Xuan remained unfazed, waving his hand to summon a series of brilliant golden swords that flew around him, his tone full of challenge. "Just you, alone?" The golden sword surged like a storm, mercilessly destroying each skeletal warrior, turning them into dust in the blink of an eye. The gray-haired man recoiled in horror, unable to believe the destructive power of his opponent, thinking to himself, "What kind of power is this, after all?" The gray-haired young man and Xiao Xuan looked ahead in astonishment, both exclaiming about the terrifying power spreading. The gray-haired man quickly warned her, "What a dreadful spreading effect. It can't be stopped, hurry." Amidst the energy wave, the light pink-haired girl immediately created a blue shield to protect her short pink-haired junior, telling her to hide behind her. The short pink-haired junior replied with a joyful expression, "It's good to see you, senior sister." Wei Ju, with an expression of extreme astonishment, stared at the glowing red energy orb in his hand, thinking to himself, nearly 100 golden core demonic beasts. Did he really defeat them with just one move? Old Wei's eyes flashed with calculation. He thought to himself that if he could recruit the owner of this golden core power, victory at the Grand Assembly would surely be within reach. A cold foot crushed a monster's skull amidst the scattered rubble. The person issued a powerful warning. So all those little tricks just now were merely a display of that cheap skill? "I'll give you one last chance." Xiao Xuan appeared, his eyes burning with fury, and boldly demanded of his opponent, "Release my senior sister at once." The young man's golden sword shone brilliantly, surrounded by countless crushed monster skulls, a testament to his destructive power. Wei Ju smirked, his eyes full of cunning. Calling her senior sister sounds quite intimate, doesn't it? Could it be that she rejected me all those years ago because of you, you little brat? The old man with braided silver hair, a meaningful smile on his face, extended his hand, and a strange purple energy began to swirl. He said to Zhu Xuan, "Congratulations, Zhu Xuan. Today, I will show you something extraordinary." Zhu Xuan was tightly bound by blue energy chains, struggling in vain. Below, the enemy coldly warned, "The consequences of choosing the wrong person can be dire." Xiao Xuan charged like an arrow, the golden sword in his hand shining brightly, roaring in fury. "Stop!" The young man's sword slashed directly at the binding chains, creating fierce sparks. Zhu Xuan watched in horror as the chains imprisoning her shattered into pieces, freeing her from bondage. The old man with braided silver hair's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe the sight before him as his chains were destroyed. He exclaimed, "This?" Zhu Xuan clutched her head in pain, realizing she couldn't summon her twin swords, her face filled with despair. Xiao Xuan shone brightly in a golden aura, his gaze firm as he looked toward Zhu Xuan, softly calling, "Senior sister." Xiao Xuan embraced Zhu Xuan, his eyes full of concern as he asked if she was all right. She nestled into his chest, her face flushed. The Hongmeng Saintess whispered softly, her voice so weak it was almost inaudible, I'm fine." From afar, Xiao Xuan exclaimed in astonishment, praising Xiao Xuan's recent move as truly out of this world. The gray-haired young man next to her also nodded, surprised to see his master blush. The two pink-haired girls behind them cried out in panic, one quickly creating a protective shield. Sword Saint Xiao Xuan steadily held Zhu Xuan, the golden sword in his hand suddenly blazing brightly. He growled, calling out Wang Changfeng's name. An earth-shattering burst of sword energy erupted, hurtling straight towards the enemy with tearing speed, carrying a stern declaration, "You will pay." The old man with braided silver hair spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes wide with horror, unable to believe what had just happened. He exclaimed, "Number impossible!" The elder of the Sun-Moon demonic sect was sent flying far away, his figure soaring like a rag. Xiao Xuan calmly held Zhu Xuan, a slight, smug smirk playing on his lips. Zhu Xuan looked up at Xiao Xuan, her blindfolded eyes still holding extreme surprise. He turned to look at his senior sister, grinning smugly as he asked, "Ha, that move just now must have impressed you, senior sister, right?" In a humorous moment, he suddenly realized he was still holding her tightly, and hastily asked, "It seems I should put senior sister down now, shouldn't I?" The Hongmeng Saintess was still a bit dazed, but then excitedly said she wanted to try that move with him when she had free time. Xiao Xuan gleefully explained that it was a newly comprehended secret move, powerful enough to deal with even a nascent soul cultivator like Wang Changfeng. A long brown-haired woman standing nearby, her face filled with extreme astonishment, wondered if even peak, divine realm cultivators could resist this power. Wei Ju thoughtfully looked down at the dry bones beneath his feet, while the long brown-haired woman asked him if he believed Xiao Xuan's words. Old Wei merely hummed softly and fell into thought. Old Wei frowned, concluding that Xiao Xuan's move was undoubtedly 1,000 transformations, continuously refined from his current sword Dao. However, the way spiritual energy erupted from the sword completely baffled him, making it impossible to decipher. The long brown-haired woman looked directly at Wei Ju, her voice full of surprise. "Even you, wise Old Wei, can't see through it?" Old Wei stood with his back turned, thoughtfully saying that even though he had reached the peak of the nascent soul realm, if he had to face that sword move directly, he wouldn't be confident at all. The elder frowned, sweat trickling down his temples, his expression extremely tense as he admitted that harsh truth. The brown-haired girl's eyes widened, her pupils contracting, reflecting the dazzling light from the recent attack, as if she had just witnessed a miracle. Xiao Xuan still stood there, his white hair fluttering in the wind, his red eyes looking straight ahead with an unnervingly calm expression. The long brown-haired woman smiled faintly, turning to ask, "Do you believe there are still extraordinary talents hidden within the borders of our great Qin Empire?" The surrounding crowd began to murmur, fearfully asking if Elder Wang had truly been annihilated and whether they should continue fighting or flee immediately. Xiao Xuan stomped his foot, a purple energy burst engulfing the space, and he growled at the crowd. "Do you feel like running? Do you think the Hongmeng sect is a place you can enter and leave as you please?" The crowd immediately prostrated themselves, frantically pleading, "Please have mercy on us! We were only following the elder's orders. That's right, I've never harmed anyone. I was tricked into the gates of hell by those swindlers." High above, Xiao Xuan and Zhu Xuan stood tall, looking down at the crowd kneeling and begging for their lives. A powerful surge of energy suddenly erupted, causing both Xiao Xuan and Zhu Xuan to flinch slightly, their eyes turning towards the source of the tremor. The light pink-haired woman cried out in alarm, while the blonde girl next to her exclaimed in astonishment that it was a magnificent display of power. Amidst the chaotic scene with fire and smoke billowing, Xiao Xuan looked up, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is that Mount Everest?" Zhu Xuan rushed forward, determined to brave the danger, because her leader was in trouble. But the light pink-haired woman quickly held her back. Xiao Xuan, with a solemn expression and sharp eyes, calmly said, "We don't need to go there, they've already arrived." A strange man was flying in the sky. Laughing loudly and arrogantly, he challenged, "You, the most cunning bastard, surrender with your hands bound." The red-haired man, Wang Zheng, flew in midair, laughing loudly and arrogantly. He declared that he had captured someone and destroyed the mountain-protecting formation. He continued to provoke, ordering his opponents to surrender if they didn't want to suffer the same fate as their sect master, then launched a fatal blow at Wei Ju. Old Wei was sent flying to the ground, lying motionless, causing his disciples to cry out in horror, "Master!" At the same time, Xiao Xuan, Zhu Xuan, and the others all showed expressions of astonishment at the scene that had just unfolded. On the ground, countless disciples of the Sun Moon demonic sect prostrated themselves, cheering loudly as Wang Zheng appeared, hailing him as their new sect master. Wang Zheng descended, his cold gaze sweeping over the crowd, questioning, "Where's Wang Changfeng?" A disciple immediately knelt to report, his voice trembling. "Elder Wang has been killed by the traitors of the Hongmeng sect." Wang Zheng showed a feigned look of horror and dramatically asked again, "What? Wang Changfeng was killed?" He burst into maniacal laughter, kicking away the disciple who had just reported the news, while the others whispered about the elder's death. Wang Zheng covered his mouth with a cunning smile, his red eyes flashing with disdain. He wondered when the Hongmeng sect had acquired a nascent soul realm expert. He looked down at his opponent, his tone full of challenge, mocking that the person was merely a 7th-level golden core realm insect, not qualified to speak. Xiao Xuan, with red eyes and a confident smirk, responded to his opponent's provocation with a brief question. "Really?" In just an instant, a terrifying surge of power erupted, striking Wang Zheng directly. He was sent flying into the air, then plummeted straight to the ground, creating a deep crater, causing his disciples to cry out in horror. Xiao Xuan stood proudly above, looking down at Wang Zheng with a mocking expression. "I'm afraid you won't keep your promise, so let me take the initiative, shall I?" Wang Zheng lay on the ground, clutching his chin, his face clearly showing pain but still trying to grumble. All right. Hey, you little brat." Wang Zheng, with a sinister expression, brandished his glowing red sword and declared, "Today, I will use you as a sacrifice for my blade, you brat." He lunged forward like a whirlwind, his demonic sword trailing a surge of crimson energy, growling menacingly. "Accept your fate." The enemy continued his relentless assault, eyes filled with murderous intent, determined to finish off his opponent immediately. Zhao Xuan calmly drew his sword, his crimson eyes flashing with decisive light, blocking Wang Zheng's attack and creating a dazzling shockwave. The earth-shattering collision erupted, sending everything around them flying and causing the crowd of spectators to flee in panic. Sword Saint Zhao Xuan stood firm, spreading his arms to shield those behind him, and loudly commanded, "Everyone, quickly get behind me!" The crowd couldn't react in time, flung back by the surge of crimson energy, screaming in utter terror. Two female disciples, one with light pink hair and one with blonde hair, witnessed the scene with stunned expressions. The pink-haired girl stammering, "My master, he." The light pink-haired girl's eyes suddenly glowed brightly. She sensed a surge of sword-heart enlightenment that allowed her to clearly see all of her opponent's moves. She realized that Wang Zheng's falling cloud sword was a low-grade, heaven-tier divine artifact, capable of transcending all distances with the heavenly sword art. The light pink-haired girl worriedly warned, "Master, this time it's truly dangerous. That sword has definitely surpassed the heaven tier. It might be a rare masterpiece." Wang Zheng roared maniacally, "Die!" pouring all his strength into the attack, pushing Zhao Xuan backward. The sword saint was sent flying, gliding through the air with a long trail of blue energy, indicating that the previous blow was not light. In midair, Zhao Xuan maintained astonishing composure. He turned to Zhu Xuan and asked, "Senior sister, could I borrow your sword for a moment?" Without hesitation, Zhu Xuan immediately threw two glowing swords towards him, her eyes firm and full of trust. Zhao Xuan swiftly caught a green sword, ready for a surprising counterattack. The light pink-haired girl's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had just witnessed something incredible. Zhao Xuan stood proudly in midair, surrounded by 7 brilliant swords arranged in a mystical formation, none other than the renowned 7-star immortal slaying sword array. With a confident expression, the hero grandly declared, "Whether you are gods or demons, today all of you shall taste miserable defeat before me." The light pink-haired girl smiled brightly, drawing a blue sword, excitedly explaining that the 7-star immortal slaying sword array is a heaven-tier formation. When the 7 swords merge, its power can rival that of a divine formation. The young girl soared into the air, her blue sword erupting with brilliant light, enthusiastically suggesting, "Master, if we want to deploy the 7-star immortal slaying sword array, let's use my sword too." Wei Ju and the gray-haired man stood side by side, both astonished upon hearing mention of the 7-star immortal slaying sword array. The gray-haired young man drew his glowing golden sword, his eyes full of excitement as he said he had read about this formation in ancient texts but never thought he would witness it firsthand. He threw his sword up, enthusiastically suggesting that his master add his earth-tier dragon-slaying blade to the formation, seeing this as a golden opportunity to draw more people to his side. Zhao Xuan extended his hand, and the sword soared into the air. He coldly declared, "Today I will send you to your graves so you may never again set foot in this mortal realm." Earth-shattering power erupted. Zhao Xuan stood at the center of the formation, surrounded by brilliant swords, ready for a destructive attack. Wang Zheng sneered, licking his lips with arrogance. He provoked, "You think a few pathetic knives can stop me?" He charged forward, the fiery swords clashing violently, creating dazzling flashes of light across the battlefield. Wang Zheng gnashed his teeth, his face contorting as he was struck by a powerful blow, causing him to groan in pain. He was sent flying backward, fresh blood gushing from the corner of his mouth, his face filled with utter horror as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Despite being injured, Wang Zheng still laughed maniacally. Blood dripping, he growled defiantly, "Ha! Don't get ahead of yourself. Today, no matter how skilled you are, don't even dream of leaving here alive under my demon-slaying blade." A hand with sharp claws, enveloped in crimson energy, suddenly tore through space, signaling a vicious counterattack from Wang Zheng. Wang Zheng, with crimson eyes and a mad grin, roared, "A bunch of useless trash! It's time I made use of you!" He unleashed a destructive attack, crimson energy exploding everywhere. A man lay slumped on the ground, his breath shallow, faintly calling master, in horror and confusion at the brutal scene. Wang Zheng arrogantly brandished his sword, his entire body enveloped in dark aura, laughing loudly as he challenged, "Ha ha ha! Come on, gather all your furious energy!" Zhao Xuan, in his black and white attire, glided through the brilliant 7-star immortal slaying sword array, coldly declaring, "We don't even spare our own kind. Killing you is merely helping the world eliminate a scourge." He plunged down like an arrow, the swords in the array spinning wildly, creating a vortex of brilliant golden energy that directly confronted Wang Zheng's dark aura. The light pink-haired girl and another blonde girl standing behind exclaimed in astonishment, "Unbelievable! It's blocking our way." Wang Zheng, with a face full of wounds and a cruel smile, boasted, "My precious sword, nurtured by the essence of blood, can temper itself and has now reached the heaven extreme level." He continued to declare, his eyes blazing, "As long as there are people in this world who dare not challenge me, I will continue to grow stronger. Bring on the challenges. They only add to my power." Xiao Xuan merely curled his lip, his crimson eyes full of disdain as he replied, "Oh, please." Sword Saint Xiao Xuan leaped high. The 7-star immortal slaying sword array erupted with earth-shattering power, forming a gigantic fire dragon that charged straight at his opponent. Wang Zheng was knocked back by the terrifying power of the sword array. He roared in utter astonishment. How can this be? The immortal slaying sword array is this powerful? He fell to the ground. Fresh blood splattered. His face contorted in pain and fear, unable to believe what was happening. Xiao Xuan, with a terrifyingly calm expression, explained, "If it were just an ordinary 7-star sword array, it would be almost impossible to achieve such an overwhelming victory." He continued, his eyes sharp. "However, this sword array is enhanced by the innate sword body. It is truly unique." He continued to reveal the secret. It not only enhances the power of the sword itself, but also amplifies some of the sword's characteristics to an infinite degree. Through the tempering of Hongming Purple Qi, Senior Sister's blue and purple twin swords are capable of suppressing evil energy on demonic swords. He mused. However, I never imagined that the dragon-slaying blade from before, after being activated by the sword array, could generate such a powerful dragon qi. Facing hostility, it's as if I could crush corruption with a single blow. Wang Zheng, with a horrified expression and sharp fingernails splayed, desperately shrieked, "If you dare kill me, my master will never forgive me." Xiao Xuan merely curled his lip, his crimson eyes full of disdain, coldly retorting, "So what?" Immediately, a surge of brilliant golden sword energy erupted, sending Wang Zheng soaring into the air, causing him to shriek in extreme pain. Wang Lao, witnessing the scene, clutched his head in panic, blaming himself for causing such a huge problem. Sword Saint Xiao Xuan still stood there, calmly looking down, letting out a questioning, "Hmm?" The long-bearded, silver-haired old man couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming in astonishment, "Xiao Xuan actually killed that notorious butcher demon." The scene shifted to a majestic sect in the clouds, believed to be the Ryua sect, where divine beings resided, so powerful that all the martial arts sects of the Dacian dynasty combined could not resist a mere wave of their hand. Wang Lao lay slumped by the rock. Another desperate voice echoed, "Oh no, it's all over. Xiao Xuan is finished. The Hongmeng sect is finished. I'm finished too." Causing the old man to ask again, "Really?" Xiao Xuan appeared behind Wang Lao, his crimson eyes blazing, holding the glowing golden sword, declaring, "As for my future with the Hongmeng sect, it's hard to say. But you, my friend, have the potential to achieve greatness far beyond your wildest dream." The long-bearded, silver-haired old man saw him, realizing his tragic fate in horror. A mournful scream echoed through the space, signaling the end of a fierce battle. A close-up of a hand lying slumped on the ground, a sword plunged in, fresh blood dripping, evidence of the brutality that had just occurred. Xiao Xuan stood upright, the glowing golden sword still in his hand, calmly declaring, "It's finally over." He soared high, looking down at the desolate scene below, where a massive pile of skulls was stacked, thoughtfully assessing, "This loss is not small." Below, the blonde girl and the gray-haired young man rushed to the side of the glowing Wang Lao, anxiously asking, "How is the leader?" Wang Lao sat there, his face weary but resolute, explaining, "My heart may be wounded, but my life is preserved, for my honor. But a long period of rest may be necessary in the future, I fear." The gray-haired young man and the blonde girl both showed clear signs of horror, realizing that the leader would no longer be able to shoulder all the family's burdens as before. Hongmeng Scientess Zhu Xuan stood upright, clenching her fists, declaring that the current situation of the Hongmeng sect was like a flock of headless birds, completely lost. Without hesitation, Zhu Xuan loudly nominated, "I recommend Elder Xiao Xuan." She bowed slightly, asking the stranger with curiosity, "May I ask who you are?" A girl with long brown hair stepped forward, smiling as she introduced herself as Ying Jingyu, and expressed her honor at meeting all the members of the Hongmeng sect. Ying Jingyue continued to introduce her guardian, Wei Ju, a dignified old man with long silver hair. Old Wei merely grunted softly, his expression unchanged. Two girls standing nearby, one with dark pink hair and one with blonde hair, immediately recognized the name Ying Jingyue, their faces filled with astonishment. Xiao Xuan unexpectedly knelt on one knee before Ying Jingwei, grandly declaring, "This is indeed the illustrious princess of the dynasty." The gray-haired young man and the blonde girl were completely stunned, exclaiming in astonishment, "Your Highness, the third princess!" Ying Jingyue smiled at Xiao Xuan, saying that Elder Xiao Xuan seemed to have been waiting for her for a long time. Xiao Xuan humbly replied that he could only guess based on the dragon aura on her sword, and only confirmed her identity upon hearing her introduce herself as Ying Jingyue. Ying Jingyue praised Xiao Xuan as a wise man, then got straight to the point. She was here to invite the members of the Hongmeng sect to participate in a grand event, the Myriad Dao Festival, which would be held in the capital in 6 months. The entire group, from the dark pink-haired girl, the blonde girl, the brown-haired girl with 2 high buns, to the gray-haired young man and the blonde girl, all simultaneously asked in surprise about this momentous event. Ying Jingyue seriously explained that this was a grand millennium event personally hosted by the Daqin Emperor, aiming to gather all forces within the territory to hold a great competition and honor the strongest martial arts sect. She further emphasized that this Myriad Dao Festival was completely different, not only limited to the martial arts and cultivation worlds, but also involving the participation of major clans within Daqin, making it the grandest event since the dynasty's founding. Ying Jingyue made an enticing offer. If the Hongmeng sect agreed to participate in the Myriad Dao Festival, she would personally lead the team. To show her sincerity, she also promised to bestow an unmined rare gem mine and countless magical artifacts and cultivation resources. She continued to bait them with irresistible conditions. The ultimate winner would be bestowed the noble title of Protector of the Nation, granted the privilege of serving the Emperor, and receive absolute support from all of Daqin. If the Hongmeng sect won, all these resources would belong to them. Truly an invitation that outclassed all rivals. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Protector of the Nation!" Xiao Xuan pondered, his sharp eyes sweeping over everyone, wondering if the noble families had also gotten involved in this matter. He suddenly realized the anomaly when the Lord of Yunluo City was also an elder of the Yunluo sect, a secular official with deep ties to the immortal cultivators. Ying Jingyue smiled confidently, turning to ask Xiao Xuan, seemingly having grasped the true nature of the Grand Assembly. She even teased him about why he hadn't revealed it. Xiao Xuan's gaze was as sharp as a razor. He directly questioned Ying Jingyue. "Your Highness, please forgive my bluntness, but is this action of yours a conspiracy to overthrow the powerful and wealthy families?" The entire crowd, including Zhu Xuan and Wei Jiu, gaped in astonishment at Xiao Xuan's audacious question. No one expected him to dare speak so directly. Ying Jingyue calmly explained that from its very beginning, the Great Qin dynasty had to rely on the protection of powerful noble families to stand firm, and for thousands of years, this had become an unwritten rule. She further emphasized that all important decisions of the imperial court had to rely on the support of these powerful and wealthy families. But now, the dominance and insatiable greed of the great families had become a direct threat to the throne and the imperial family. Xiao Xuan smirked, having understood the issue. "This time, we are establishing a national religion directly under the emperor's authority. So, you just want to swallow the resources of the noble families and weaken their power, right?" The princess smiled meaningfully, admiring Xiao Xuan's wit. Junior Elder is truly a political genius. Ying Jingyue bowed, expressing her respect and sincere invitation for Xiao Xuan to participate in the Myriad Dao Grand Assembly, emphasizing that she was deeply impressed to witness him single-handedly defeat 2 nascent soul masters. The surrounding crowd was once again shaken, unable to believe that the third princess of Great Qin could show such extreme respect to an elder. Xiao Xuan asked Ying Jingyue if she was afraid of creating enemies in the martial arts world by making everything public like this, worrying that sects would exploit it to spread rumors. The princess confidently replied, asserting that this was no secret, because once approved by the emperor, everything would become public. She continued to explain that the news had spread everywhere, and the powerful families all knew but made no move to stop it. Ying Jingyue suspected that they were awaiting this opportunity to overwhelm the imperial family and consolidate their own power, for everyone desired to climb to the highest rung of the ladder of power. Xiao Xuan offered a meaningful smile, judging this to be an extremely clever move, executed subtly. He did not hesitate to praise the third princess of Great Qin as truly talented, capable of handling great responsibilities with ease. But immediately after, Xiao Xuan presented an unexpected condition, bluntly declaring to Ying Jingyue that if she wanted him to lead the team, the reward she offered were still insufficient. Wei Jiu narrowed his eyes, warning with an annoyed tone, "Hey kid, don't be too greedy." Turning to Xiao Xuan, Old Wei confidently smirked. "Just leave everything here to me." Ying Jingyue smiled confidently, declaring, "Whatever Senior Xiao's requests are, please don't hesitate to speak them." Xiao Xuan smirked, his crimson eyes flashing with a mischievous glint. "So, what about my request?" Ying Jingyue burst into hearty laughter, clapping her hands in approval. "Ha, you understand now. Bow to me and become my disciple. Do you want to be my student?" Xiao Xuan's eyes scanned the information panel and he mused. Supreme Overlord Physique, I've read about it in ancient texts. The white-haired young man continued to analyze, explaining that those with this physique could gather heaven and earth energy, cultivate with double the effort for half the cost, and simultaneously be protected by dragon chi and unleash extraordinary technical potential. Wei Ju angrily raised his hand, scolding, "You truly are a wild one!" Ying Xingwei quickly raised her hand to stop Wei Ju, her expression solemn. She turned to Xiaoshuan, respectfully asking, "May I ask, esteemed senior, what inspired you to accept me as a disciple?" The sword saint smiled meaningfully, replying, "Of course it's about your bones, my friend. Your outstanding talent and innate wisdom are the keys to unlocking your potential." Ying Xingyue was surprised, her eyes shining brightly. "Do you see my talent shining brilliantly?" She fell into a reverie, recalling that, as a child, she had the highest aptitude for comprehending techniques among her siblings, and her knowledge of poetry, literature, rituals, and strategy was unmatched. However, when it came to cultivation, she was always inferior to her siblings, and thus was not highly regarded by the emperor. Despite her best efforts in cultivation, her innate talent still seemed incomparable to others, leaving her with a deep sadness. She was so moved that her eyes welled up and she softly exclaimed, "This is the first time someone has recognized and appreciated my talent." Xiaoshuan extended an invitation to Ying Xingyu, asking why she hesitated to hear about the benefits of the 7 peaks. At the same time, Lin Ji hastily pulled Ying Xingyue's hand, advising her not to waste time. Xiaoshuan continued to introduce the 7 peaks to the renowned trio of princesses. Xiaoshuan enthusiastically explained that upon joining the 7 peaks, they would receive personalized guidance tailored to maximize their potential. He also boasted that the 7 peaks had a 3rd-grade alchemy senior sister, who was always ready to assist with various spiritual medicines, earn a lot of money, and possessed countless resources. Hearing this, Lin Ji and the blonde girl both appeared extremely excited. Zhao Xuan continued to emphasize the key point. They would receive special blessings and guidance from the revered master. He asserted that, regardless of innate talent, once they joined the 7 peaks, their cultivation path would be as smooth as a sailing ship with the wind. Lin Ji happily replied, indicating she understood clearly. Ying Xingyue skeptically asked if anyone, regardless of innate ability, could achieve that. Lin Ji unhesitatingly affirmed with certainty, "Of course." Lin Ji confidently recounted that when she first arrived at the 7 peaks, she was just an ordinary servant, with no talent for cultivation whatsoever. She excitedly declared that in less than half a year after joining the 7 peaks, she had reached the 2nd level of foundation establishment. Ying Xingye exclaimed in surprise that she had never heard of Lin Ji before today's grand competition, yet she had surpassed all other talented opponents. She recalled once looking down on Lin Ji, but now everything was different. A gray-haired man and a blonde girl also appeared, their faces astonished to learn that Lin Ji was once just a servant of the 7 peaks. Ying Xingye turned to ask Wei Ju, wanting to know what Elder Xiao had seen in Lin Ji to accept her as a disciple. Wei Ju stood behind, his expression pensive. Xiao Xuan subtly smirked, explaining that when all other disciples abandoned their master, Lin Ji was the only one who remained by their side. He believed the master had no choice but to acknowledge her loyalty and devotion. Lin Ji bowed, her eyes red-rimmed, emotionally replying that the master wouldn't say such a thing. Surely he had seen something special in her character. Xiao Xuan continued to speak of Lin Ji's astonishing talent, asserting that when taking a new disciple, innate talent was everything. He likened it to not being able to casually accept anyone without regard for their inherent abilities, which would be like driving a car without wheels. Afterwards, Xiao Xuan challenged those present, asking if anyone still doubted his disciple's innate talent in swordsmanship. Xiao Xuan looked directly at Ying Xingyu, his eyes full of confidence, declaring, "Esteemed 3rd princess, I have seen your outstanding talent. I know you have everything it takes to become a leader in this field. You have my absolute trust." Ying Xingwei was surprised, letting out a soft gasp. Ying Xingyue smiled gently, her expression calm. Ying Xingye knelt on the ground, bowing respectfully as she said to Xiao Xuan, "Master, your disciple humbly asks you to accept this gesture of reverence from your humble disciple." Wei Jiu stood in the distance, exclaiming in shock, "Princess." Xiao Xuan reached out to help Ying Xingye up, gently saying, "My dear disciple, please rise quickly." At the same time, a system notification appeared, congratulating the master on accepting a disciple, receiving a 10-fold feedback reward, and acquiring the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Body Tempering Art, Earth Grade, Unique, along with a subdued spirit artifact. Xiao Xuan stood there, his entire body radiating a brilliant golden light, his expression solemn. He wondered to himself, did the system just say, "Tomorrow is the day the spirits awaken"? Xiao Xuan wondered if the spirit artifact was connected to his soft finger sword. He realized that one of them seemed capable of communicating with his thoughts. Xiao Xuan recalled that if a magical weapon was forged for millennia, It could give birth to a sword spirit capable of self-attack and cultivation. He hadn't expected the system to directly bestow one upon him. It was truly amazing. Wei Ju angrily looked at Ying Xingyu, asking if she was crazy. How could she accept someone like Xiao Xuan as her master? Ying Xingyue calmly raised her hand to stop Wei Ju, saying, "Old Wei, I have calculated everything thoroughly. There's no need for you to say another word." Wei Ju let out a long sigh, wondering how to explain this mess, but then clicked his tongue and dismissed it, deciding to deal with it later. But then, Ying Xingwei quickly brought everyone back to the main topic, boldly declaring, "As a disciple of the Hongmeng sect, I wholeheartedly recommend Elder Xiao as the acting sect master." The blonde girl beside her also nodded in agreement, affirming that Xiao Xuan was the perfect choice. A brown-haired elder representing the Great Qin Empire immediately voiced his support, promising to wholeheartedly assist Xiao Xuan. Old Wei subtly cleared his throat, his expression full of reluctance, then reluctantly called out Xiao Xuan's name. The elder finally conceded, declaring that the Hongmeng sect would now be in Xiao Xuan's hands. Hearing this, Xuan Huan immediately called out Master. Her eyes filled with worry. The Hongmeng saintess looked around, then slowly extended her hand, saying that if everyone had such expectations then... But before she could finish, Xiao Xuan unexpectedly raised his hand, flashing a confident smile and declaring, "Excuse me, I object." Xuan Huan exclaimed in surprise, unable to believe her ears. Xiao Xuan turned his back to her, slowly explaining that he was old now, and it was time for the Hongmeng sect to be handed over to the younger generation. He suggested not choosing an acting sect master, but rather finding a brand new sect master so the sect could flourish under fresh leadership. The white-haired young man continued to explain that he himself only enjoyed wandering freely like the clouds, occasionally causing a little trouble for fun. Now, having also accepted the third princess as a disciple, his identity was already complicated enough, so positions like sect master or clan head were completely unsuitable for him. Therefore, Xiao Xuan placed his hand on Xuan Xuan's shoulder, flashed a mischievous smile, and boldly declared, "I nominate the exceptionally talented Xuan Tian as our new commander-in-chief." The saintess was stunned, speechless. The girl with two brown buns and the gray-haired young man looked at each other in surprise, wondering if it was to let that master lead. A black-clad general, his confident voice echoing through the room, immediately voiced his support. "I have heard everything clearly. I completely agree with Elder Xiao's wise words." He looked directly at Xiao Xuan, his tone resolute. "The identity of the Great Qin Princess's master is so controversial, it is not suitable for leadership." The brown-haired elder turned to Xuan Huan, congratulating her on coincidentally reading the Hongmeng scripture when she was only 12. Perhaps it was destiny. However, he also emphasized that according to ancestral teachings, only the sect master was permitted to read this scripture. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan was surprised and asked about the Hongmeng scripture. Xuan Huan pondered, Elder Qi's words bringing her back to reality. She explained that the Hongmeng heavenly book recorded the future of the Hongmeng sect. Since everyone was at an impasse today, she suggested letting fate and the universe decide who would replace Zhang He, allowing the heavenly book of destiny to guide them all. Xiao Xuan looked down at Xuan Huan, offering a meaningful smile and saying, "Follow me, my little disciple." The saintess immediately replied, calling him master. Ying Xingyue bowed respectfully, announcing that she and Wei Ju had to take their leave as there were other sects they needed to. Xiao Xuan smiled, calmly saying that she had just become his disciple, and he hadn't had time to prepare a formal initiation gift, so for now, she should keep this soft finger sword for self-defense. Ying Xingwei unexpectedly reached out to take the energy sword, her face filled with surprise upon hearing Xiao Xuan call it the soft finger sword. The brown-haired girl wondered about the true power of this small sword, but Xiao Xuan merely shrugged, appearing unconcerned. Wei Ju, with a skeptical expression, cleared his throat, and then questioned whether the princess truly needed such a small trinket for protection when he was already by her side. Immediately, Wei Ju and Ying Xingyu were startled and horrified, realizing that the sword could instantly kill a nascent soul stage cultivator, causing Old Wei to exclaim that it was the peak of nascent soul. Afterwards, a majestic scene unfolded, with sharp, rocky mountains stretching towards the blue sky, white cranes soaring against the clear sky, leading the way to a mysterious path. Xiao Xuan and Xuan Xuan stood before a colossal, intricately carved door. Xuan Xuan curiously asked her senior brother about the Hongmeng heavenly book and its true nature. Xuan Huan gently touched the door, and a brilliant golden energy erupted from her palm, enveloping the ancient gate. The Hongmeng saintess began to explain that a month ago her senior brother was gravely injured, on the verge of death, but now he had risen like a phoenix from nirvana. Xuan Huan's blue eyes widened, her gaze sharp, wondering what exactly had happened to make her senior brother change so much. Xiao Xuan flashed a bright smile, replying that he had coincidentally found an infinite golden core during a fortunate adventure, which allowed him to survive and break through to the golden core realm. while also wondering if his senior sister was testing him. Xiao Xuan's eyes suddenly flashed crimson. He looked directly at her, questioning if she suspected he had been possessed by someone. Xuanwan looked at him thoughtfully, softly asking again, "Really?" The colossal door slowly opened with a resounding creak, revealing a space filled with ethereal light within. Xiao Xuan and Xuanwan stepped into the grand hall, standing in the center of a brilliant circle of light, which enveloped the vast and majestic space. In the center of the brilliant circle of light, a green card-shaped item covered in ancient runes floated mysteriously. Xuanwan immediately recognized it as the legendary Hongmeng Heavenly Book, an item passed down only to those worthy of succeeding the sectmaster. She explained that once awakened, the Heavenly Book would reveal the sect's future for 100 years, astonishing Xiao Xuan. The Hongmeng Saintess instructed him that by simply channeling spiritual power into it, the Heavenly Book would make its own judgment. Sword Saint Xiao Xuan did not hesitate, immediately channeling energy into the item, and a brilliant light enveloped his hand. Xuanwan smiled meaningfully, certain that he was the chosen one to bear the heavy responsibility of sectmaster. However, to her surprise, the item slipped from Xiao Xuan's hand, falling to the ground with a dry thud. He shrugged nonchalantly, saying that he had known all along that the position wasn't for him, and only the Heavenly Book truly understood him. Xuanwan still didn't give up, wondering if the Heavenly Book also considered the user's intentions, then decided to try it herself. She channeled spiritual power into it, and this time, the item immediately glowed brilliantly, flying high in her hand. Xuanwan was stunned, unable to believe that the Heavenly Book had chosen her, even though she only wanted to see the future of the Hongmeng sect. Xiao Xuan burst out laughing, clapping his hands to congratulate her on receiving the Hongmeng Heavenly Book's recognition. Xuanwan recalled a childhood memory where the Heavenly Book had once revealed a part of her future, then decided to cast aside all thoughts to focus on its contents. A dazzling burst of light erupted from the item, shining into the air, revealing ancient images and texts. Both intently gazed at the prophetic images. The Hongmeng sect would become the national sect chosen by the emperor, with an extremely bright future. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, expressing his surprise at the Hongmeng Heavenly Book's astonishing prophetic abilities. Xuanhuan suddenly exclaimed as the words on the Hongmeng Heavenly Book began to change, revealing a new prophecy. The Heavenly Book quickly displayed content about Xiao Xuan. In the year 1165 of Daqin, he joined the Hongmeng sect, became a disciple on the second peak, and became the strongest disciple in the sect's history. The prophecy continued to recount Xiao Xuan's life. At 19, he became the master of the seventh peak. At 20, he encountered a cultivation bottleneck. At 25, he was severely injured during training, forced to return to the sect to start over. Xiao Xuan was astonished to realize that the first half of his life was recorded in detail, but it stopped precisely when he started over, making the young man wonder if it was because he had recognized the system. He pondered deeply about the vast world and the impossible, suddenly understanding why his master was so close to him, and that the Hongmeng sect was not as simple as it seemed. Xuanhuan touched her chin, wondering why the Hongmeng Heavenly Book didn't choose Xiao Xuan as its master, yet still clearly recorded his background. She speculated gravely, wondering if Xiao Xuan's future would not only be limited to the Hongmeng sect, but would extend even further. Xiao Xuan uncomfortably asked Xuanhuan why she kept staring at him, wondering if she still thought he was being controlled by others. Xuanhuan was startled and quickly clarified that she had just looked for too long. Xiao Xuan smiled mischievously, recounting an old memory when Xuanhuan invited him to sneak down the mountain to watch a play, then blamed him entirely when their master found out, forcing him to kneel in the ancestral hall for several days. The young man continued to tease, mentioning the time she blew up their master's alchemy furnace and then ran into his room to hide, and even saw everything while he was bathing. Xuanhuan blushed, quickly pushed Xiao Xuan away, and demanded he stop. He laughed, replying that she also enjoyed teasing him, so he was just retaliating. Xuanhuan cleared her throat, seriously explaining that when the Hongmeng sect's fortune erupted, spiritual energy would be distributed according to status, and since the Heavenly Book had chosen her as its master, she wanted him to be the vice sect master for support. Xiao Xuan pondered deeply, realizing that she always thought of him and brought good things, so he should also reciprocate with something. Xiao Xuan suddenly asked Xuanhuan if she possessed a pair of yin-yang fish jade pendants. She confirmed, explaining that she was practicing dual swords, which required yin-yang 5-element support, and the pendants could help. She continued to explain that when she found them, the number of pendants wasn't enough, so the effect wasn't high, then hesitantly asked if Xiao Xuan could lend them to her for a while. Xiao Xuan smiled, generously replying that now that she was the vice sect master of the Hongmeng sect, she had every right to learn dual swords, so she should keep them. Inwardly, he rejoiced, thinking he could now borrow the system to level up. On a bright moonlit night, the ancient house was hidden under the silver moonlight, creating an unusually tranquil scene. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, revealing that the master had granted the disciple a low-level dual sword skill, and the reward was 1,000 times power, along with the ability to merge skills within 1 day. Xuanhuan radiantly accepted the skill scroll, her eyes sparkling with joy, and she did not hesitate to express her sincere gratitude. Xiao Xuan instructed the girl to practice diligently and not forget to share with her senior sister. Xuanhuan obediently complied. The master received another system notification, this time about a skill merging feature that could only be used once. He wondered about this new function, and the system quickly explained that it allowed the merging of similar skills, thereby enhancing power and level to a new height. The Sword Saint smiled with great interest, deciding to test it immediately, and a brilliant golden energy began to gather in his palm. The system began the merging process, simultaneously scanning 57 skills that Xiao Xuan was cultivating, including the Earth-grade soul skill 9 Refinements Divine Heart. The white-haired young man was surprised to hear the skill name 9 Refinements Divine Heart, a familiar yet mysterious name. He suddenly recalled that this skill had been acquired while guiding Shaoji in Luoyun City, a distant memory flooding back. The merging process was successful, and an earth-shattering surge of power erupted around Xiao Xuan as he entered a meditative state. Intense pain struck, forcing the Sword Saint to brace himself, his shouts echoing amidst the brilliant lightning bolts. A few days later, the 7th peak of the Hongmeng sect remained shrouded in a thunderstorm, a powerful and mysterious sight. 2 disciples whispered about the thunderclouds that had lingered for nearly half a month over the peak, rumored to be caused by Elder Xiao's secluded cultivation. The crowd also excitedly speculated about Xiao Xuan's terrifying power after emerging from seclusion, believing that the sect would flourish under his leadership, and even praised him and the sect master as a perfect match when they jointly eliminated demonic beasts. Amidst the discussions, Lu Miaoner, a disciple of Xuanhuan and a newly promoted elder, appeared majestically with a gleaming sword. In a tea house, 2 disciples were whispering about the second elder becoming the sect master, and were astonished to hear news of sun-moon demonic beasts attacking the Hongmeng sect. One of them also recounted that after reaching the foundation establishment stage, Xiao Xuan had traveled everywhere, but upon hearing that the sect was in trouble, he immediately returned. Lu Miaoner, with sharp eyes, suddenly appeared and snapped at the 2 lazy disciples. "You 2! Your cultivation hasn't progressed at all in half a year. Hurry up and go practice, or I'll skin you alive." The 2 disciples were utterly terrified, quickly assented, and then fled in a hurry, leaving Lu Miaoner still grumbling irritably. "These brats! All they do is gossip all day." In the disciples' thoughts, although Xuanhuan and Xiao Xuan were childhood friends, his cultivation could not compare to hers. And how could someone who hadn't progressed in over 10 years be worthy of their master's attention? Just then, a gentle yet powerful voice rang out, Xuanhuan asking Lu Miaoner, "Miaoner, why are you bullying your junior brothers again as soon as you're back?" The senior sister looked at her disciple, gently reminding her, "You've already succeeded me as elder. Why hasn't your temper mellowed at all?" Lu Miaoner immediately hugged Xuanhuan, pouting that she only wanted to protect her master, which made Xuanhuan curiously ask, "What were they gossiping about me and him?" The black-haired disciple hesitated for a moment, then whispered that the disciple said the 2 were a heaven-made couple, carefree, which made Xuanhuan suddenly blush. Lu Miaoner was bewildered to see her master blush, and immediately asked directly, "Master, do you really like Xiao Xuan?" Which made Xuanhuan flush with embarrassment, quickly telling her to stop joking. Suddenly, an earth-shattering surge of energy erupted in the sky. Brilliant light, accompanied by dazzling pink-purple lightning bolts, making both Xuanhuan and Lu Miaoner look up. A colossal pillar of brilliant golden light descended from above, piercing straight through the mist and striking a mountain, creating a majestic and terrifying sight. The nearby disciples exclaimed in terror, not knowing what was happening, with one even recognizing the scene as identical to the heavenly tribulation recorded in ancient text. The pillar of light continued to envelop the entire 7 peaks, making many wonder if this was a heavenly tribulation, or a sign of a major realm breakthrough, or a rare treasure about to be born. A pink-haired female disciple, with an expression of extreme astonishment, looked up at the sky and wondered if her master was breaking through to the nascent soul stage. In the sky, brilliant golden energy and black-purple lightning bolts continued to swirl violently, creating a powerful and mysterious spectacle, signaling a major event about to unfold. The pink-haired female disciple exclaimed in horror that she had never seen anyone break through and cause such terrifying thunder and lightning. The blonde girl beside her face pale, quickly asked if they should find shelter. Amidst the brilliant golden light and black-purple lightning bolts, Xiao Xuan stood firm, his gaze resolute. Another voice rang out with full confidence, asserting that Master would definitely have a way to deal with this lightning tribulation. Sword Saint Xiao Xuan smiled contentedly, his long white hair fluttering amidst the lightning flashes. He secretly thought that the skill fusion had been perfectly successful. He just hadn't expected it to cause such a massive lightning tribulation. A system notification appeared, confirming that the skill had been successfully fused. A top-tier heaven-grade skill had just been born and was awaiting a name. The white-haired young man soared high, his eyes blazing with extreme joy. He excitedly cheered. A top-tier heaven-grade skill. This time he had truly struck it rich. Xiao Xuan's hand gently clenched, golden lightning still sparkling around it. He prepared to name the new skill. Sword Saint Xiao Xuan stood proudly amidst the brilliant energy, one hand raised high, boldly declaring, "Then its name shall be Fusion Sword Art." Suddenly, two nearby male disciples cried out in panic, their swords abruptly shaking and then soaring into the sky. One exclaimed in astonishment, his sword no longer obeyed him. Lu Miaoner froze. The sword at her hip also began to shake violently. She wondered in shock, could it be that even her sword wanted to fly towards him? Xuan Huan, with an incredulous expression, stared at her sword. She secretly thought, this Qingzi sword has been with me for over 10 years, like a part of my body. But this time, even with all my strength, I couldn't hold on to it. Even Xuan Huan's and Lu Miaoner's swords could not resist the strange pull. They shot into the air, merging with the energy flow. Lu Miaoner roared in anger, trying to hold onto her sword that wanted to leave. She shouted, "He already stole, Master! Now he wants to steal my sword too!" But it was useless. The sword hilt slipped from her hand, making Lu Miaoner let out a cry of regret. Xuan Huan and Lu Miaoner could only look up at the sky, where their swords were flying away. Xuan Huan could only exclaim helplessly, while Lu Miaoner muttered in disappointment. Tens of thousands of swords, from all over the sect, simultaneously flew up, forming a brilliant golden cascade. They were like sword spirits, all heading toward Xiao Xuan, bowing in tribute. That earth-shattering scene shook the entire sect. Tens of thousands of sword chi converged, creating a terrifying power, signaling an unprecedented event unfolding. A brilliant golden pillar of light erupted from the ground, tearing through the violet sky, signaling a terrifying power being unleashed. Amidst the dazzling energy, Xiao Chun appeared with an extremely confident expression, excitedly declaring, "Perfect timing! Let me test the power of this ultimate technique." Tens of thousands of brilliant golden swords swirled around the Sword Saint, forming a destructive vortex of sword chi that devoured the very space. The swords merged into a colossal, terrifyingly sharp mass of energy, ready to pierce through anything in its path. That golden pillar of light shot straight into the sky, tearing through the clouds, creating an earth-shattering spectacle that made everyone shiver. Two male disciples on the ground exclaimed in horror, one believing it to be thunderclouds tearing through the sky, while the other was stunned, remarking, "He hasn't even broken through to the nascent soul stage, yet he can create such a terrifying calamity. Could it be that he has created his own unique cultivation technique?" The crowd of elders and disciples below cheered excitedly, believing that with a genius leader like Xiao Chun, the future of the Hongmeng sect would undoubtedly be incredibly brilliant. Xuan Huan gasped in astonishment at the terrifying power of the technique, while Lu Miaoner was completely awestruck by her master's exceptional talent. The sword Saint Xiao Chun landed on the ground, his foot barely touching it before creating a brilliant golden energy vortex, demonstrating his extraordinary power. He smiled smugly, affirming that the ultimate technique was indeed as powerful as expected, truly peak of the peak. Now, even when facing the strongest cultivators, the Sword Saint was full of confidence to meet the challenge. The two female disciples with blonde and pink hair joyfully congratulated Xiao Chun on unlocking his new skill, continuously praising their master's power. Xiao Chun turned to the two female disciples, motioning for them to follow, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He grandly declared that it was time to prepare and set off to attend the Myriad Dao Grand Assembly, a major upcoming event. The scene shifted to a magnificent and splendid palace, which was the Daqin Imperial Palace. A corner of the Imperial Palace appeared, revealing the Imperial Study, the workplace of the Emperor. In the Imperial Study, an official was reporting to the Master of the Throne that the elders of the Hongmeng sect, with their 8th-level nascent soul stage power, had defeated the Sun Moon demonic tribe without any harm, assuring that this news was completely accurate. The Daqin Emperor thoughtfully gazed down at the memorial, pondering about the Hongmeng sect. He knew that, although this sect's power was only average, it had a history as long as Daqin's, existing for thousands of years with a mysterious background. The official continued to report, his voice filled with worry, that in the battle against the Sun Moon demonic tribe, Xiao Chun had only used a strange but extremely terrifying weapon. He feared that Xiao Chun still hid other trump cards. The Emperor frowned, surprised to hear the official fear that if Xiao Chun went all out, his power could reach the peak of the nascent soul stage, or even the early soul transformation stage. The Emperor chuckled with interest, exclaiming that it was truly fascinating for a small Hongmeng sect to produce such an outstanding talent. He remarked that it seemed these martial arts sects were not entirely useless. His hand gently tapped the memorial, his eyes still deep in thought. The Emperor turned his back, musing that it would be quite surprising if Xing Yue could leverage the power of the martial arts sects to oppose powerful clans, as per her plan. He ordered the official to continue monitoring Xing Yu as the Myriad Dao Grand Assembly was about to begin. The official bowed, seemingly having something to say but hesitating. The emperor turned back to look at him, asking what was wrong. The official hastily reported that he had one more important matter to convey. The official bowed, his voice grave. Third Princess Xing Yue wishes to invite Xiao Chun to represent the Hongmeng sect at the Myriad Dao Grand Assembly. And even more horrifying, she wants to take him as her new master. Upon hearing this, the emperor slammed his hand down on the table, his face changing color with extreme shock and fury. The official immediately bowed deeply, explaining that Xiao Chun's power was too great. Even the old master might not be his match. He added that after careful consideration, the third princess felt Xiao Chun could be useful for her plans, and thus decided to take him as her master without seeking permission. The emperor furrowed his brows tightly, his eyes filled with anger and displeasure. He couldn't believe that a princess of imperial lineage would want to take such a swindler as her master. The emperor raised his hand, signaling, and ordered the official to tell Xing Yue not to announce this matter for now and to wait until after the Myriad Dao Grand Assembly concludes. He emphasized that if any similar incident occurred in the future, the official must report it immediately. The official immediately bowed deeply, responded grandly, and then turned to leave. As he walked, he secretly worried, hoping this matter would not affect the emperor's attitude toward Xiao Chun. The official feared that if His Majesty became hostile toward Xiao Chun, disregarded the Hongmeng sect, and angered the Sword Saint, the consequences would be unimaginable.